Chapter 101. Song Shursan was observing the movement in the direction of the stoneware zone. With the intervention of the 1st Federal Military Academy, points 1 and 7 in the Golden Zone became fixed points, and with point 3 firmly guarded by the 6th Military Academy, there were only 2 points left in the Golden Zone in the melee. More and more teams joined the melee, and under the consideration of time cost, many military academies that originally planned to fish in troubled waters in the Golden Zone had to change their targets and turn to the competition in the Silver Zone as a second choice. After layers of screening, the teams that were kicked out of the base competition in the Silver Zone had no choice but to turn their attention to the Stone Zone. Although the Stone Zone was remote, it was no longer the time to seize the initiative in the early stages of the game. In the melee, the military academies would go wherever they could get points, and there was no room for picking and choosing. In Song Shursan field of vision at the moment, there were 2 teams bypassing the Silver Zone and heading towards the Stone Zone. The internal communication of Team A remained silent, and everything was proceeding step by step. The students who stayed behind in the Stone Zone base did not show any abnormality, and suddenly became unaware of the impending danger. They have been occupying the 3 strongholds in the Stone Age area for nearly 2 hours. As long as they hold on for 180 minutes, they can get 500 points for each stronghold. While the 2 teams are still in sight, Song Shursan changed the shape of the horizontal sword in his hand and switched to a high-speed sniper rifle. The end of the horizontal sword handle is extended, folded down, forming a slight right angle. The front section is engaged with the sword guard, together forming the adjustable part of the butt. The sword guard unfolds like a scimitar, the trigger pops out, the lower part extends to a pistol-shaped grip, the upper part is connected to the blade, and the sight slowly rises. The blade made of composite resin or is slightly elongated, but still maintains a slender rectangular shape. The integrated circuit is reconstructed as the shape changes, fitting the precise and straight barrel. In a few seconds, the horizontal sword has been reborn. The black metal texture and the cold lines are perfectly integrated, waiting for the sound of a gun to decide the fate of life and death. Song Shursan put the sniper rifle on the observation deck, holding his breath, and the scope chased the fast-moving figure. His bent knuckles fit the trigger and gradually exerted force. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the optical brain on his wrist suddenly vibrated twice, and Liu message popped up on the screen. Liu, according to the frontline feedback from the Western Union Military Academy, our transport team was blocked by the 6th Military Academy on the road. I heard that they were facing Luqianzhou. At Song Shursan. Liu, do you want to go and see? Liu directly sent the message in the internal communication of Group A. And it's Song Shursan. The 6th Federal Military Academy has been a favorite to win the championship in recent years. It even won the championship directly in the last league. This year's strength has increased compared to previous years. Luqianzhou is the 2nd player in the 6th Military Academy after Ling Qiong. She is strong and popular. Song Shursan recalled the live broadcast of the opponent's previous elimination of Chen Luo from the Western Union Military Academy. From the perspective of skill, Luqianzhou moves were fast and accurate, and no move missed. And she used the benefits of mental power to the extreme, to be able to predict the battle so calmly. It is obvious that she has rich combat experience, which is far beyond the daily training of ordinary military academy students. Although she also has S-level mental power. But under the crushing of combat experience, Tang Yiru has little chance of winning against Luqianzhou. Nearly half an hour had passed since they released the news that point number 1 had been occupied. The transport team from the Western Alliance Military Academy next door had come several times, but no one had been seen from the 1st Federal Military Academy. As the commander, Tang Yiru had not given any information, which was indeed a bit strange. Before Song Shursan could reply, Tang Tiantian message popped up first. Tang Tiantian, I go take a look. Although Tang Tiantian mainly used a crossbow, she was more suitable for cooperating with melee students to attack on the 1st floor than Liu, a sniper with a super long range. With the participation of the 1st Federal Military Academy, the students of the Western Union Military Academy, who had been on the defensive, suddenly became confident, as if they were holding back. They directly used attack as defense, howling and chasing for half a kilometer, and cleared the outer field of the number 1 stronghold. The excitement of the friendly forces was unstoppable. Tang Tiantian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and had to follow them. When Liu news came, she was the team member closest to the landing line, and she volunteered to go over to see the situation. The pair of willow leaf crossbows in Tang Tiantian hands had been improved, and the quality had long exceeded S+. In addition, this weapon had been fighting alongside her for a long time, and was almost tailor-made for her combat habits. Even if it was slightly inferior to Lu Qianjiu in combat experience, it should not be a problem to cover the evacuation of teammates. Song Shisan was very confident about Tang Tiantian's strength. She simply replied with a word okay, and put her attention back on the sniper rifle's scope. It took only a dozen seconds to reply to the message, and the two teams had disappeared from sight. Song Shisan frowned slightly, and carefully observed the traces of the surrounding activities through the scope, and felt a little uneasy. She turned the sniper rifle around, and placed it at the position where Tang Tiantian left. Then she opened the internal communication of Team A again, and sent a warning notice to the 7 team members guarding the 20th, 21st, and 22nd bases immediately after the reply just now. Zhang Rui's was a little flustered now. Not long after Song Shisan issued the warning, a thunderbolt flashed in front of the 22nd base. This is the reaction of the deployed mine lines being triggered. Zhang Rui's has encountered this many times before. Although the Stone Age area is remote, it is still a league map after all, with more people than resources. Almost every team passing by the number 22 stronghold will want to try it. However, this thought is often dispelled when the first 3 thunders fall. The students of the Star Defense Engineering have laid out the outer mine lines very densely, aiming to establish their prestige at the first sight, creating an illusion that they are not easy to mess with. The strongholds in the Stone Age area were not very popular. The team that was ambushed several times just after taking a step would be cautious and choose to give up. So in the 2 hours of occupying the stronghold, except for repairing the consumed thunder line, Zhang Rui's actually did not have much work to do, and he even almost fell asleep. But the team that came this time, I don't know what was wrong with them. After being hit by 5 or 6 thunders, they still refused to give up, as if they were determined to rush into the number 22 stronghold in the corner. Sparks and lightning flashed outside the control room window, and they lasted for 10 minutes without any sign of stopping. Seeing that nearly half of the mine lines had been consumed, and the enemy had entered the second line of defense, Zhang Rui's gritted his teeth, and finally stood up and turned on the light cannons installed in the windows of the observation tower. The light cannons in the real battlefield are used to deal with Zerg, with a great range and power. In order to ensure the safety of students, the League venue has set thresholds for these weapons of the Star Defense Project, and limited the amount of ammunition energy. After the equal distribution, Zhang Rui's only had 3 light cannons, and each light cannon could only fire 5 times. That was why Zhang Rui's set the light cannon as the second line of defense, and he had to use it sparingly, and was unwilling to fire easily unless the situation was urgent. The students guarding the observation tower also noticed something strange below. The one attacking the base was the Solari Military Academy, and the team size was close to 20 people. It seemed that there was a mixture of base team members and transport team members, and there should be students of the Star Defense Engineering among them, guiding the team to actively detonate the mine line. With the help of their own Star Defense Engineering students, Solari Military Academy broke through most of the mine lines, but their own members did not suffer too many casualties, which was one of the reasons why they dared to continue the attack. Seeing Zhang Rui's activate the light cannon, the students in the observation tower immediately understood his intention and cooperated to start the emergency plan. 3 light cannons fired at the same time, followed by some messy elemental attacks coming from all directions. These elemental attacks were not accurate, and the quality of the attacks was uneven. Most of them just played a bluffing role, and the combined lethality might be less than a quarter of that of the light cannon. It looked like a few combat students, who had no tacit cooperation, standing on the observation tower and attacking randomly. But this was exactly the effect Zhang Rui's emergency plan wanted to create. There were only 2 guards at the number 22 stronghold. If the group of Solari students below knew about this, they would rush in and kill them without hesitation. It didn't matter whether they could kill them or not. What they needed was to buy time. Buy time to call for reinforcements, and buy time to control the stronghold. After a few cannon shots, plus the elemental attacks of the lookout tower guards running around to bluff, they actually created the illusion that there were sufficient troops here, and frightened the Solari Military Academy below. Seeing that the Solari team was slowing down, Zhang Rui's finally had time, and immediately opened the optical brain communication and started to call for help. Zhang Rui's, help! Brothers and sisters. A lot of people came to the number 22 stronghold, requesting support. In Song Shursan's original plan, number 22, number 21, and number 20 were connected to each other, supporting each other. And they also designed a special support channel for this purpose, which was used when a certain stronghold was under severe attack, so that other strongholds could allocate a small number of reinforcements. The premise is that other bases are in an absolutely safe state with no invasion. New information soon came through the communication. Although I didn't see the person in person, I could imagine from his tone that he had dark circles under his eyes and looked unhappy. Qin Simin, we are also busy here. All the light cannons have been fired. There are more and more enemies. Base 20 will even last 20 minutes longer than you. Come and support us after you finish your work. The situation at Base 20 is indeed more difficult. Students from 2 military academies came from nowhere and unexpectedly chose Base 20 as their target. Qin Simin was originally happy to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the 2 military academies. But the 2 academies below suddenly reached some agreement while fighting, and they actually joined hands to attack the number 20 stronghold. Please! This is just a stronghold in the Stone Age area guarded by only 2 people. Is it necessary to put on such a big show? Qin Simin complained wildly in his heart, and still had a gloomy look on his face. He silently activated various star defense wiring. The students at the number 21 stronghold were caught in the middle, and were somewhat in a dilemma. They were quite safe, had not encountered any attacking teams, and had sufficient resources, so they could provide reinforcements at any time. But now that both number 22 and number 20 were in danger at the same time, it was hard to decide which one to prioritize. Number 20 was farther away, and needed to hold on for a longer time, and faced more enemies, so the situation was far more urgent than number 22. But number 22 was easier to reinforce, and only half an hour was left to complete the 3-hour mission requirement and get the points for the stronghold. If there is really such a short time difference, it would be a real failure, and I would curse myself when I wake up in the night. While he was hesitating, the student on the 22nd watchtower spoke. The student on the watchtower was named Qianju. Although his mental power was A-level, he did not pass the other assessments of the Seed Soldier, and became only an ordinary soldier in the combat department. He had just transferred to the Weapons Science Academy not long ago, and he had not yet learned the entry-level theoretical knowledge, and naturally, he had no works of elemental weapons. However, under the pretext of participating in the league, Qianju begged the teachers in the academy to lend him a halberd that Song Shursan had made for his experiments. Qianju, let's go support number 20 first. I think we can hold on. The students of the Star Defense Engineering may not understand the classmates who are guarding the base with them, but Zhang Jun knows them very well. The people arranged by Song Shursan are all students who transferred from the combat department to the Academy of Weaponry Science, and they were his classmates before. He has the best combat performance among the few people, and he has the weapon made by Song Shursan himself. At this critical juncture, there is no reason to occupy the precious reinforcements, especially the classmate who was guarding number 20 with Qin Simin. I don't know if he got the right elemental weapon in the end. I'm afraid he can only use mental power to control elemental attacks as before. If there is no reinforcement, number 20 will be lost. After listening to Qin Simin's introduction, and seeing Qianju's reply, Zhang Rui's withdrew the reinforcement request a little embarrassedly. He can still hold on here. There is still 1/3 of the artillery shells and defense line energy reserves left. Although he is a student of Star Defense Engineering, his mental power level is actually not weak. However, Zhang Rui's wanted to ensure that everything was foolproof due to his years of caution. Now that the number 22 stronghold was at a critical moment to take over the stronghold, he did not want any accidents to happen. So he asked for support in an exaggerated tone. Who knew that Qin Simin, with his dead eyes, was not in a hurry even in such a critical situation, which made him look like he was making a fuss. After the discussion, the students in charge of maintaining the support channel packed up the supplies, and led the defenders of the number 21 lookout tower, and ran to the number 20 stronghold where Qin Simin was without delay. The team communication fell silent again. Zhang Ruai sat in the control room, biting his nails, and thinking about how to allocate the remaining energy to make the best use of it. With a ding, Qianju's message suddenly lit up on the private communication interface. Qianju, when the shells are almost empty, tell me in advance. I will go to the lower floor to guard. Qianju, actually, I am a melee fighter. This classmate Qianju has a good mentality. Zhang Rui's nervous mood eased a little, and he couldn't help but smile along with the grinning expression in the dialogue box. The League stronghold is divided into 3 layers. Usually, all 3 layers should be defended by different types of defenders. The first layer is the registration hall, which is also the most important melee defense line of the stronghold. The second layer is the control room, which controls the core authority of the stronghold. The third layer is the observation tower, which is used to observe nearby enemy situations, and is also suitable for long-range defenders to fight. Qianju is not outstanding in the range control of mental power, and his accuracy is just barely qualified. Compared to being a defender in the observation tower, he is actually more suitable for melee. But the field of vision on the first floor was too narrow, and there were already mine lines to replace the guarding function. So he chose to stand on the observation tower, mainly to play a surveillance role. After the energy of the 3 light cannons was completely exhausted, the attack rhythm of the Solari Military Academy accelerated again. Although some parts had been repaired, the mine lines laid outside the base had been dismantled. Zhang Rui's message came from the optical computer. Zhang Rui's, leave it to you, brother. Qianju took out the long halberd from behind, swung his arm, and drew 2 semi-arcs in the air, because they were worried that he would not be able to control the strength well, causing the attack to exceed the limit of the combat suit shield and cause real damage to the students. The teachers in the academy made some restrictions on the coverage frequency of the integrated circuit inside the halberd, and the attack strength could only reach S+ level at most. But for Qianju, whose mental power was only a level, it was already a treasure that was like adding wings to a tiger, and like divine help. There were still 10 minutes left to win the stronghold. Qianju scratched his nose and carefully glanced at the nearby camera. I don't know how long I can hold on. I heard that the League will be broadcast live to the entire StarCraft, and I don't know if there is a live broadcast room that can switch to his perspective. It would be great if everyone could see my brave performance. My parents would be very proud. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he walked down the observation deck. In the control room, Zhang Rui's was a little nervous. He unconsciously clenched his fists and straightened his back even more, and his palms were wet and sticky due to sweat. After a second thought, he realized that he was not going to die heroically. So he stood up again. 7 minutes ago, Qianju came down from the observation tower and stood guard at the gate on the first floor. Now Qianju's avatar in the team list has turned gray, with an eliminated sign behind it. Zhang Rui's is the only one left in the entire number 22 stronghold. There was a rustling sound coming from the stairwell, and each step was taken lightly, as if trying to hide his movements. But this subtle movement was still captured by Zhang Rui's, who was in a state of high tension. He knew that these were the remaining students of Solari Military Academy, heading towards the control room where he was. Zhang Rui's had no idea what Qianju had done in the past 7 minutes that made the people of Solari Military Academy so cautious that they didn't even dare to breathe, as if they were afraid of alarming the guards in the control room. However, just holding out for 7 minutes alone was far beyond Zhang Rui's expectations, and made him look at this freshman who had just transferred to the Ordnance Academy with a new eye. At this moment, there are only 180 seconds left before the 3 hours. 500 points for the base. I wonder how many more places the first Federal Military Academy can advance in this league. Success or failure depends on him. Zhang Rui's. Zhang Rui's took a deep breath, and was so nervous that he was distracted for a moment. When the people from the Solari Military Academy rush in later, and find that he is the only one in the control room, what will their expressions be? Oh no, when they rush into the control room, they should realize that there are actually only 2 guards in the entire base, number 22. Such a funny scene made him want to laugh in his heart. You are amazing, Song Shursan. Thinking of how Song Shursan had provoked him to agree to this ridiculous plan, and looking at the 180 seconds left before success, Zhang Rui's felt a strange feeling in his heart. It was almost achieved. With only 2 people, 500 points were won. You are amazing, Zhang Rui's. He spread out his left palm, which was a little sticky due to sweat, and in the deep and shallow palm lines, a few grains of mineral-like luster flashed very finely. Zhang Rui's qualifications were actually very high. In the entrance examination 3 years ago, he even reached the admission standard for seed soldiers. However, a week before school started, he suddenly found that his palm showed signs of mineralogy. Always cautious and thorough, he did not hesitate to change his major and switch to space defense engineering. In front of the control room hatch, several layers of fine lightning nets suddenly appeared, and flashing arcs roamed in them, as if they were waiting for the arrival of prey. Zhang Rui's clenched his fist, deliberately ignoring the grainy feeling between his fingertips, and couldn't tell whether he was nervous or excited at the moment, and a raging fire burned in his eyes. Only 180 seconds. Let's go! Number 20 was the last stronghold occupied by the A-team of the 1st Federal Military Academy in the Stone Age area. It was a long way from the previous 2 strongholds, so there was an extra 20 minutes of time difference. In the team list, the avatars of Zhang Rui's and Qianju at number 22 had turned gray, and the student from the Star Defense Engineering who was guarding number 21 alone was also eliminated. Fortunately, before being eliminated, the points of the 2 strongholds had been successfully taken, and the mission objectives were completed. Now only the number 20 stronghold, which was mainly under her responsibility, remained. Qin Simin recharged the energy for the light cannon and the ground mine line with an expressionless face. The classmate from the Weaponry Science Academy, who was originally guarding number 20 with her, rushed out as soon as the energy was almost exhausted. Although he had transferred to the Weaponry Science Academy, he seemed to be more fierce than the Seed soldiers in a fight. I don't know where he got a machete from, tied a rope to it, and hung it on the door beam of the first floor hall like a guillotine, and eliminated several attacking enemies unexpectedly. Outnumbered, this student didn't last long and was eliminated. But fortunately, it bought precious time for the reinforcements. A few seconds before the enemy was about to enter the first floor hall, 2 reinforcements from the number 21 stronghold arrived in time. The reinforcements brought new combat power. Although there were only 2 people, one of them was a substitute for the Star Defense Engineering, who had almost no contact with combat courses. They also brought new supply energy. Although it was only enough to barely fire 5 light cannons, the mine line could only be repaired 2 meters away, but these were enough for Qin Simin to hold on for a while. Completely different from Zhang Rui's style. Qin Simin's deployment of Star Defense does not care about momentum, but about causing extreme damage to the enemy. If this shot is fired with 1,000 points of lethality, it will injure 1,000 of you, and even the aftermath will injure another 200 people to be satisfied. The layout of the mine line is also unexpected. It doesn't matter if there are more consumables, as long as someone is entangled and can still move when he escapes. Qin Simin will lose. With the most expressionless face, she used the most ruthless hand, and the attackers below were so angry that they screamed. Even though they knew that there were not many defenders in this stronghold, they still hesitated to attack the military academy. Attacking stronghold number 20 would definitely result in casualties. Although the human wave tactic could break through this weakly defended stronghold in one go, there were 2 attacking military academy teams after all, and no one wanted to become the consumable of the charge. Both military academies were driven here from the Silver District, and they happened to meet at stronghold number 20, thinking that there was no one inside, so they fought for control. As a result, some team members accidentally triggered the mine line, and they found that the number 20 stronghold had been taken away by someone. They had been defending for almost 2 hours. If they waited any longer, the stronghold points would be taken. They worked hard in the silver area, attacking and looting, and the transport team members worked hard to run around, and they could only accumulate 500 points. Why should someone take advantage of the opportunity and get it easily? The 2 military academies were so angry that they immediately chose to join forces and decided to drive the people out first. The alliance established due to emotions. Once encountering differences of interest, it will soon break. They both hoped that the other side would consume the defense line of the defenders. Under various excuses and procrastination, the offensive progress was slower than when there was only 1 military academy team, and it also inadvertently delayed precious time for Qin Simin. 15 minutes left. Qin Simin glanced at the occupation time on the map, and then looked back at the narrow windowsill of the control room. Seeing that the people below were ready to launch the next attack, he fired a laser cannon without hesitation. 8 minutes left. On the list, the avatars of the 2 classmates who came to support also turned gray. Of the 7 team members stationed in the Stone Age area to defend the base, he was the only one left, and was carrying out the last mission. 3 minutes left. Qin Simin fired the last laser cannon. 1 minute left. All the mines had been used up. 10 seconds left. The footsteps of people rushing to the control room without hesitation were close at the door. Qin Simin left the console and twisted the luggage bag that had been thrown aside in his hand. The bag was bulging, and there were some useless scattered devices inside. Qin Simin put them together with the bag, twisted them into a long hammer shape, mobilized the limit of the mental power he could control, and covered them with a layer of gold element. As a student of Star Defense Engineering, Qin Simin himself seemed to be born for defense, and the only element he could resonate with was gold. Compared with wind, fire, thunder, water and other elements, the application of gold element in attack was too inferior. Before learning about the Weaponry Science Academy, Qin Simin had not really thought about whether there were any channels for her abilities to be explored. However, after seeing her teammates use various weapons, some strange new ideas came to her mind. We must win. Qin Simin thought so, and swung the long hammer in her hand that was super reinforced by the gold element. The next moment, before the attacking team members outside the door could react, she took the initiative to open the hatch of the control room and smashed the long hammer with all her strength. There are 0 seconds left before the 20th base reaches a 3-hour occupation time. Chapter 102. Poisonous Swamp Area, 3 kilometers from the shore. Lu Qianzhou smiled and blocked the way of the girl in front of him, and swept his leg to the opponent's lower body. This sweep was swift and powerful, wrapped with the energy of the thunder element, and was a textbook combination of martial arts and mental element control. However, when it was about to approach the opponent's legs, it seemed that another airflow collided with it, giving the girl a chance to dodge the attack. Huh? After failing to hit, Lu Qianzhou turned around, jumped to another piece of driftwood floating in the swamp, and looked at the girl's legs in front of him with interest. Are you Tang Yiru? Tang Yiru pursed her lips, without answering, and stared at the enemy in front of her calmly. The poisonous swamp stretched between the base area and the supply area, without seeing the edge, and without guessing the depth. Only the scattered driftwood could float on it for some reason, and barely pieced together a few paths for people to pass through. The two of them stood on different driftwoods between these paths, and faced each other silently. Tang Yiru did not answer, and Lu Qianzhou did not get angry, still with those sweet dimples, and looked away from the other's legs, and asked in confusion, "Why did you let your teammates go first just now? The first military academy poses no threat to us. Just now, you had more people. If you attacked together, we might have retreated on our own initiative. The current score of the first military academy of the Federation is only over 1,000, ranking in the middle and lower reaches of all 26 teams. Although the score growth rate seems to be relatively fast, it is still not competitive compared to the top teams, especially the 2,300 points of the 6th Military Academy. Their time is much more precious than that of the 1st Military Academy. If Tang Yiru team really gathers together to fight against them head-on, for the sake of scoring efficiency, retreating is the wisest approach. But now you are the only one left." Lu Qianzhou curled her lips. "I'm sorry. The competition field is like a battlefield. Thank you for letting me." After saying that, she turned her fist into palm wind and attacked Tang Yiru's face. Lu Qianzhou seemed to have a unique palm method, which was swift and erratic, combining hardness and softness, which was unexpected. People who are used to using mental power, especially those with strong mental power talents, often ignore the training of their own body skills because they rely too much on elemental attacks. When fighting with this kind of opponent, close combat martial arts often have miraculous effects, not to mention martial arts moves that integrate elemental attacks. At the same moment when Lu Qianzhou attacked, the other contestants of the 6th Military Academy also launched attacks together, without any guilt of bullying the weak with the strong. Everything is based on efficiency. Although Tang Yiru's mental power is S level, after all, there is only one person. It is easy for their team to deal with a lone S level together. It is not a waste to use this little time to eliminate a top-level fighter of the opponent. Being eliminated in the name of covering up teammates was part of Tang Yiru's plan. After the number 1 base was occupied by Group A, she gave up this idea. But she happened to meet the 6th Military Academy at this moment. The idea of pretending to be eliminated came up again. Even Tang Yiru herself did not realize that her deep fear of being at a disadvantage, especially facing Tang Tiantian, had made her deviate from her previous calm decision-making style. Anyway, she could not win, so she might as well take this opportunity to go with the flow to avoid any more accidents. Fighting to the last moment under the siege of a powerful enemy, it's not shameful to tell others about it. Almost impatiently, Tang Yiru chose to cover the retreat for her companions. When she saw that the 6th Military Academy really launched an attack as she wished, she was even happy in her heart. In the live broadcast room of the Star League, after observing that the 1st Military Academy of the Federation and the 6th Military Academy had a conflict, the director did not hesitate to cut the main camera from Song Shursan's side. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing in his heart. Those who play tactics are really evil. If we continue to broadcast along with Song Shur-san, the commentator's face will be swollen. Let's take a look at the transport battlefield and see some exciting battles. Wouldn't it be good for everyone to cheer for the military academy they support in the barrage? The #1 stronghold had long been quiet. The audience could not see the internal communication of the military academy. They only saw that Song Shur-san did not make the next move for a long time. He ran to the observation tower and stood there for a long time. After marveling at the strange sniper rifle, many people were a little uninterested in the picture that fell into stillness again. Now the main camera turns to the transport battlefield. They also cooperated very well and changed the topic. Oh my god! The first military academy of the Federation really only left Tang Yiru, a weak girl, to cover the retreat? Where are the others? She ran away? What do you mean by weak girl? Her mental strength is S level, and her little fist can knock you far away before it hits your chest. Why can't we fight together? Lu Qianzhou is also S level. Are they too confident in Tang Yiru's strength, or are they sending her to die? Damn! Wait! Why are the people from the 6th Military Academy attacking together? Is it that serious? Shame on you. Didn't you hear what Jiobao said before? The competition field is like a battlefield. Not a competition. The sooner the better. The palm wind followed the various elemental attacks, cutting off every possible escape route for Tang Yiru. The barrage had already begun to feel sorry for this S-level player in advance. The commentator was holding the word eliminated in his throat, waiting for the last blue light shield to light up. At the critical moment, several powerful and condensed wind arrows that almost distorted the space came through the air, smashing all the elemental attacks encountered on the path, and barely brushed past Lu Qianzhou's palm. Lu Qianzhou quickly retracted his fists, dodged the wind arrows, made a breathing posture, and turned his head to look in the direction of the attack. The figure was still dozens of meters away from them, and he kept firing the crossbow arrows. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, he still didn't stop attacking, and forced the 6th Military Academy to retreat. The wind arrows pierced through a row of driftwood floating in the poisonous swamp like long nails, raising streaks of poisonous mud, as if someone was wielding a brush to write a powerful one. But no one dared to approach the splashing ink. The 6th Military Academy, which had been surrounded, immediately dispersed, frowning and staying away from the disgusting poisonous mud and mucus. Tang Yiru lowered her eyes, looking at the poison lightly splashed on her combat uniform. Her body stiff and did not make any movements. When she raised her eyes just now, she had already recognized the identity of the person who came. The comments became agitated, and even the director was stroking his chin with relish, watching the upcoming drama of the wealthy. The commentator hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't resist the strong desire to gossip, and moved closer to the microphone. Tang's sisters on the same screen. I never expected that. In this critical moment, the hero who saved Tang Yiru and resolved the crisis was her sister Tang Tiantian, who was said to have regarded her as a thorn in her side for many years. Tang Tiantian is coming, bringing light, bringing hope. The pair of crossbows on her wrists flashed with silver-pink light. The fierce attack was ruthless to the enemy, but full of tenderness to the sister in danger. The rumors of the sisters' discord that have been circulated for many years have been broken. Oh, I really didn't expect that. It was Tang Tiantian who came alone, ran thousands of miles, was not afraid of strong enemies, and came to save Tang Yiru despite all difficulties. Sisters are indeed connected. There must be some kind of induction between them. Huh? The commentator stopped his endless output, noticing Tang Yiru's unusual reaction. Wait a minute, why didn't Tang Yiru make any moves? Ouch! The poison has splashed all over you. Are you injured internally? Sister. Tang Yiru clasped her fingertips tightly into her palm, waiting for the other person to come to her side, before slowly raising her head and forcing a gentle smile. This was her usual smile. She was used to pretending to be weak in front of Tang Tiantian, in order to win the sympathy of others, in exchange, or to compete for the attention originally given to Tang Tiantian. This trick almost always works. The two of them had been fighting overtly and covertly since they were young. She was scheming and Tang Tiantian was domineering. Every time they fought, she always won. Later, as she grew older, Tang Tiantian finally learned to be smart. She was no longer aggressive when she saw her, but was as timid as a quail and avoided her almost everywhere. Only when she was confronted by her would she stand up with her thorns and make sarcastic remarks. After successfully becoming a seed soldier, Tang Tiantian basically posed no threat to her. But it was fun to see her angry and sarcastic. Tang Yiru still deliberately picked on her from time to time. But it's different now. Tang Yiru likes to act weak, but she hates being weak more than anyone else. Recalling the meeting in the cafeteria before the field exploration class, that was the first time she met Song Shi-san, and the last time she saw the cowardly Tang Tiantian. Now she no longer needs to act weak. Tang Tiantian is really stronger than her. Deep in her childhood memories, the fear of being abandoned and despised grips Tang Yiru's heart tightly. She can't imagine how Tang Tiantian will ridicule her, and how she will go even further to take back everything she lost in the Tang family. Everything is over. I come here. Tang Tiantian stopped beside Tang Yiru, with no expression on her face, pointed to the energy container carrying port on the other's combat uniform. Very good. Go ahead, come on. After saying that, she stood in front of Tang Yiru, like a sister protecting her sister, or like she was just performing the task of covering the transport team, leaving another driftwood path on her side for the other party. What do you mean by come on? The unexpected development made Tang Yiru stunned in place. She looked up, blinked dryly. Her brain was as stiff and slow as her body. After a long pause, she finally realized that this 10 points refers to the points of the supplies she brought with her. What does that mean? Tang Tiantian wants to protect herself to register the points of supplies? Just like that? Why? Why? What's the reason for her to look like she was facing a great enemy? She opened her mouth, feeling a little absurd, and was thinking about what to say, when she was suddenly interrupted by Lu Qianjiu, who quietly poked his head out. Ah! Wait! Lu Qianjiu looked at the sisters curiously, and waved at them. Don't be nervous. Don't fight anymore. Let's stop fighting for now. Anyway, we can go our separate ways. The 6th Military Academy chose to attack Tang Yiru, because they thought it would not take much time. Now that a powerful Tang Tiantian suddenly appeared, it would be cost-effective to go to war with the 1st Military Academy, which did not pose a competitive threat to them. A man of insight is a hero. And without even thinking too much, Lu Qianjiu made the decision to retreat. The crisis was resolved. Tang Yiru pursed her lips and looked at Tang Tiantian back. Why? Because I want to win. Song Shi-san wanted to win. And I also wanted to win. As for the disputes with Tang Yiru, when I had a direction I wanted to pursue, I found that none of this mattered. Tang Yiru wanted to laugh. Everything she feared did not happen. Now she was still standing on the field very decently, standing in front of the camera facing the entire galaxy. There was no conspiracy, no sarcasm, and no frame-up. Tang Tiantian gave her enough face, playing the scene of brotherly friendship and sisterly blind date. It wasn't even a scene. Tang Tiantian really didn't want to show any hostility. But was it this reason? She actually gave up the settlement for the league points? The opportunity to be proud, the opportunity to get revenge, to prove herself in front of the outside world, to turn over in the Tang family, the opportunity to step on her hard. What a rare opportunity. Just because the 10 points of supply she carried were lightly lifted? How many times? This sister is still so naive. Can't she learn to judge the situation at all? This inexplicable simplicity and belief actually made Tang Yiru feel a little angry. How to win? She pulled the corner of her mouth sarcastically, looking at the 1st Military Academy of the Federation with only 1,200 points on the ranking list. When you say win, you don't mean to take 1st place, right? The current 1st place is the 6th Military Academy of the Federation, which now has 2,360 points. This gap of more than 1,000 points is like a chasm. Challenging the nearly invincible 6th Military Academy, it was impossible no matter how you thought about it. Want to win? How to win? Before he could continue his sarcastic words, the wrist-mounted light brain interface suddenly refreshed automatically. The score of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation jumped up by 500 points. What happened? Tang Yiru blinked. Is it my interface delay? Or is it a system bug? It was clearly over 1,000 before. When did it suddenly increase by 500? She exited the ranking list interface and re-entered it. It was indeed the interface delay. The score of the 1st Military Academy actually increased by 500. And the ranking also jumped up several levels. How did it increase so quickly? Tang Yiru blinked again, and completely forgot what she wanted to say just now, but saw that the score of her own military academy jumped again, and rose by 500 again. A full 1,000 points. The 1,000 points that she mentioned were like a chasm, were actually filled in 2 blinks of an eye. The score of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation soared to 2,200. Ranking second? Lu Qianjiu, who had not walked far, saw the message sent on the light brain, glanced at the ranking list, pouting her cheeks, and hurriedly turned back with the team. Seeing that the two sisters were still staying where they were, Lu Qianjiu breathed a sigh of relief. What's the saying that well water does not interfere with river water? The flood almost washed away the Dragon King temple. Fortunately, the enemy did not go far. Sorry. I take back the ceasefire declaration just now. She stood still and took a fighting posture again. The first military academy of the Federation is now our #1 competitor. Chapter 103. What's going on? Where did the first Federal Military Academy get 1,000 points? Cheating in public? It's the stronghold points. Didn't they occupy 3 strongholds before? No way. Did just 2 people really take the stronghold points? Where's the director? Quickly cut the camera and see. What's going on at the stronghold? I'm so anxious. The comments were noisy, the director was sweating profusely, took a look at the 2 sides facing each other in the swamp area, but couldn't resist the overwhelming public opinion, and could only blame the organizer for not setting the live broadcast room to dual screen mode. The main camera quickly switched to the number 22 stronghold. The battle here had already ended. The flag of the Solwari Military Academy replaced the first Federal Military Academy, and was marked on the map. Even though the laser cannon had been weakened, the traces of the bombardment were still shocking. Abandoned mine lines were dismantled everywhere. Several corpses protected by blue shields were lying on the ground, waiting to be recovered by the staff. What happened here? How did they do it? Are there really only 2 of them? I didn't see. It's such a pity. Woo-woo, is there a replay? I really want to see the battle process. Are there any students who have been paying attention to the footage here? Please tell me what happened. Raise your hand. How should I put it? My evaluation is that this year's league's exciting battle clips must include it. Damn it! I didn't see the scene. It makes people grit their teeth even more. The camera swept across Qianju and Zhang Rui's faces, then switched to point 21, and then switched to point 20, which was still in battle and defense. The battle in the poisonous swamp area is just about to begin. After a brief moment of daze, Tang Yura finally zoomed out of the map interface that had been staying in the silver area, and expanded her field of vision to the entire stronghold competition area. 1,000 points, 500 each time, some zeros and some whole numbers. Such regular fluctuations can only be stronghold points. In the corner of the competition area, only stronghold number 20 still had its own flag marked on it, and the occupation time displayed on the side was still increasing by the minute, and it was about to reach 3 hours. So, I can even get another 500 points? Tang Yiru unconsciously murmured. How is it possible? What Tang Tiantian said was true. It's not the last place, nor is it the same as the previous results. I really want to win. I want to win the championship. And there is really hope to win. Aren't you leaving yet? Tang Tiantian retightened the rubber band wrapped around her curly hair. Don't worry about me. I'm not a member of the transport team. I'm only responsible for covering you. They won't bother to entangle you. If you insist on being eliminated here meaninglessly, I won't stop you. She rolled up her sleeves, and the wrist guards that had just been put back on her wrists unfolded again, turning into a pair of small and exquisite hidden crossbows. But after being eliminated, you can only watch me shine in the audience. Tang Yura clenched her fists, stubbornly refusing to let go of this topic. You get to shine, isn't that good? After she lost her status as the superior, the atmosphere between them unexpectedly became less tense. When did Tang Tiantian start to change? When did she stop caring about the family status? And stop wanting to suppress herself? Tang Yiru, I don't want to compete with you. Tang Tiantian's expression turned cold, but her eyes still had a hint of her former domineering attitude, but she didn't look at the other party, but stared at the enemy in front of her cautiously. Whether it's the Tang family, which is beautiful on the outside but rotten on the inside, or my father, who is like a rotten cucumber, whoever wants it can have it, I'm not interested in any of them. She blocked the attack for the girl, who was still standing behind her, and activated the double crossbows with her backhand. A pair of willily-shaped light green scimitars flew out from her wrists, and were wrapped in lightning patterns, and attacked Lu Qianjiu from both sides. I have now found the path I really want to take, and the lighthouse I am willing to follow. The scimitars were dodged by Lu Qianjiu, and after circling in the air, they were automatically retracted into the secret box under the crossbow. Tang Tiantian returned to the floating wood where she had originally stood, and looked at the girl who pursed her lips beside her. Sister, you should know better than anyone what is trapping you. We part ways now. You don't have to consider me a competitor anymore. After more than 10 years of grudges and confrontations, Tang Tian finally reconciled with herself after finding the answer. After she passed the age of ignorance, Tang Tian gradually realized that what she cared about was not the Tang family, nor the irresponsible father. She received enough love and support from her mother, but she still couldn't stand Tang Yiru and wanted to compete with her. Many times, she would mistakenly think that she hated this sister who appeared out of nowhere because she took away her father's attention and her position in the Tang family. In fact, it was not the case. She hated Tang Yiru's style. She obviously had S-level mental power and was a child of destiny. Why couldn't she raise her head with confidence? Why did she pretend to be weak to please people who were not as good as herself and win their sympathy? She obviously had talents and strengths that others could not reach. Why did she still have to look at other people's faces? Why can't you just openly protect the people you want to protect? Tang Tian couldn't stand it. If even S-level Tang Yiru couldn't do it, then what was she with only B+ level? What could she do? Tang Tian, who was always proud, couldn't accept this fact. The older she got, the more she understood Tang Yiru's situation when she was young. She hated this sister, resented this sister, and also pitied this sister. She fought against the other party again and again, and she was defeated again and again. And she couldn't figure out what she wanted to prove. Until Song Shersan appeared. Unshakable power, power that does not need to be concealed, power that does not need to bow to any injustice. As long as you are willing, as long as you work hard, you can definitely reach the power. Such a thing really exists in the world. Two pieces of driftwood, standing on two sisters, pointing to different paths. Tang Yiru's lips hummed, finally swallowed the words in her heart, turned around and rushed towards the direction of the upper shoreline. Whether it was escaping or lost, all the thoughts in her mind were temporarily thrown away. Now she only wanted to, and could only deliver the 10 supplies in her hand smoothly. Seeing Tang Yiru finally move, Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief and focused on dealing with the 6th military academy in front of her. Once the transport team members are assigned, they cannot be easily changed. Losing one person means losing the opportunity to score. The scores of the two schools are very close. Tang Yiru is an S-level transport force, so the 6th military academy will naturally not let her go easily. Seeing Tang Yiru turning around and trying to leave, Lu Qianjiu, who was stopped by Tang Tian, suddenly pulled out a streamer from his waist. The tail of the streamer suddenly shrank, and instantly turned into an extended soft whip, which wrapped around Tang Yiru's ankle. In the first test of fighting, Lu Qianjiu found something wrong with Tang Yiru's legs. This time, she deliberately strengthened the frequency of the elements on the whip, aiming at the opponent's legs. Tang Yiru's legs had long been penetrated by mineral sickness. Not only did she feel pain when she used her mental power, but she also felt double the pain when she was attacked by elements. Her legs were her weakness, so she always wore long skirts and trousers, relying only on the wind element to create the illusion of walking. Her thin and delicate feeling, in addition to the weakness she deliberately created, was also partly due to the pain caused by the continuous use of mental power. As soon as the whip with lightning patterns touched Tang Yiru's ankle, the intense pain instantly paralyzed her entire brain. Her knees weakened, and she almost fell into the poisonous swamp beside her. Yiru. Tang Tian turned around, and several arrows and crossbows aimed at the whip that was wrapped around Tang Yiru. But they all missed as Lu Qianjiu swung the whip skillfully and irregularly. The willow leaf scimitar flew out, but was blocked by the rapid water wall formed by several other students of the 6th military academy, and could not get close to the whip at all. Although all the students of the 6th military academy were restrained by her alone. As long as Lu Qianjiu did not release the whip, Tang Yiru could not leave, and even had to endure the continuous pain. Cold sweat soaked Tang Yiru back. This whip was obviously an elemental weapon, and its quality was not low. Under the double damage of the mineral disease, she was in so much pain that her consciousness was a little scattered, and she could not break free for a while. At the moment of stalemate, she only heard a clanging sound like a long sword breaking, and the space in front of her seemed to be distorted for a moment. And then it returned to normal. When he lowered his head again, the whip that was wrapped around his ankle had actually broken off, before everyone could react. 2 more long, colorless and invisible whistles sounded, like the rushing wind, but so sharp that it almost pierced one's eardrums, and accurately hit 2 members of the 6th military academy standing nearby. The blue light shield suddenly lit up, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, The two players slowly fell down. There was a moment of silence and confusion. Lu Qianjiu was the first to react, and immediately notified his teammates. There's a sniper. Find cover. But the swamp is empty, except for a few pieces of driftwood. Where is the cover? Another 6th Military Academy player fell. In the live broadcast room, the audience, who were still paying attention to the transport battlefield sub-camera, had already filled the screen with question marks. Where is the sniper? Was that a bullet just now? Why didn't I see anything? Where is the director? Cut the camera. Where is the sniper? Give a close-up. The one who hit the 6th Military Academy should be the sniper from the 1st Military Academy? Isn't Liu the only sniper in the 1st Military Academy? Is it her? Base number 1. Zhang Mei, who was observing the battle with a telescope, was also confused. She looked at Liu, who didn't even set up the sniper rifle, and asked the question that she thought was outrageous. You fired the gun? What? Liu responded with an even more confused expression. She had just put away the gun and sent a message to Song Shersan. How could she free her hands to shoot? Is your gun designed by the Dean? Zhang Mei stared, unable to understand. At least 3 kilometers away. For shots in 10 seconds. Except for snipers using elemental weapons. No one in our league can do it. Right? Except for you. Who else can do it? 3 kilometers away. For shots in 10 seconds? Liu also stared. Did every shot hit the target? Yes. Zhang Mei answered, as a matter of course. This kind of accuracy. Even I can't do it. No. It should be said that my gun can't achieve this kind of accuracy at all. Liu opened her mouth into an O shape. At such a long distance, you can hit the target with 4 shots in a row. It requires too much stability from the aimer and the opponent. Using mental power is even more impossible. It's not Xuanya who came to participate. Zhang Mei's expression became strange. Even the weapons made by your Dean can't reach that level, then who else can? After the words fell, they were all stunned, and fell silent at the same time, and looked up at the observation deck blocked by a layer of ceiling. On the observation deck, Song Shersan half closed her eyes. Her cheek pressed against the butt of the gun, which added a touch of softness to her usually cold and heroic eyebrows. When the scope turned to the swamp area, the ribbon in Lu Qianjiu's hand was twisted and stretched into a soft whip. Seeing the familiar elemental weapon form, Song Shersan finally remembered the terrifying high popularity. Natural affinity. Martial arts girl. Palm technique. Soft whip. Qianjiu. 1009. Lu Qianjiu turned out to be 1009 who met in the ring before. Those who can reach L3 are definitely the best at using mental power. If she hadn't lost to me, 1009 winning streak would have definitely gone further. No wonder Lu Qianjiu's combat experience is far more than that of ordinary military school students. Song Shersan thought it was because she had a father stationed on the front line. It turns out that she worked her way up from underground competitions. S-level mental power, combat experience that can compete in competitions, elemental weapons of extraordinary quality. Song Shersan's face sank. Her prediction seemed to be a little wrong. Even though Tang Tiantian elemental weapons are better than the opponents, it is still not enough to make up for the difference in combat experience. Besides, Lu Qianjiu is not the only one in the 6th Military Academy. There are other teammates who are blocking Tang Yuri together. If you want to successfully cover Tang Yuri's departure, it will probably take a hard fight. After figuring out the current situation, Song Shersan no longer hesitated and decisively pulled the trigger. Sorry. 1009. Thinking of the other party, who had enthusiastically taught him the communication skills of being kind to others, Song Shersan felt a little guilty. The competition field is like a battlefield. This whip, I will definitely make you a new one if I have the chance. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the team members of the 6th Military Academy, who were blocking the swamp area, were lost. The elemental weapons they carried with them were also damaged. Lu Qianjiu was a little angry. While moving quickly to avoid being targeted, she yelled angrily. Are you the only ones with snipers? I told you gunmen to be careful. I'm going to call for help too. Although she said harsh words, she didn't make people feel annoying. Pink cheering comments flooded the live broadcast room. Jiobao love Jiobao love Jiobao. She's so cute even when she's angry. Baby whip is broken. What the hell? Angry. 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 Call someone. Call someone hard. We must teach those who bully Jiobao a lesson. Jiobao, Tang Yuri ran away. Remember to catch up. More comments were still curious about who the sniper of the 1st Military Academy was. Damn, the anchor of this subfield hasn't been found yet? I just picked them out one by one from countless subshots, you will never guess. The sniper turned out to be that woman. Where is the person who commented in front? Why did he run away when it came to the key part? You only said half of the words, how immoral. The cursed comments filled the screen. After a long while, the previous audience ID finally appeared again. As if he was afraid of angering the public again, he didn't keep it a secret this time. Sorry. I accidentally pressed the send button. The sniper who just fired the gun was actually Song Shur-san from the 1st Military Academy. Ah? Another one with C-level mental power? Yes. The mysterious weapon in her hand before seemed to have turned into a super cool sniper rifle. Damn. The commenter at that time was annoyed that she was standing there for a long time and cut the camera away. It turned out that she was quietly doing something important. Amidst the regrets, a comment suddenly appeared. And it was clear that the person was a newcomer just by looking at the number of characters in the ID. By the way, does no one want to know who Lu Qianjiu is talking about? Does the 6th Military Academy also have snipers? The barrage was strangely silent for a while, but some kind-hearted people still answered the newcomer's question. In the 6th Military Academy, isn't there only one person who is qualified to be rescued by Lu Qianjiu? Who else could it be besides that person? Who is it? Why are there so many Riddlers? Who is it? The number 2 stronghold marked with the flag of the 6th Military Academy of the Federation. The girl with golden hair stood on the observation deck. Her eyes were cast towards the direction of the number 1 stronghold. Her blue eyes narrowed slightly, and she slowly pulled the gilded longbow in her hand. Chapter 104. The golden tail flame dragged through the air. An arrow cluster loomed, crossing the blue sky, pointing directly at the motionless figure on the number 1 observation tower. The arrow cluster brushed the barrel of the sniper rifle and hit the stone wall at the bottom. A huge impact was stirred up. Song Shur-san instinctively grasped the sniper rifle that was almost shot out, and his palm was numb from the shock. It was an enemy sniper. Before lying down and aiming, Song Shur had already observed the nearby terrain, and there was no suitable hilltop within a kilometer. If they want to attack where they are, they can only shoot from the observation tower. But the nearest base to number 1 is 2 kilometers away. S plus mental power is the highest talent of participating students announced by the Federation. Being able to lock onto him from 2 kilometers away and maintain such a strong attack intensity. The opponent's mental power level is definitely more than S plus. Unless the opponent also uses elemental weapons. A profile of a man with golden hair flashed through Song Shur's mind. The golden longbow that the man carried behind him attracted a lot of attention during the entrance ceremony. S plus level mental power, longbow of unknown origin, the 6th Military Academy of the Federation. The answer to the attack on him is already clear. Song Shur-san can't think of a second possibility except Ling Qiong. The number 2 stronghold occupied by the 6th Military Academy is located in the middle and north of the landing line. It is the closest stronghold to him, except number 3, and the straight line distance is also 2 kilometers away. This distance seems to be quite difficult for Ling Qiong. The opponent did not shoot Song Shur-san in black combat uniform, but only shot blindly based on the reflection range of the sight. After escaping death, Song Shur-san didn't have time to rejoice. She noticed the water droplets suddenly splashing around the gun body. She twisted her hand holding the gun handle slightly, and the high-speed sniper rifle instantly transformed into a horizontal sword. Almost at the same time when the gun body switched to the sword body, the arrowhead that had originally brushed against the gun body, after hitting the stone wall of the observation tower at the bottom, suddenly splashed around like a water ball collision. Indigo light flashed in the depths of the raised water droplets, like a poisonous snake with its fangs raised breaking out of an egg, and continued its attack path with its fangs and claws bared. This sudden change caught him off guard. Song Shur-san retreated sharply, and the horizontal sword in his hand quickly swept across the half-arc in front of him, blocking the tiny lightning snakes that splashed in all directions. Song Shur-san had seen similar moves from Yun Qiming team. The water element and the lightning element are highly compatible. First, use the agility of water to expand the range, and then use the sharp and swift characteristics of the lightning element to launch an unexpected surprise attack. Ling Qiong seemed to be aware of his shooting range, so the purpose was not to be accurate, but only to hit. No matter which part is hit, as long as the water cluster can be detonated, the mission of this shooting is achieved. The same attack contains 2 elemental characteristics. which requires extremely demanding element control. Yun Qiming needs the cooperation of the team to achieve the effect. But Ling Qiong, who has S+ level mental power, can do it alone. This is the gap between S+ and A+ level. Song Shersan blocked the attack in front of him, rolled on the ground, and left the splash range of this arrow cluster. If it weren't for his sharp eyes, he would have been seriously injured by the explosion. After taking 2 strongholds, the 1st Military Academy's points were close to the top-ranked 6th Federal Military Academy. The 6th Military Academy would never tolerate the unbridled development of its competitors. It was inevitable that Lu Qianjiu would get entangled with Tang Yiru. And it was also inevitable that Ling Qiong wanted to get rid of him. They would attack the existence that they regarded as a threat at the first time. Vice versa. For Song Shersan, Ling Qiong was also a very threatening existence on the road to the 1st Military Academy's championship. Being passive has never been Song Shersan's style. Since there must be a fight, why can't she take the initiative? The sniper point has been discovered, and it is no longer suitable for long-range combat. Song Shersan did not linger, and the horizontal sword in his hand switched again, turning into a black hook. What's the point of long-range sniping? If you want to fight, then fight face to face. She narrowed her eyes, looked back in the direction of the arrow, and without hesitation, she fell down the observation tower, and ran to the number 2 base. In the poisonous swamp area, after Lu Qianjiu finished speaking, the sniper assistants from the 1st Military Academy really stopped. Tang Tiantian took the time to look at the team list, and found that Song Shersan and Liu avatars were still safe and sound. And she was slightly relieved. She didn't know much about Liu Gun, but judging from the opponent's previous assistance range, the current distance should have exceeded Liu limit. Tang Tiantian could only think of Song Shersan, who could hit with such precision in this situation. After zigzagging to avoid sniper aiming, Lu Qianjiu pressure was reduced. There were only driftwood in the swamp area. For her who could not resonate with the wind element, she was really restricted in her free movement. During the time that she was delayed by the sniper, Tang Yiru had already run a distance, and Tang Tiantian was still blocking her way. He had lost nearly half of his team members, many of whom were transport team members, so Lu Qianjiu had to reconsider the battle plan. While he was struggling, the light brain on his wrist shook again. The points of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation actually rose by another 500 points, and it jumped to the top of the ranking list. Lu Qianjiu, ? Other military school students, ? Barrage, shock. The commentator's roar echoed in the live broadcast room. They did it. 7 students from the 1st Military School of the Federation defended the stronghold. They did it. It's so shocking. It's incredible. 1,500 points. 3 strongholds. In a corner where no one noticed, the 7 stronghold members tried their best to help the 1st Military School of the Federation complete the counterattack. The roar was so emotional that the commentator quietly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. After many years, this is the first time that the 1st Military School of the Federation has appeared at the top of the scoreboard. The loss of the main force did not dampen the morale of the brave Military Academy students. Instead, it made them fight to the death and become more courageous. However, this is not the end yet. The battle is still going on. The 6th Military Academy is also chasing them at an astonishing speed. Next, it is a contest between the 2 transport teams. Can the 1st Federal Military Academy successfully grasp the advantages brought by the stronghold members and bring back glory to the school? In the audience's tearful eyes, the director cut the main camera away from the number 20 stronghold and switched back to the transport battlefield. He subconsciously thought that with such high morale, and every second, Song Shersan should be at the forefront, escorting his own transport team members and ensuring the smooth delivery of each batch of supplies. However, there was no trace of Song Shersan in the poisonous swamp area, nor was there any trace of Song Shersan at the number 1 stronghold. The director even clicked on the number 7 stronghold far to the south of the landing line, which was operating normally under the leadership of Yun Qiming, and there was no trace of Song Shersan. After searching through many shots, the director was wondering, and suddenly his eyes caught a glimpse of the most unexpected place, and his eyelids jumped violently. Wait a minute, Song Shersan, why did he suddenly appear at the observation tower of the number 2 stronghold? Wait a minute. Isn't the number 2 stronghold occupied by the 6th Military Academy? What is he doing? Is he going straight to their lair? Hey! Hey! Why is Song Shersan fighting with Ling Qiong now? The director's hands trembled with excitement. The audience, who were frowning and watching the battle between Lu Qianjiu and Tang Tiantian in the main live broadcast room, had a flash in front of their eyes. The golden tail flame suddenly exploded on the screen. The audience? Question mark. Audience, shocked. On the camera, Ling Qiong seemed to have anticipated that Song Shi-san would aim at him. The moment the other party climbed onto the observation deck, he pulled the bowstring in his hand to its full length, and thousands of arrows with golden flames were fired at the same time, and a rain of arrows fell from the sky. The two stood at the two ends of the observation deck, and the clouds floated and stagnated, blocking the dazzling sunlight in the blue sky. The sky became gloomy, and it added a bit of solemnity to the confrontation in front of him. Song Shi-san raised his horizontal sword, and the arrows touched the blade, and exploded into radial water splashes under the violent collision. Countless tiny lightning snakes hatched from the splashing water droplets, which were even more difficult to deal with than a single arrow cluster. The attack multiplied into more attacks with a larger range, covering the sky and densely packed. The discussion in the barrage was like the rain of lightning snakes, one after another, impenetrable. I was wondering why the camera switched so suddenly. It turned out that there was a more exciting fight. Oh my god. Song Shi-san and Ling Qiong. Why are these two fighting in the number 2 base? No, how did Song Shi-san attack the number 2 stronghold alone? She wanted to fight against the S+ level spirit power alone? Is she crazy? She was blinded by the success of the stronghold competition? So crazy. I guess she didn't expect Ling Qiong to stay at the stronghold at all. She was planning to launch a surprise attack like before. Now she has hit a snag. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. To put it bluntly, a sea-level spirit power, even if it has elemental weapons, no matter how powerful it is impossible to fight against the S+ level alone. Look, now it is suppressed to death. Ling Qiong longbow is not to be trifled with. It's a treasure of the imperial family, not to mention that there are other defenders at the number 2 stronghold. Song Shi-san is doomed this time. Ling Qiong's mental power seemed to be endless. The golden longbow was fully drawn, and the string was released. The smooth movements were only between breaths, without the slightest pause, which restricted Song Shi-san's range of movement to the edge of the observation tower. The supporters of the 6th Military Academy in the audience were gloating, and they were sure of victory, and they were just waiting for the other defenders downstairs to rush up together and eliminate this dying invader in one fell swoop. Internal communication of the 6th Federal Military Academy. All the surviving team members looked at the latest instructions sent by their commander, and all fell into deep thought. Ling Qiong, the defenders of the number 2 stronghold, immediately abandoned the stronghold, evacuated across the board, and turned to attack the number 5 stronghold. Ling Qiong, the transport team members who have registered the distribution of materials will change their routes, and assist the stronghold team members to capture the number 5 stronghold, and they must be quick. Ling Qiong's eyes were fixed on Song Shi-san, who was shuttling in the rain of arrows, seemingly embarrassed, but constantly approaching his position. The wind thorns used to conceal the blade on the mechanical horizontal sword have been completely released, no longer winding inward, but turning into strong winds outward. The strong and soft wind element touches the sharp but light water element, and the arrowhead loses the opportunity to detonate, and is instead twisted by the wind. The attack density of Song Shi-san's body is reduced sharply, however, because there is no wind element to conceal it. The shape and length of the horizontal sword are exposed to everyone, and it loses the advantage of killing at first sight. Ling Qiong's focus is not on the true appearance of this horizontal sword that has attracted everyone's attention and made people anxious. She stared at Song Shi-san's wrist holding the knife, or more precisely, at the dark blue and silver bracelet on her wrist. That was my little sister's keepsake. Ling Qiong's eyes gradually became sterner. Lu Qianjiu, who was far away in the poisonous swamp area, saw the latest instructions in the team communication, and was also stunned. She waved her hand, suddenly gave up the entanglement with Tang Tiantian, turned her head, and ran back to the material area in the opposite direction of the landing line without any nostalgia. The commander's last instruction was given to her alone. In the League in recent years, no military academy dared to make such a decision. Lu Qianjiu didn't know what kind of difficult situation Ling Qiong encountered, but she believed in her commander's judgment under the current situation. In the team communication of the 6th Federal Military Academy, the last instruction was a gamble of 3,000 points. Ling Qianjiu, go drive the transport truck. Chapter 105. Ling Qiong didn't know much about Song Shi-san. Sea-level mental power, Weaponry Science Academy, first-year freshman of the 1st Federal Military Academy. The only information he had was from the commentator's introduction during the entrance ceremony. The 1st Federal Military Academy was never on the research list of the 6th Military Academy. After the main team was damaged, there was nothing worth Ling Qiong's attention. But such an unknown substitute member, who seemed to pose no threat to him, and had no intersection with him, actually wore a token of his younger sister on his wrist. In the civil strife over the succession several years ago, the youngest daughter of the old emperor of the empire, Princess Ling Lu, defected from the empire and disappeared. Only Ling Qiong, who had always had a close relationship with this little sister, knew that Ling Lu had infiltrated the interstellar pirates and was lurking in secret. Interstellar pirates are the most vicious and lawless forces among interstellar humans. They wander around the most dangerous star clusters all year round, robbing merchant ships and stealing minerals for a living. Ordinary citizens who live normally in a safe and stable order and abide by the law may never have to deal with interstellar pirates in their entire lives, let alone military academy students who are undergoing closed training on campus. Song Shersan, a freshman, is actually related to interstellar pirates. It is unbelievable no matter how you think about it. What is even more strange is that Ling Lu actually gave Song Shersan a bracelet containing his identity data. Seeing the object is like seeing the person. This token is almost equivalent to all the rights that Ling Lu has. Either he saved Ling Li's life, or he has a rare talent that is worth recruiting. No matter what the reason is, the strength of the person who can be recognized by my sister is definitely not as simple as the commentator introduced. From the moment he noticed the token on Song Shersan's wrist, Ling Qiong had already been on high alert even before the direct confrontation with the opponent. The score of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation reversed in just 20 minutes. And it was easy to open a gap of hundreds of points with the 6th Military Academy, which was originally at the top of the list. This sudden change further confirmed Ling Qiong's guess that the 1st Military Academy was probably the strongest opponent in this league. The growth rate of the opponent's points increase was even very stable, with the advantage already in place. It was not easy for the team to catch up. Besides, who can guarantee that if he waits for another 10 minutes, there will be another 500 points? Besides, Song Shersan has obviously set his sights on him, not to mention finding an opportunity to catch up with the points. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous the situation will be for the 6th Military Academy. Ling Qiong was slightly annoyed. Such important personal information. She actually discovered it only now. If she had noticed Song Shersan's actions earlier and intervened in advance, she would not be so passive now. But the crisis at this moment is also an opportunity. After a little thought, a new plan was born in Ling Qiong's mind. The time when Song Shersan attacked him was also a good opportunity for him to delay the opponent. 10 minutes. As long as he could contain Song Shersan here and create a 10-minute gap, his teammates would have the opportunity to deliver the transport vehicle and complete the turnaround. Starting the transport vehicle was actually a risky decision for the 6th Military Academy, which was firmly in the leading position. Each transport vehicle had a capacity of 300, and one registration could earn 3,000 points. If the engine was not turned off throughout the whole process, it would only take 5 or 6 minutes to reach the landing line. In the middle of the league, if you succeed once, the game will end. However, the higher the benefits, the greater the risks. The transport vehicle is not registered during the transportation process, and all points are based on the ownership of the last registered base. In the past, there were military academies that worked hard to deliver the transport vehicle to the base, but in the first few seconds of registration, their base was seized by others, and their hard work was in vain. In addition, the vehicle is too big when it is moving, and it is easy to be besieged. It is common for the engine to stall and paralyzed. It was only a 5 or 6 minute journey, and with frequent engine failures, the efficiency might not be as fast as that of a single person transporting. The advantages and disadvantages were placed on both ends of the scale, and it was not easy to make a decision. The audience with a god's perspective waited for a long time, but did not wait for the defenders of the number 2 stronghold to catch the turtle in the jar, but saw them abandon the city and retreat quietly from the back door. The barrage was noisy, and everyone stared at each other. What is the 6th Military Academy doing? Fight! Let's go together. Why did everyone run away all of a sudden? Point 2 is the most advantageous of all 25 points. Such a good sight. Why did they just give it up for no reason? Where's the commander? What is Ling Qiong doing? This doesn't seem like the style of the 6th Military Academy. There are so many people. They can't be scared by Song Shersan. Right? They don't even want to give up their own site? Where's the commentator? Talk. Please analyze what happened. The kid's brain is almost shutting down. The commentator was busy collecting information from many shots. When he saw Lu Qingjiu route, he couldn't help but take a breath. Dear viewers, for each of the following scenes, please don't blink. If I guess correctly, this Military Academy League will most likely be decided in the next 10 minutes. On the big map in the live broadcast room, several red route signs suddenly appeared. One line pointed from the number 2 stronghold in the middle of the landing line to the number 5 stronghold in the south. And another line pointed from the swamp area to the supply area, and then drew a broken line, also pointing back to the number 5 stronghold. The commentator drew a route map of his conjecture, displayed it on the screen, coughed lightly, and slowly said, when the 6th Federal Military Academy abandoned the number 2 base, the team led by Lu Qingjiu had already rushed to the supply area and started the transport vehicle, using the number 2 base as bait. The focus of everyone's attention was shifted to the chaos of looting the number 2 base, while he quietly went south to deliver the transport vehicle carrying 3,000 supplies to the number 5 base. This is the plan of the 6th Military Academy. The 5 strongholds on the landing line, from north to south, are number 3 in the fierce battle. Number 1 jointly occupied by the Western Union Military Academy and the 1st Military Academy. Number 2 in the middle and the best prime location. Number 5 in the south and also in the battle. And number 7 in the south occupied by the Asina Military Academy. There was controversy and excitement in the comments, and the commentator's so-called plan was half believed and half doubted. And the discussion was heated. I don't think it's that bad. Although the 1st Military Academy has surpassed us in points now, it's not impossible to catch up. What if the transport vehicle is intercepted? No matter how you look at it, it is more risky to start the transport vehicle. I agree, but it is not difficult to understand Ling Qiong's approach. We are from a god's perspective, and we know that the 1st Military Academy has no more stronghold points to take. But from the perspective of the players on the field, suddenly taking 3 stronghold points in 20 minutes, who knows if there will be another 500 points later? It would be strange if he is not scared. Ling Qiong is still too easily panicked this time, and he even used the method of the transport vehicle. Speaking of the last time a transport truck appeared in the league, it was how many games ago? Ling Qiong is really brave. This is the courage of Sister Qiong. Okay, we can talk without any pain because we have a god's perspective. What if you try it in the arena? So, has anyone ever thought about why it is the number 5 base? The topic changed, and the tactical masters came online and enthusiastically discussed the intention of Ling Qiong to choose the number 5 base as the new target. The location of the number 2 base is too core. Driving a transport truck here is simply a sitting duck. I understand all this. But why number 5, and not some other place? I think number 3 is also suitable. Once the control of number 2 is given up, it will inevitably be snatched by the nearby military academies. Some of the teams that were originally fighting for number 3 and number 5 will definitely move to number 2, which also creates an opportunity for the 6th Military Academy to forcefully insert. From this perspective, there is actually not much difference between number 3 and number 5. In terms of action distance, number 3 is actually closer to the current location of the 6th Military Academy. No, number 3 and number 1 are close to each other. Don't you see who are the 2 devils in number 1? The 1st Military Academy is now the top seed for the championship. And the Western Union Military Academy has always had a grudge against the 6th Military Academy. In this case, you are still going to number 3. Aren't you deliberately shouting for them to join forces to besiege you? But number 5 is not a good location. There is also Asina guarding number 7 next to it. With Asina's temper, he will definitely not watch the 6th Military Academy send the car over like this. The commentator looked at the endless debate in the live broadcast room, and he rarely felt that his IQ had returned to a high level as the commander of the 6th Military Academy. The reason why Ling Qiong chose the number 5 stronghold as the target may be very simple. Only the number 5 stronghold will bring more interference to the actions of the 1st Military Academy. Ling Qiong's opponent in the transport vehicle plan has only targeted the 1st Military Academy from the beginning. As long as Song Shursen is restricted and the defenders and transport team members who are still staying in the number 1 stronghold are deceived, the Asina Military Academy is not to be feared at all. The number 5 stronghold is located to the south. The 1st Military Academy at the north end can hardly detect the movement here. The information gap just leaves time for the 6th Military Academy. when the first military academy gets the news and reacts. The number 2 stronghold is between the number 1 and number 5 strongholds. When number 2 is caught in a chaos, it will inevitably hinder the first military academy, who wants to go south to obstruct it, and invisibly delay part of the opponent's combat power. The main forces of the defenders and transport team members are restricted to the north, and the biggest uncertainty factor Song Shursen movement is firmly controlled. The chances of winning this plan are actually not small, and it is worth a gamble. But someone in the barrage found a blind spot. Although the number 7 stronghold is hung with a flag of the Arson Military Academy, but, if I remember correctly, the people stationed inside seem to be from the 1st Military Academy? Chapter 106. Base number 1. Liu turned her eyes away from the ranking list on the optical computer and pulled an awkward smile at the corner of her mouth, while her fingertips quietly gripped the barrel of the sniper rifle. The score of the 1st Military Academy doubled in an instant, leaving the Western Union Military Academy far behind, and the offensive and defensive positions changed. It was hard to say whether the cooperation between the two armies could remain as harmonious as before. Zhang Mei had obviously also paid attention to the latest changes in the ranking list, and her expression changed several times, and finally she sighed. He who knows the current situation is a hero. She made a gesture of surrender. Just consider it as making friends. This was said very cleverly, omitting all subjects, leaving enough face for both sides. Zhang Mei might be afraid of Song Shursen's strength, so she took the initiative to show her goodwill. But Liu knew very well that Song Shursen had left the number 1 base without anyone noticing, and Tang Tiantian was still on the way to escort the transport team back. The only 2 most capable fighters were not in the base, and with only the remaining 3 defenders on their side, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. The other party didn't want to fight, which was exactly what Liu wanted. She breathed a sigh of relief and was happy to continue the current state of peaceful coexistence. You are quite powerful. Zhang Mei found a topic. If you continue like this, you may really win the championship. Although she said so, she was more cautious and secretly observed every change in the points of the 1st Military Academy. On the surface, the 1st Military Academy seemed to only share the number 1 base with the Western Alliance Military Academy. Zhang Mei saw every time the other party registered the material points. But even if the 1,500 points of the base are removed, the gap between the 1st Military Academy and their own team is still shrinking at an abnormal rate. Zhang Mei compared them calmly. Sure enough, without any transport team members arriving at base number 1, the 1st Military Academy's points unexpectedly increased again. In addition to base number 1, the 1st Military Academy also occupies other bases. Zhang Mei's heart was pounding after confirming her guess. She was extremely glad that she did not turn against the other party just now. The contestants can't see the flags of bases other than their own on the map. Who knows how many bases the 1st Military Academy still occupies? 1? Or 2? Even if they win this time and take base number 1, they probably can't stop the opponent from winning the championship. And their own points won't increase much. The loss is not worth the gain, and they lose a network of contacts. Now is not the time to act rashly. Zhang Mei took a deep breath, patiently, and quietly observed Liu's expression. She was really curious about how big a game the 1st Military Academy was playing. Win the championship? Liu was looking down at the team's internal communication. When she heard Zhang Mei's sigh, she raised her head slightly, not considering how arrogant her tone sounded to others. Shursen is very powerful. She came to participate in the league, and she was really aiming to win the championship. As she spoke, she put the sniper rifle back behind her, as if she was ready to evacuate. Fang Yu and Wang Lai beside him also took action, packing their bags. Zhang Mei was about to nod, thinking about how to continue this topic and give more information, seeing the members of the 1st Military Academy suddenly preparing to withdraw from the base. She was a little confused. Didn't we agree to continue to live in peace and share the base? Why did we suddenly leave while chatting? What was going on? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of explaining, and seeing that half of his body had left the control room, Zhang Mei's mouth twitched. And after enduring it again and again, she took the initiative to speak. Where are you going? It's really not her fault for being so nosy. She was really too curious. Every step of the 1st Military Academy was beyond her expectations. She had participated in 3 leagues, and never had a battle situation as unpredictable as this one. If it weren't for her professional ethics, as a military academy student, She almost wanted to be eliminated right now, sitting in the audience and switching the split screen frantically to see what Song Shur-sen was doing. Oh, Lu Qianjiu from the 6th Military Academy seemed to be planning to start the transport vehicle, and it seemed that he was going to go to the number 5 base. Li Yu scratched his head and shared the information he had obtained without any reservation. According to the message Yuan Qiming had just sent in the team communication, the 6th Military Academy had already captured the number 5 stronghold. Combined with Tang Tiantian words about Lu Qianjiu suddenly giving up the entanglement, and Lu Qingqiu observations along the way, the real purpose of the 6th Military Academy was not difficult to infer. The Western Alliance Military Academy was originally at odds with the 6th Military Academy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Li Yu didn't mind sharing this news, and even wanted to add fuel to the fire. She added with a smile, "We are going to trip them up a bit. What about you guys? Do you want to join us? Trigger them?" Zhang Mei blinked in shock. Just to trip up the 6th Military Academy. They don't even want to give up their base? How much hatred do you have? How many bases do you have? Are you guys from the 1st Military Academy playing such a big game? Zhang Mei shook her head quickly. We only have this one base. And we can't leave. Base number 5 and base number 1. One in the north and one in the south. Even their transport team members have to consider whether to take a detour to obstruct the 6th Military Academy, let alone herself as the only defender of the city. On the other hand, if the 6th Military Academy wants to drive a transport vehicle, the military academies near the number 5 base will definitely join in the fun. And the nearest Asina Military Academy will not sit idly by. Even if I don't intervene, their trip will be full of difficulties. The Western Alliance Military Academy has no base in the south. And even if it seizes control of the transport vehicle in the melee, it is impossible to transport it all the way back to the number 1 base. It is really not good to get involved for the reason of making trouble. If the Western Union Military Academy is like this, there is even less reason for the 1st Military Academy of the Federation to do so. The 1st Military Academy currently ranks 1st in the rankings, except for the 6th Military Academy, which ranks 2nd. The score is relatively close. It will take some time for the other few to catch up. In this case, in order to avoid more accidents, helping the 6th Military Academy to send the transport vehicle to the base, it is a better choice to end the game quickly. It is nothing more than losing the opportunity to become the champion. Although it failed to win the championship, the 2nd place is definitely set in stone. This is also a cause for celebration for the 1st Military Academy, which has not won a rank for many years. If they really waste their bases and transport manpower to get involved in this for the sake of this little stumbling block, and eventually lose their current advantage, they will really lose the big picture. Zhang Mei thought so. And so did the other students of the 1st Federal Military Academy. Even when they saw the news that the 6th Military Academy was going to start the transport vehicle, they were the most ecstatic in their hearts. It's really great that someone handed me a pillow just as I was dozing off. God bless me. The 6th Military Academy must win this transport vehicle. Our school hasn't won a place in the league for many years. This is the 2nd place. Yes. 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 Aren't Yuan Qiming and his men hiding in the nearby number 7 stronghold? Let's cover them quietly. Can we have some ambition? We have been kneeling for so long. With such a good opportunity. Do we have to be the 2nd? Can't we just take their transport vehicle and be the 1st? Li Yu was not surprised to hear Zhang Mei's rejection. She just mentioned it casually. She waved her hand as a farewell, and sneaked out of the back door with the team members and evacuated quietly. Several people trotted along the undulating hillside, their hearts beating with excitement. Indeed, it was not worthwhile and meaningless to just go over and trip them up. Song Shur-sen thought so too. What was there to be happy about in 2nd place? If you want to compete, you have to compete for 1st place. So the information that Li Yu revealed to the Western Union Military Academy was actually only half. The real order that Song Shur-sen sent in the internal communication of the 1st Federal Military Academy was actually to grab it. Not only did they want to trip them up, but they also wanted to directly grab the transport vehicle and take all the 3,000 points of supplies for themselves. They want to win, crush in all aspects, and become the undisputed champion. Song Shur-sen was circling on the observation tower of the number 2 stronghold, with Ling Qiong as the center of the circle and the distance from which the arrow was shot as the radius. She ran back and forth, dodging, blocking, and the paths overlapped into semi-arcs. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Ling Qiong's forehead, and her blue eyes became colder, even with the help of the gilded longbow. Such an attack of such intensity would consume a lot of energy for her. But Song Sure-san seemed to be challenging her limit. Once she relaxed a little, he would press forward and force her to pull the bowstring to its full length again. Not sure if it was an illusion. Ling Qiong always felt that the other party's actions did not seem to be as constrained as they seemed, but seemed to be somewhat at ease. But she did not want to think too much. Nor did she need to think too much. Regardless of whether Song Sure-san had the strength to break through her defense line, her purpose was just to delay time. As long as Song Sure-san was imprisoned in the battle with her, she would not be able to detect the movements of the number 5 stronghold. After some testing, the surrounding military academies seemed to realize that the defenders in the number 2 stronghold had evacuated, and it was now an empty city. The melee below the stronghold gradually expanded, and more teams joined the fight. Elemental attacks and shouting mixed together, and it became increasingly noisy. No one noticed the battle going on the observation tower dozens of meters above. In the gap between swinging the sword, Song Sure-san glanced at the movements of his team members on the light brain map, and suddenly stopped. The black and gold horizontal sword that was still sharp and cold just now, suddenly stretched out gently like flowing water, and turned into a familiar hook while swinging. The hook rope firmly caught the edge of the observation tower. Song Sure-san said nothing, and did not even look back. He turned around in a sudden break, and under the rain of arrows, he suddenly jumped down to the bottom of the tower without hesitation. Ling Qiong, who was still holding a bow and aiming, questioned the people who were fighting at the bottom of the tower. The black figure fell rapidly. The friction between the metal and the stone wall made a huge and harsh sound, which almost attracted the attention of everyone present. With the acceleration slowed down by friction, Song Sure-san stabilized his body, ran vertically on the stone wall, jumped, and swung with a force. In full view of the crowd, he actually shuttled through the hills like a jungle, and jumped nearly 100 meters away between the swinging hooks. He disappeared in a short while. The people at the bottom of the tower were stunned to watch the series of operations of this unexpected visitor. For a moment, they forgot to move. When they reacted, they didn't know where the person had jumped to. They watched the black figure leave, and then they realized it, and looked at the high observation tower. Damn! There is actually someone on the observation tower. All the defenders on the first floor ran away. There was such a big commotion downstairs, but no one said anything upstairs. Who could have guessed that there were people upstairs? Ling Qiong, who was left alone on the observation deck, twitched his forehead. For the first time in his life, he felt an emotion that he couldn't tell whether it was surprise or anger. So? Where are the people? Just ran away like that? So suddenly? Without leaving a word? How could someone suddenly jump off the tower and escape without saying a word during a fight? Ling Qiong's facial expression changed several times. When people are speechless to the extreme, they will really smile for no reason. Finally, she put down her bow and looked in the direction where Song Sure-san left with a gloomy face. Not heading north, but heading south. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that Song Sure-san had discovered their plan? In this direction, she was heading directly for the number 5 base? But when did Song Sure-san realize it? Or did his attack not pose any threat to her at all? And she even had time to browse the team communication on the computer? Ling Qiong tightened his grip on the bow handle, and then took a look at the people at the bottom of the tower, who were staring at him covetously. He understood everything in his heart. Song Sure-san. She did it on purpose. She really knew it a long time ago. She was waiting for the teammates from the first military academy to rush to the transport vehicle, waiting for the people from other military academies to notice that the defense of the number 2 stronghold was empty. Then she took the opportunity to create a commotion, focusing everyone's attention on the observation deck in order to entangle herself. She was not restricting Song Sure-san's actions. It was clearly Song Sure-san who was delaying his own time. Chapter 107. The blue and white small armored vehicle started slowly. Lu Qianqiu sat in the cockpit, plugged in the mechanical core, and used his mental power to feel the elemental energy running in each component of the armored vehicle. The transport vehicle is a typical machine that needs to be powered by a mechanical core, and the elemental energy inside the mechanical core needs to be controlled by mental power. After Montium invented the integrated circuit, although the elemental weapons did not develop as expected, the integrated circuit technology was widely used in armored machinery. In order to recruit more workers, most of the equipment is now gradually using integrated circuits, and no longer has strict requirements on mental power. perhaps to meet the characteristics of the battlefield. The transport vehicle of the League still retains the design of the mechanical core. The higher the mental power, the more precise the control of the transport vehicle. So Ling Qiong assigned Lu Qianjiu, who has S-level mental power, to drive the transport vehicle. The bottom of the transport vehicle is 2 heavy tracks. And like the driftwood floating in the swamp, these 2 tracks are also made of special materials. Driving on the poisonous gas swamp, the track stress point is smaller, and after the pressure is evenly distributed, the transport vehicle miraculously does not sink. With Lu Qianjiu's mental strength, he increased the speed to the highest, and it only took 4 or 5 minutes to drive the transport vehicle through the swamp area. But the swamp is full of mud after all. These thick and sticky muds fill every gap in the track, making the track turn more and more slowly. And the speed of the transport vehicle is also getting slower and slower. Every once in a while, Lu Qianjiu has to stop and wait for his teammates to use water elements to clean the poisonous mud between the tracks. They had only advanced a short distance when they had already stopped 4 or 5 times. The journey was the most vulnerable time. The attitude of the military academies towards the transport vehicles was either to kill them in the cradle when leaving the port, or to launch a surprise attack when docking and seize the mechanical core. Thanks to Ling Qiong's meticulous time planning, when Lu Qianjiu started the transport vehicle, the attention of the military academies wandering in the south was being shifted to the vacated number 2 base. The starting point they chose was relatively hidden, and it was not noticed for a while. Although it took some time because of the lack of experience in cleaning the mud, we managed to get out of the port without any danger. As for the enemies encountered during the journey, in order to launch the most intense artillery fire at the last moment of landing, most military academies would lie dormant and accumulate strength, and would not show their true strength. Even if they noticed the transport vehicle, they would only harass it lightly. This little harassment was completely within the scope of the 6th Military Academy's handling. In contrast, the middle of the journey was the most peaceful. Seeing that they had finally driven 1/3 of the way, Lu Qianjiu breathed a sigh of relief. On the team map, the flag of the military academy was already marked on the number 5 base, and more supporting teammates were on the way. Everything was progressing steadily according to the plan. Before he could even settle down for 2 seconds, Ling Qiong's message suddenly appeared. Ling Qiong, sorry. The person ran away. We are heading to the number 5 base. Ling Qiong, it seems that they have already discovered our plan. Everyone be careful. Who? The 1st Military Academy? Song Sher-san? The 6th Military Academy looked at each other, and then they became more cautious. The defenders stationed at the number 5 stronghold were even more alert, and their hearts were in their throats. They had just figured out the surrounding situation. The members of the Asina Military Academy were still heading to the number 7 stronghold in an orderly manner, so number 7 was still occupied by Asina, and number 5 was occupied by himself. Although number 2 was in the melee, it was farther away. If the people from the 1st Military Academy wanted to seize the transport vehicle, they first had to have a base that belonged to them. Compared to provoking the Asina Military Academy, which had no manpower loss, it was more reasonable to prioritize the number 5 base, which had already allocated half of its manpower to escort the transport vehicle. As a result of this deduction, some of the team members who were originally going to support the transport vehicle also withdrew their steps and chose to stay near the base. Poisonous swamp area. Lu Qianjiu stepped on the accelerator and ran halfway in one breath. But because there was too much mud on the edge of the track, he had to stop again to clean it up. It was only a 5 or 6 minute drive, but he didn't even finish it in 10 minutes. Fortunately, there was only the last third of the swamp left, which was also the last third to welcome the last storm. Lu Qianjiu tightened his knuckles around the steering wheel, glanced at the safe and sound number 5 base marked with the flag of the 6th Military Academy, and then glanced at the crowd outside the convertible window who surrounded him with ill intentions, and quietly stuck out his tongue. It came so fast. Various elemental attacks were thrown at the transport vehicle, and were completely offset by the various barriers and shields erected in the air. Most of the attacks were directed at Lu Qianjiu in the driver's seat, and some people quietly aimed at the tracks to destroy them, making the transport vehicle, which was already struggling to move, even more bumpy. Lu Qianjiu concentrated, and a half-meter-high wall of fire suddenly rose beside him. The blazing flames devoured the lightning arrows and wind locks that attacked him, and even the mud he touched was steamed with wisps of poisonous mist. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was retreating from the poisonous fog, she covered her mouth and nose, and rushed the transport vehicle forward a long distance. Observing the crowd surrounding her, the students of the Asina Military Academy were the ones rushing in the front. Which was not surprising. The number 7 base was closest to the number 5 base, and was firmly controlled by Asina. It was expected that they would be eyeing the transport vehicle. The Laspa Military Academy was also eager to try, and was equally ruthless. This team had been hovering in the south of the landing line before, and had repeatedly gained the upper hand in the battle for the number 5 base. The 6th Military Academy snatched the number 5 base from them. However, because of this, Laspa Military Academy was also the first team to realize that the defense of the number 2 base was empty. Now they should have regained the advantage on number 2. Although the number 2 base is not close, it is not far away. If they can really seize the mechanical core of the transport vehicle when they land, it seems that there is hope. In addition to these 2 military academies, there are also some scattered soldiers from other military academies. However, these scattered soldiers are just joining in the fun. The attack is not systematic, and does not pose much threat. Lu Qianzhou counted them one by one. The enemies they faced were all within the plan, except the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. Wait a minute. Lu Qianzhou narrowed his eyes, trying to see more carefully. Wait a minute. Why is there a boy with the flag of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation printed on his combat uniform, moving through the crowd, but providing medical assistance to other Military Academy players? Chaotic, a swamp full of elemental attacks. Wan Lai crouched down, and approached the classmates, who were about to retreat due to poisonous fog and burns, put his arm around their shoulders, and naturally took out various emergency medicines and gas masks from his backpack. Brother, don't be afraid. Go ahead bravely. We will always support you behind the scenes. Go ahead. Brothers, we are united as one. The Asina cannon is fearless. We can easily take over the small transport vehicle. Sister, are you okay? Take this, Raspar. Fly with confidence, the medical team will always be with you. His tone was concerned, his expression was sincere, like a real angel in white on the battlefield, healing all the pain for the injured soldiers. The backpack on his waist was bulging. No matter what medicines and equipment he could easily take out, no one would doubt the medical reserves he carried. Really reliable. The logistics and medical team has worked so hard, as a combat system. What reason do I have to be timid? The rescued players sniffed, their fighting spirit was rekindled, and they rushed back to the front line with a roar. Can it be like this? Why don't you look back? Is it our own medical soldier? Then rush forward. Lu Qianzhou pursed her lips, trying her best to resist the urge to stick her head out and howl, to shake the water out of these people's heads. The army is coming again. She controlled the route of the transport vehicle with one hand, and had to devote more energy to dealing with the group of enemies who rushed at her again like chicken blood. She was still searching for the traces of other students from the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. According to the team's communication, there was no sign of any attack on the number 5 base until now, and the development on her side was barely within the plan. So, where were the other members of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation? Song Shersan? Tang Tiantian was lurking in the crowd surrounding the transport vehicle, and did not take action. She kept a close eye on Lu Qianzhou's movements in the cab, while paying attention to Wan Lai's situation, anxiously waiting for Song Shersan and the others to arrive. When she was escorting Tang Yiru, Lu Qianzhou suddenly retreated. So she followed the garrison troops of the Western Alliance Military Academy. Before she returned to the base, she received a battle report from Yun Qiming on base number 5. The plan of the 6th Military Academy was easy to guess. From the moment he learned about the transport vehicle plan, Song Shersan asked Lu Qingqiu detachment to stop transporting supplies to avoid alerting the enemy. The ownership of the number 7 base has not changed, and students from the Asina Military Academy are allowed to come and go. The number 1 base has reached a new agreement with the Western Union Military Academy, no longer sharing the control of the base, but can lend it to Tang Yiru team to enter and exit the hall normally, creating the illusion that supplies are still being transported. To deceive people, Li Yu went to the number 7 base for long-range sniper support, and Tang Tiantian herself, together with Wan Lai and Fan Yu, lurked near the transport vehicle in advance, adding fuel to the fire, and delaying the time for the transport vehicle to land. Although not a member of the command group, unconsciously, the entire team of the 1st Federal Military Academy seemed to have tacitly obeyed Song Shersan's command. Some people also questioned it, thinking that the plan to rob the transport vehicle was too risky. The voice message from Song Shersan still had the sound of whirring wind, Her voice was very low, but her belief in winning the championship was unshakable. Looking at the coordinates of Song Shan on the map, it was the second base. The questioners fell silent. How bad could it be? The current ranking of results. Which step is not risky? Which step is not taken with the belief of winning? Let's fight. The moment Lu Qianzhou started the transport vehicle, the members of the 1st Federal Military Academy had already ambushed secretly, and moved all the gears to the position where they should be turned. There are still 300 meters to the shore. Lu Qianzhou looked at her school flag on the number 5 stronghold again, and felt relieved. The expected attack did not come, as long as she could drive to the shore, and step on the horsepower. With her S-level mental power, no one would be able to stop this transport vehicle from rushing into the number 5 stronghold. Lu Qianzhou had not fought with Song Shan yet. From the information in the team, and Ling Qiong's attitude, he guessed that this person was very powerful. But no matter how powerful he was, it didn't matter. C-level mental power could not control this transport vehicle at all. Even if the transport vehicle was really stolen, there was no stronghold on the shore line that belonged to them. Unless they could capture the number 5 stronghold within the remaining 300 meters, the victory would definitely belong to the 6th Military Academy. After cleaning the poisonous mud accumulated in the track for the last time, Lu Qianzhou was fully focused, preparing for the final sprint. The people around him were like taut strings, waiting for the last moment to be fired. The moment of detonation. Black chains fell from the sky. The transport vehicle shook violently twice, and the dull sound of heavy military boots landing on the roof of the vehicle came. On the roof of the transport vehicle, the girl with a high ponytail raised her hand, and the chain was like a flowing ribbon, wrapped into a black and gold horizontal sword in front of her chest, blocking all the attacks around her while slashing. The movement was swift and light, and it was hard to tell whether it was the waving chain or the afterimage of the sword light. Here? Lu Qianzhou back tightened. She was on guard everywhere, but she never expected that this person would appear right above her head. Tang Tiantian and Fan Yu, who had been lying in ambush on both sides, also moved out at this moment. They jumped up suddenly with the help of the tracks, held the roof, and hung on the left and right of the transport vehicle. Tang Tiantian had a double crossbow. After holding the roof with one hand, she could still shoot with the other hand. Fan Yu used a meteor chain hammer, which was a soft weapon with a metal hammer head tied to both ends of a long rope. It looked out of place with her weak appearance. It was also the first time for the other members of the team to see Fan Yu take out a weapon. Before, everyone only knew that she was a senior from the Weaponry Science Academy. She had followed Song Shan to so many bases, but she had never had a chance to show her skills. Now she finally managed to take out the chain hammer, but because the left side of her body was pressed against the transport vehicle, she could only free her right hand. The attack range was limited, and she couldn't use it at all. Fan Yu hesitated for a few times, and in a hurry, she simply stopped worrying about the correct posture of using the chain hammer, and simply swung her arms in a clockwise direction on one side. The two spiked chains were close together, flowing with wind elements, and whirring like a windmill as Fan Yu moved. The circular motion rose to the highest point, and then fell to the lowest point. No one dared to move forward rashly within the radius of the swing, but everyone soon discovered something more terrifying. After the rope pulling the two ends of the chain hammer was folded in half, the length was still slightly longer than the height of Fan Yu's position. Every time the chain hammer swung, the lowest point would brush against the mud of the poisonous swamp. As the chain hammer swung faster and faster, it was like a tire that was stuck in the mud and was spinning rapidly. The mud it brought up was about to splash 3 meters away. But the problem was, the mud was poisonous. Damn! Get out of the way! What a vicious move! Everyone! Step back! Step back! Fuck! Throw mud all over my face. Ah! I can't move my mouth anymore. Battlefield medical. Is there a medic? Where is the medic from before? Come to support. The students who were closely surrounding the transport vehicle were unable to dodge, and were splashed with the venom that they were caught off guard by. Some of them even lost their balance on the spot, and fell directly into the swamp, and were eliminated. For a moment, the front and back of the transport vehicle seemed to be cleared, which forced Lu Qianzhou to step on the accelerator, and the traffic was unimpeded. The students of the 6th Military Academy had no time to cheer, but when they saw the blue light shields floating up, there were actually quite a few of their own people. Not only were the students of the Military Academy, who surrounded the vehicle and attacked Lu Qianzhou injured, but the students of the 6th Military Academy, who were closest to the transport vehicle and were responsible for protecting it, suffered even more serious damage. Damn! Who used this dirty trick? How can you not distinguish friend from foe? What do you mean by not distinguishing friend from foe? Look carefully and see whose family that is. This move has a debuff, weakness effect, and the splash damage caused by it made the players panic and cursed. Fang Yu smiled awkwardly, but he didn't intend to stop the action. In the chaos, Lu Qianzhou gritted his teeth, ignored the noise outside, and didn't bother to think about what the First Military Academy was doing by escorting him like this. The mechanical core in the steering wheel became even hotter. There were only 50 meters left to the shore. 3 seconds, give her another 3 seconds. No matter how powerful Song Shi-san was, could he pull her out of the cab within these 3 seconds? Just as she was about to speed up, the black dragon-like chain came in from the convertible window consciously, wrapped around her chest, and suddenly tightened, and actually lifted her up from the driver's seat by the waist. Lu Qianzhou, ? The next second, the chain wrapped around her several times, and pulled her out of the convertible window with irresistible force. Lu Qianzhou, shock. The light and darkness flickered in front of her eyes. Before she could react, half of her body had been taken out of the cab. Hey! Hey, are you serious? Lu Qianzhou cursed in her heart, and held the frame of the car with one hand. Just as she was about to fight back, she suddenly heard a female voice beside her. 109. Raising her eyes, the girl with black hair tied up in a high ponytail looked serious, and spoke sincerely, as if she was discussing something very important. I will definitely return the soft whip you broke later. What? Is this the right time to talk about this? Lu Qianzhou grabbed the convertible frame with one hand, blinking blankly. Wait a minute. 109. Why does this person know my nickname in the underground black market? Wait a minute. Song Shi-san? Elemental weapon? Song? The powerful sixth sense made Lu Qianzhou search for that name in her mind instantly, the name that she had only fought once, but had such a similar temperament. Lu Qianzhou? ? Scrap collector Xiao Song? How could she fight? The despair of the huge gap in strength came over her. Lu Qianzhou gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. She couldn't win, but she didn't want to give up. At the last moment, when she was dragged away from the cab, Lu Qianzhou turned around fiercely, picked out the mechanical core from the middle of the steering wheel, and threw it towards the poisonous swamp with lightning speed. Without the mechanical core, the transport vehicle lost its energy supply, and could not complete the rest of the journey anyway. As long as the First Military Academy didn't get this batch of supplies, she still had hope of winning. With a thump, the mechanical core fell into the poisonous swamp, and gradually sank in the crowd that gradually poured in from the back. Chapter 108. The transport vehicle stopped. It stopped just one step away from the landing line. Yuan Qiming, who was preparing to meet him, also stopped when he arrived at the edge of the landing line. Song Shi-san mental power was only C, Tang Tian was only B+, and among the crowd, the most suitable driver seemed to be himself with A+ mental power. So Song Shi-san arranged for Yuan Qiming and Li Yu to switch positions in advance, with Li Yu stationed at the number 7 base, while he rushed here to drive the transport vehicle. The arc of the mechanical core falling into the swamp was very beautiful and hidden. It was so hidden that except for the few people present, almost no one noticed that the transport vehicle was equivalent to an empty shell. The pursuers behind him mercilessly submerged the falling point of the mechanical core, making the already difficult to find core even more invisible. The atmosphere was stagnant for a moment. The barrage was silent for a moment. The commentator, who was still passionate just now, said a half a sound, and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. It's really unexpected. Lu Qianzhou actually threw the mechanical core into the poisonous swamp in the end. The mechanical core has been submerged in the crowd, and it is difficult to find it. Even if the specific location is known, it is difficult to salvage it. Without the mechanical core, the transporter cannot start. This much anticipated transporter competition is probably coming to an end. Only one step away from the landing line, the climax came to an abrupt end, which inevitably made people sigh. What's going on with this Lu Qianzhou? Why throw her away? Fight with Song Shi-san. That's right. Is it okay to throw away the mechanical core just because you are scared? Is this the backbone of the famous 6th Military Academy? Now it's all in vain. A waste of feelings. The insults immediately attracted a wave of pink comments. Why are you fighting? With your IQ, you be cannon fodder if you charge forward. Those wise men who scolded Jiujiu before, please use your useless brains. How can you still be so stupid even with a god's perspective? Once the mechanical core falls into the hands of the 1st Military Academy, wouldn't they just rush into the number 7 base? Who dares to bet? Can you afford it? Fortunately, Jojo was decisive. When she found that she couldn't control the transport vehicle, she immediately destroyed the mechanical core. How many people can be so courageous? Our Jiobao is really amazing. This is the innate sharp sixth sense. Even without knowing anything, they can successfully predict the plan of the 1st Military Academy. Ha! No one else can get what we can't get. In the arena, Yun Qiming clenched his fists and secretly estimated the weight of the transport vehicle in his heart. He and Tang Tiantian had worked together to lift a motorcycle with a wind element before. Now they are lifting this transport vehicle to the number 7 base together. It shouldn't be too difficult. Right? Thinking of this, Yun Qiming quietly mobilized his mental power to try. It didn't move at all. Indeed, it was a 300 capacity supply after all. And there should be some rules and restrictions. If people could really carry it away with wind elements, then there would be no point in the existence of this swamp. The students of the 6th Military Academy escorting the transport vehicle had not noticed the abnormality in the cab at this moment. But Wang Lai had been jumping in the crowd and witnessed the whole process with his sharp eyes. It's broken. He casually distributed the medical supplies in the bag, watching the mechanical core gradually disappear in the crowd, and became anxious. Wang Lai's original mission was to support the students besieging the transport vehicle, and let them entangle Lu Qianjiu, so as to delay until Song Shisan and others arrived. Now that the mission was completed, he no longer had to travel among the students. He stood on a piece of driftwood, half squatted, and pieced together the remaining gas masks in his backpack, trying to fish them out before the core sank completely. Various elemental attacks flew in the sky, and the contestants jumped between the driftwood, squeezed each other, and dodged, making the distance and position that were already difficult to control even more difficult to estimate. After fishing for a long time without getting any closer to the target, Wang Lai stood up in annoyance, scratched his head, and suddenly had an idea. He cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and put his hands together in a trumpet shape. Everyone, step back, step back, step back quickly. The shout was so loud and urgent that even Song Shisan, who was standing on the roof of the transport vehicle, couldn't help but look over here. When the Military Academy students squeezed in the melee heard this familiar voice, they thought, isn't this our friendly medical soldier? Recalling the splash damage caused by Fan Yu's meteor chain hammer, their faces changed, and they notified each other to stay away from the transport vehicle. The retreat. Reminders came one after another, and the crowd retreated in panic, away from the original source of the sound, and left a large open space. Looking at the empty falling point, Wang Lai was happy, completely ignoring the surprised looks of the crowd, and half of his body was immersed in the poisonous swamp, and he actually fished out the mechanical core that was about to sink to nothing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Lai quickly wrapped the mechanical core with the rags of the gas mask, and threw it towards Song Shisan. Lu Qianjiu, ? The Military Academy, ? The audience of the bullet screen, ? Song Shisan steadily caught the salvaged mechanical core, and there was also surprise in his eyes. Under the close-up of the big camera, Wang Lai grinned and showed a middle school and beating smile. Okay, it's okay, everyone come back. The Military Academy, who were sitting upright and alert, ? The players were angry. Angry out of shame. Furious. Fuck. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you play tricks on me? Aw? Isn't this our medic, fuck? How come he is from the 1st Military Academy? What? This guy was patting my shoulder and praising the arson cannon. You bastard from the 1st Military Academy. Who allowed you to come here and hug me? Fuck. 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 I thought it was another venom from the sky. I am being treated like a dog and played around. Die! You bastard. The people who reacted immediately became furious. All kinds of elemental attacks that were originally directed at the transport vehicle were turned around and thrown at Wang Lai without any effort. Looking at the attacks that were falling all over him, Wang Lai still had a playful look on his face. He didn't plan to dodge, but he knew he couldn't dodge at all. He suddenly turned his head, raised the remaining hand that was not paralyzed by the venom, and gave Song Shisan a thumbs up. Charge. He only had time to lip-sync this sentence, and the blue light shield lit up. Wang Lai eliminated. Song Shisan quickly recovered from his daze, held back Lu Qianjiu, who was about to stand up, and immediately threw the mechanical core in his hand to Yun Qiming. Yuan Chiming caught the mechanical core, and used the water element to wash away the venom on it, and lifted himself up with the wind element and rushed to the transporter in 2 steps, and turned over from the convertible window, and got into the cab, and stuffed the core into the steering wheel. The coordination was smooth, and before everyone could even see who entered the cab, the transporter started again. Lu Qianjiu's eyes widened, and he kept looking at the team map on his wrist computer. The flag of the military academy on the number 5 stronghold was as stable as a rock, and there was no news of being attacked. Without a stronghold, why did the 1st military academy fight so hard to grab the transport vehicle? Did they want to capture the stronghold at the same time as entering the registration hall? Impossible. Unlike single-person transportation, the moment the transport vehicle completely entered the registration hall, it was assumed that all supplies had been delivered, and the score would belong to the owner of the current stronghold. When capturing a base that has been occupied by others, there will be a time for authority transfer, which is 60 seconds. In other words, the 1st military academy must seize the base 60 seconds in advance. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes for ordinary A-level students to reach the number 5 base at full speed. In such a short time, it is impossible to seize the base from them. It is absolutely impossible. Lu Qianjiu's mind was full of thoughts, and she could not guess how things would develop. While she was stunned, golden light fell from the sky. The familiar arrows were lined up in a row, mercilessly attacking Song Shi-san, who was standing on the top of the transport vehicle. The tracks of the transport vehicle had all stepped onto the landing line. Song Shi-san released Lu Qianjiu, who was restrained by the chains, gently placed her on the ground, turned around and jumped off the transport vehicle. The chains were spirally wound, restored to the shape of a horizontal sword. Song Shi-san swung out a sword with the sword. The air wave lifted the bushes behind the arrows, not giving the opponent any chance to explode into a water ball. Ling Qiong got rid of the entanglement of the people under the number 2 base, and rushed here, just happened to see the transport vehicle holding Lu Qianjiu landing on the shore. In a flash, she didn't have time to think, and subconsciously attacked Song Shi-san, the leader of the 1st military academy. But her attack was dodged, and Song Shi-san suddenly left the transport vehicle. The number 5 stronghold was still stable. Without Song Shi-san, where would the team of the 1st military academy go? Which stronghold could the remaining people capture? Ling Qiong was also a little confused at this moment, looking at the transport vehicle that was speeding away. The direction of the transport vehicle was number 7. The number 7 stronghold was occupied by the Asina Military Academy. It was true. Their defenders had been watching the movement over there. So could it be that the person who is controlling this transport vehicle now is not from the 1st military academy, but from the Asina Military Academy? The people from the Asina Military Academy were also confused. No, wasn't the guy who just grabbed the mechanical core from the 1st military academy? The guy who caught the mechanical core does indeed have the flag of the 1st military academy on his combat uniform? Why did he suddenly go to the number 7 base? Isn't the number 7 base their home base? The people from Asina were still looking at each other when they suddenly heard someone say in surprise, "He's one of ours. Look at the map. They are our people." Everyone lowered their heads. On the map of Arsina's team, the light spots indicating their team members were heading towards the number 7 stronghold, moving forward at an incredible speed. Arsina's students were excited. Good boy. Who's good boy? It turned out to be our own good boy. Awesome wealth. Awesome points. It actually came to them like this. It's Arsina after all. Arsina cannon, charge. The news spread quickly. When the Arsina players learned that the person in the cab was their teammate, they all looked radiant and full of morale. They rushed out with a roar, stayed close to the transport vehicle like loyal guards, and desperately blocked all attacks from all directions. In the barrage, some viewers began to cry. Arsina, my fool. Go! Let this farce end. I can't bear to see the Arsina students after they learn the truth. You're being sold and still counting money for others. What should I say to you? Arsina? Really? This is the first time I feel so sorry for a military academy on the field. The Arsina students outside the field were almost going crazy, and they were madly cursing the 1st military academy with barrages of comments, wishing they could rush into the field and expose everything immediately. Shameless. Despicable. Who would steal the laptop of another military academy member? If you want to fight, fight openly on the battlefield. What's the point of playing infernal affairs? Pa! This 1st military academy of the Federation is so shameless. How can they take advantage of it? Just change the name to the First Shameless Military Academy of the Federation. Ah! I am so angry. Don't let me meet the students of the First Military Academy. I will beat them up if I see them. The authority determination of the bases on the field and the location and whereabouts of the players are all confirmed through the optical computer. Generally, military academies will set up a layer of identity information verification for their own optical computers, which cannot be cracked by anyone other than the person himself. But the Arsena Military Academy sneered at this. In the past, when participating in the league, the team did not even have a player who was good at information communication. After being captured by Songsher's team, the member's optical computer verification was easily cracked. When Yun Chiming left the number 7 base, he deliberately took the optical computer of an Arsena Military Academy student with him, in order to deliberately create this illusion. The Arsena Military Academy was very arrogant, and many people were secretly happy when they saw this defeat. The Arsena students in the audience were so angry that they were fuming, and the barrage mocking them was also merciless. Yo. Can't you afford to lose? Who told you to look down on information warfare? You've fallen. You deserve it. It's so funny, you call yourself the First Shameless Military Academy in the Federation. They got first place based on their strength. I think it's better for you, Arsena, to change your name to the First Brainless Military Academy in the Federation. That's right. If you only have brute force but no brains, your cannon can only be used as a gun by others. Every failure makes you wiser, you Arsena. Stop cursing. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Remember to bring more students from information and communication to the next league. On the field, the transport vehicle was gradually approaching the number 7 stronghold. Ling Qiong looked at the distant vehicle, then looked at Song Shi-san who was blocking his way, and realized that he could not catch up with the transport vehicle. But fortunately, the points of the Arsena Military Academy were less than 2,000. Even if the 3,000 points on the transport vehicle were added, they would not reach 5,000. The game was not over yet, and he still had a chance to turn the tables. In the number 7 stronghold, Li Yu looked at the Arsena student who was tied up in the corner, with a face full of grief and anger, and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Arsena, but the stadium is like a battlefield. Mistakes on the stadium may only mean winning or losing, but mistakes on the battlefield can mean life or death. I also hope that you will be cautious and serious and accept defeat. The winner of this competition will be the First Military Academy in the Federation. Li Yu attached her optical computer to the control console, and the 60-second authority transfer of the number 7 base began to read. She turned around, untied the sniper rifle behind her, and placed it on the windowsill of the control room to escort Yun Chiming for the last leg. The transport vehicle was getting closer and closer. 10 seconds left. 8 seconds left. 7 seconds left. The Arsena student at the front was almost full of adrenaline. He ran forward with great anticipation. He subconsciously glanced at the stronghold flag on the wrist brain map, wanting to witness this exciting moment. With just one glance, his expression suddenly changed. How come the number 7 stronghold that just displayed the Arsena flag suddenly became the First Military Academy of the Federation in the blink of an eye? Is the system bugged? Is he dazzled? He panicked instantly. The lightning blade in his hand was already charged. He accelerated his steps. Subconsciously, he chased to the side of the cab, wanting to see if there was a teammate inside. A bullet suddenly flew through the wind, hitting him right between the eyebrows. The blue light shield lit up. The transport vehicle rushed into the number 7 stronghold. Chapter 109. The ranking list suddenly jumped. Fireworks filled the sky above the stadium. The cheering Arsena Military Academy followed the transport vehicle into the number 7 base. But before they could get excited for 2 seconds, they looked at the dazzling fireworks outside the narrow window and all froze in their places. What happened? If I remember correctly, they should not have reached 5,000 points. Ling Qiong, who was standing on the landing line and confronting Song Shi-san, also raised her head. The bright arc of the sky was reflected in her icy blue eyes, which were full of wonder. Who is it? The First Military Academy? How is it possible? How did they do it? Under the fireworks flashing in the blue sky, the players, who were still fighting, looked up in surprise. The commentator's passionate voice echoed in the live broadcast room. 5,000 points. The First Military Academy of the Federation took the lead in scoring 5,000 points. The fireworks at the end of the game have been lit. This league has a new champion. Let us congratulate the First Military Academy of the Federation. Successfully crowned. The hoarse and broken voice was drowned in the roar of the salute. Yuan Chiming rolled out of the semi-open cab of the transporter, raised the light computer in his hand, and stuffed it into the arms of the nearest Asina student. Thanks, Asina Cannon. The Asina student came back to his senses from the shock, hurriedly took the light computer in his hand, looked at Yuan Chiming, and then looked at the ranking list on the light computer interface, and instantly understood everything. The 1st Federal Military Academy robbed their light computers. There are people from the 1st Federal Military Academy in the car. But why? Base number 7 clearly belongs to them. Asina. There were rustling footsteps on the spiral staircase leading to the 2nd floor control room. The previously captured students had all their hands and feet loosened, like being chased away like chickens, walking down the stairs in a line with a frustrated look on their faces. Liu followed behind them, walking leisurely, facing everyone's incredulous gazes, revealing a cunning tiger tooth. On her combat uniform, the flag of the 1st Federal Military Academy was dazzlingly bright. You? Beside the transport vehicle, the leading Asina student clenched his fists, and his eyes shuttled between the two. Great joy and great sorrow, between great ups and downs, excitement and loss, confusion and unwillingness, all emotions turned into raging anger, and were about to explode. The suddenly lit red barrier imprisoned him inside, and he could not use any elemental attack. All actions on the field were monitored by hidden cameras scattered in every corner, and there was almost no blind spot. Combat uniforms are not only used to protect students, but also to restrict students' behavior. This kind of fight caused by victory or defeat was not uncommon in the past, and the organizers of the event had already taken precautions. The students of Asina punched and kicked, but they could not break through the red barrier. They were furious for a while, and could only grit their teeth and say harsh words. Despicable. Shameless. Villain. The 1st military school of the Federation. Right. I will remember you. You wait for me. If you have the guts, fight to the death after the game. Coward. Wait for me. All kinds of unbearable insults echoed in the lobby of the base. The director could not listen anymore, and awkwardly pressed the mute button several times, and finally simply blocked the radio of Asina Military School in the live broadcast room. After the audience heard several beep sounds, the only thing left on the screen was the ferocious face of the arson student, his lips opening and closing, and they couldn't help but laugh. This part should also be edited into the wonderful battle collection. It's so funny, ha ha ha. Are you really so embarrassed to lose? Your defense is broken like this. You've lost all your face. The cannon is silent. Ha ha ha. When I was in elementary school, I also loved to fight with others like this, asking them to wait for me after school and not to leave. And then I would quietly go home. Can the post-match showdown be broadcast live? I want to watch it. This Yuan Chiming mental power is also a plus. Right? It's hard to tell who will win or lose. Huh? Damn. It's Yuan Chiming. He used to be a classmate with me. This kid was so stubborn before, like a young man, getting angry after a few words, always liked to fight head-on, and didn't know how to be roundabout at all. Now he can use such a brilliant tactic? In front of the camera, Yuan Chiming patiently listened to the emotional venting of the Arsena student, just frowned slightly, and then returned to his normal expression. Strangely, these sarcastic words did not stir up any waves. He only felt a calm and peaceful feeling in his heart. He did not need to sharpen his head to refute, to prove himself with anger. Nor did he need to stick to the so-called uprightness when he knew he could not win, for fear of being despised by others. Yuan Chiming truly accepted himself. He accepted his own shortcomings and found the direction to move forward. Do you feel better after scolding? If you want to fight, I will accompany you at any time. But not now. He calmly waited for the people from the Arsena Military Academy to finish speaking, watching the staff, who had entered the venue one after another to clean up after the game. He was the first to walk out of the gate of the number 7 base, and waved to Liu behind him. Let's go, the award ceremony is about to begin. The sky gradually fell into the afterglow, and the fireworks were still blooming, as if the sky was igniting a new glow. The award ceremony was held behind the damaged warship in the supply area. Although many cabins of the warship were abandoned, some were still well preserved and converted into an auditorium. The previously eliminated players had been sent to the auditorium in advance. As the fireworks that signaled the end of the game bloomed, the crowd slowly surged toward the supply area. The various military academy flags on the combat uniforms were projected in the evening breeze. Some people had lonely backs, and some had straight backs. During the time when everyone returned, the director was replaying all the shots of the first military academy recorded by the camera, as Advertising time. From the struggle of the main team when entering the official game, to the shock and reluctance of teammates being injured when encountering a tide of small insects, from the turmoil of the substitute players when they just joined the team, to the gritted teeth and perseverance in the end. Those moments that were not favored, the neglected corners, were all brought out at this moment for people to savor. The courage and speed of the A-team in crossing the stone area to capture the base. The concentration and competence of the students of the Star Defense Engineering in laying the mine line. Qianju's hopeful glance at the camera. Qin Simin and Zhang Rui's perseverance until the last second. The grass and trees are full of snakes. And the hidden lines are thousands of miles away. The dormant 1st Military Academy. The fighting 1st Military Academy. The moment when the transport vehicle rushed into the number 7 base. The moment when the points on the leaderboard jumped up. The big net built by Song Shisampa was finally displayed in front of everyone. And all the efforts were finally seen. No need for more words from the commentator. Just watching these scenes, the audience's eyes were already filled with tears. The playback time was originally jokingly called Ping Point, but no one was willing to leave the live broadcast screen. Too awesome, too awesome. This is the most exciting military academy league I have ever seen. The 1st military academy in the Federation. Wow! You deserve the 1st place. Oh my god, I really just realized what they did now. Is this a comeback? Is this a strong counterattack? Can this collection be included in the first lesson of all military academies? I've decided. I'm going to apply for the 1st military academy in the Federation. So cool. So touching. Wow, how did they manage to be so cool and tragic? To be honest, I don't think it's unfair for Arson to lose. The 1st military academy in the Federation is a perfect combination of force and tactics. Even if we don't grab the optical brain, eliminating them will only take a thought. Right? Playing tactics is just to save some effort. Although I am optimistic about the 6th military academy, this 1st military academy of the 1st Federation really deserves the title. What's wrong with their commander's brain? This strategizing and planning ability is really amazing. Ha ha ha, the one you mentioned before is Song Shisan, that's not their commander. By the way, can the barrage be replayed? Those who look down on Song Shisan tactics before are here to be slapped in the face. In the screens that were simultaneously projected to the entire galaxy, Song Shisan every combat action, and the weapon form were also magnified and replayed. The forums of the underground black market were also in turmoil, with the official live broadcast room barrage. The underground black market strictly prohibits the spread of real identity information without the person's permission. Any related remarks will be deleted by the administrator. But now the posts that have been packaged with various alternative words have formed an undercurrent, which cannot be deleted no matter how hard you try. It's that guy. The form is a little different, but there's no doubt that the black knife is there. It's confirmed. I've heard before that the scrap collector's mental power is only sea level. That tip is true. At Internet Expert, where's the battle analysis master? Come in and analyze if he's your master. Pass it on. The waste with mental power defeated the god of war Xuanya. Student? The real identity of that guy is actually a military school student. So many people in the underground black market lost to a freshman? Should we say that there are many talented people in the Federation Military Academy, or that we have too many talented people here? Has anyone fought against her? Those who have fought against her will definitely recognize her. Right? I really think so. I can't be wrong. Unless a second suspicious person can be found, otherwise. This matter is already set in stone for me. In my opinion, these two people have overlapped. Am I the only one who wants to say that elemental weapons are really awesome? Federal Presidential Palace? Lan Mi watched all the battle footage of Song Shisan without missing a single frame. He glanced at the non-commissioned officer in black uniform standing beside him. He flipped through the documents on the desk casually. What do you think? Qin Tuan bowed his head respectfully. The similarity is 100%. Even if the similarity is not 100%. He would still bite his teeth and confirm this fact. The investigation of the true identity of Song the Scrap Collector has been going on for too long. If it continues, not only will Lan Mi be angry, but he will also lose face. I just didn't expect that after going around in circles like this. The clues would actually return to the original starting point. The 1st Federal Military Academy. Recalling the location of the business card that was thrown near the 1st Federal Military Academy. Qingtuan still felt a sense of disbelief. Could it really be her? The scrap collector Xiao Song? Song Shisan? A freshman at the 1st Federal Military Academy? A freshman at the first Federal Military Academy with a mental power of only C level, without having experienced the training of a real battlefield, or even taking a professional combat class. How could he make it to L3 in the underground black market competition? How could he possibly defeat Xuanya, who had been trained as a combat weapon since childhood and had SSS-level spiritual power? Are elemental weapons really that powerful? How could humans make weapons of this level? But the battle scenes in front of him also asked Qingtuan a question. Is it really not her? A student with spiritual power C who has never been on the battlefield and has not received professional combat training, could she rely on the elemental weapons that can change their form, easily defeat a group of combat students, send away an A+ level seed soldier with one hand, and even play with the daughter of Admiral Liu and the S+ level Imperial Princess? To put it another way, Song Shursen fighting qualities in the league, whether it is fighting power or planning ability, which one is suitable for her as a freshman? Since it all sounds like a fairy tale, why can't the scrap collector Song be her? It's better to say that the scrap collector Song is clearly her. Hearing the affirmative answer, Lanmi raised her eyelids slightly, knocking her fingers on the table. The person who made the weapon will also be her? This? Qingtuan was a little unsure. Whether it was the fighting style or the attacking habits. The horizontal sword in Song Shursen's hand seemed to be tailor-made for her. No. Looking back at the previous battles of the scrap collector Xiao Song, she seemed to be very familiar with the characteristics of every elemental weapon she had used, as if she had designed them herself. But an 18-year-old girl, not only a fighting genius, but also a genius in weapon design? Is this possible? Is this reasonable? Even Montium invented the integrated circuit when he was in his 40s. Although Song Shursen stood on the shoulders of giants, she directly learned the principles and uses of integrated circuits. Let's say she is a genius, she understands it at once. But there are so many weapon structures, so many manufacturing techniques, how could she, a freshman, master them so quickly? It's impossible that she was born in a family of weapons in her previous life, and then she was reincarnated with the memories of her previous life. Right? And there is also shape-shifting. This is a technology that even Montium's assistant has never heard of. It can't be figured out by an 18-year-old girl like this. Right? Probably not. Qingtuan answered cautiously. I have checked her information. Song Shursen was born on the border planet M13, and was raised by an old man who collected scrap nearby. He was very poor, and could barely afford the tuition for school. The educational resources of the planet M13 are also very backward, and it can't provide any high-quality education, and it is even more impossible to get in touch with the design and production of elemental weapons in advance, and it is probably difficult to learn the design of ordinary weapons. Compared to the many doubts caused by forcing the title of Weapon Master on Song Shursen, it is better to believe what the old man Chimodeo said. The core technology of these elemental weapons was achieved by him, Chimodeo, and the people of the Weapon Science Academy after years of painstaking research. However, Song Shursen's amazing combat quality is traceable. Qingtuan continued. The education level of M13 is so backward. She was able to be admitted to the first military academy of the Federation, and also won an excellent rating in physical combat. Many students admitted to the combat department cannot achieve this result. And her elemental resonance is all-powerful in 5 elements. You know, in the entire Federation, and perhaps even in the entire galaxy, there is only Xuanya who is all-powerful in 5 elements. I later inquired about it. The old men in the admissions office of the first military academy admitted Song Shursen as an exception because of this. They really found a treasure. Qingtuan paused, secretly glanced at Lanmi's expression, and saw that the other party did not express anything. He boldly continued to speculate. My subordinates think that the core technology should not be in Song Shursen's hands. It's just that because she can resonate with all elements and has a high combat talent. She was used by the designers of the Weaponry Science Academy as a tester? This assumption is reasonable. It also explains why Song Shursen frequently appears in underground black market competitions and uses a variety of elemental weapons, each of which is very suitable for her. Lanmi nodded, somewhat convinced, and changed the subject. The business card you handed out was thrown away by her? As soon as this matter was brought up, Qingtuan began to get annoyed. Well, but it's actually not difficult to understand. Song Shursen should have been rejected by the First Federal Military Academy. But fortunately, the Weaponry Science Academy accepted her. Moreover, her mental power is only C level. Without the help of elemental weapons, her martial arts are useless. Thinking of the scene of that day, Qingtuan recalled a detail and couldn't help but laugh. When he asked the scrap collector Xiao Song about the origin of the weapon, the other party replied that he made it himself. I think it was also instructed by the old man Chimodeo. If it weren't for this misleading statement, he wouldn't have gone through so many circles in vain. The Weaponry Science Academy has given her so many benefits, allowing her to be in the limelight. It is normal that she doesn't want to be recruited by us. Qingtuan came to a conclusion, and felt that this logic was perfect. Lan Mi looked at the screen again and again, without commenting, and tapped the table with his fingers. Let's get the person here first. This. Qingtuan rubbed his hands. It may not be convenient at this time. Qingtuan has been with Lan Mi for many years, and he knows very well that the getting Lan Mi said is definitely not an invitation by conventional means. Either he will be taken into the Meyer family under an assumed name, or he will disappear without a trace. He can only choose one of the two. Which one Song Sher-san will be depends on her attitude when she is brought here. But now is the Military Academy League, an event that attracts the attention of the entire galaxy. The first military academy of the Federation has just won the championship unexpectedly, and it is the most watched moment. If you want to kidnap someone at this critical time, it will probably attract a lot of public attention. In addition to the recent insect swarm incident, in order to increase security, to show the federal government's attention and importance to the event, the security patrol even sent out Shuenya this time. They were able to lose people under the nose of the strongest force of the Federation. If they tell others about it, they will only lose face for the federal military and the federal government. This time period is pretty good, Lan Mi said in a light tone. When you went to the desolate star K9 before, didn't you encounter a group of interstellar pirates who also used elemental weapons? Do you remember their star pirate flag? There is no upper limit on the funding. Hiring a group of space pirates should not be a difficult task for you. Right? In the office, it was so quiet that only the sound of Lan Mi knuckles tapping on the table could be heard. I think Song Sher-san's background is quite suspicious. He doesn't look like an ordinary military school student at all. After a moment, Lan Mi's voice continued, we have to let her take this trip to the space pirate ship to ask her about her identity and background. Whether she is a combat genius that everyone is paying attention to, or a space pirate alliance that sneaked into the military school with ulterior motives. Everything depends on her own choice. After a long silence, Qingtuan moved his lips twice, and bowed his head respectfully again. Yes, I do it right away. B-99 Star, Military Academy League, the auditorium of the wreckage of the warship. Award ceremony. The scene was filled with passionate music, and the commentators' impassioned speech. The representatives of the top 3 military academies in this league stepped onto the podium in order. As the first place in this league, the representative of the first military academy of the Federation was originally supposed to be Tang Yiru, the commander, but Tang Yiru gave up this identity, and Song Sher-san stepped onto the stage to receive the award. Everyone cheered and pushed, and no one was surprised or dissatisfied. The second place went to the 6th military academy of the Federation, represented by Ling Qiong. Although he was not from the Federation, the League still had the gimmick of interstellar after all. Ling Qiong's strength and leadership were also there, and he received a lot of applause when he took the stage. The third place went to the Asina Military Academy. Although the Asina Military Academy won a good ranking, its performance in this league was really ridiculous and pitiful, and there was no reason to celebrate at all. Fortunately, the representatives on stage managed their expressions well, and did not make things too embarrassing. The Western Union Military Academy won the 8th place, which was a little lower than the ranking in the previous league, but it was a good result compared with expectations. The rankings of other military academies fluctuated slightly. Some were happy, and some were worried. Amidst the laughter and playfulness, the camera was not only handed to the representative players standing on the podium, but also to all the students who had fought hard in the league. All efforts will eventually pay off, not only the wonderful performance in the last game, but also the struggle in the first 2 official games, and the efforts in the preliminaries. Let us congratulate the players who won the places. And let us embrace ourselves who have constantly surpassed ourselves and broken through our limits in this trial and competition. The host wiped away tears and turned the screen to the image projected remotely behind him. In the holographic image, students from various military academies smiled and greeted the unmanned camera flying in the air. The camera also came to the ward of the main team members of the 1st Military Academy, who were injured in the attack. Even though their bodies were unable to move freely, The students were still paying close attention to the competition, seeing the flag of the 1st Military Academy hanging on the champion's position. Many contestants burst into tears with excitement, their hospital gowns stained with tears and snot. Song Shursan smiled as he scanned the various smiling faces of his classmates. When he saw Tang Jian on the hospital bed, he frowned slightly. I don't know if it was an illusion or a distortion caused by the lens, but when the camera suddenly zoomed out and swept past, the shape of Tang Jian's eyes on the screen actually overlapped with the shape of the compound eyes of the antlion bee. While she was distracted, someone tapped her shoulder. Song Shursan turned around and met Ling Qiong's elegant blue eyes, and Lu Qianjiu, who was waving at her with a smile. You are amazing. Ling Qiong smiled and stretched out his right hand. His gestures were calm and decent like those of an aristocrat. I am convinced that I lost to you. You are also a respectable opponent. Song Shursan shook hands in return. When she lowered her eyes, she saw the same familiar bracelet on the other person's wrist. She paused, and countless fragments flashed back in her mind. Ling Lu. So that's it. I hope I can teach you again in the future. As if he didn't notice the other party's pause, Ling Qiong withdrew his hand as usual, his sleeves hanging down to cover the bracelet on his wrist, and turned to walk back. Although I hope more, I can have the opportunity to become your ally. And my whip. I promised you. Don't forget it. Lu Qianjiu beside him also turned around, turning his head and blinking. The materials must be brand new, and I will reimburse the cost. Song Shursan recovered from the shock of the bracelet just now, accepted with a smile, and waved goodbye to the two. Coming down from the podium, he met many familiar faces on the way back to the temporary dormitory. The Arsena Military Academy, who had been shouting and cursing fiercely on the field, had no idea what had happened. After meeting with their own teachers, they all became as cowardly as quails. No one shouted, "Wait for me after class" anymore. When they saw Song Shursan, some people even greeted him in a friendly way. The rest was the closing ceremony, the dinner, some impromptu performances, and the summary of the competition. After a night's rest, there would be a special starship to escort the contestants back to school. The last day of the Military Academy League was spent in peace and harmony. Until the next morning. Chapter 110. The next day. The day when the players of the Military Academy League return. The starship set sail one after another, escorted by various small aircraft, preparing to embark on the journey back to school. After waiting for another hour, Tang Tiantian finally noticed something was wrong. Song Shursan lost contact. According to the message left by Song Shursan, she was taken away by someone in the director's office to accept a short interview. Now it is a short time away from. Short. A whole morning had passed, and the starship of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation was about to set sail. But Song Shursan had not returned yet. Not only that, he stopped responding to messages from his optical brain, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. The news from Lu Qianjiu made Tang Tiantian's heart sink to the bottom. Lu Qianjiu, post-match interview. Didn't the interview have been completed yesterday? It usually wouldn't be done at the time of the return trip. Right? Lu Qianjiu. The special interview was also conducted after going to school. After all, it was a good opportunity to promote enrollment. As the champion team of the previous session, Lu Qianjiu was much more familiar with the post-match process than the people of the 1st Military Academy, and found several loopholes in a few words. But she didn't condemn them all. Lu Qianjiu, but your school situation this year is rather special, so it's not surprising that the process has some temporary changes. Lu Qianjiu, the people in the studio should not have evacuated yet. Why don't you go and ask them directly? Soon, the director's hall. The director's team leader carefully glanced at the military and political leaders standing beside him, and did not dare to slack off, and called up the last set of camera lenses. The black and white snow screen flickered, and after a few seconds of noise, the camera was completely turned off. This set of lenses was also blacked out. The team leader frowned, and double-clicked the only video clip that was lit in the split lens to enlarge it, and projected it onto the display screen. He said with difficulty, "There is no other way." Among all the nearby cameras, only this clip survived. In the video, Song Shursan followed a man and boarded a light starship. The two walked one after the other, and the distance between them was not far. But because of the angle of the camera, only Song Shursan back and the distant outline of the starship were captured. As for the man identity information, the screen did not reveal any information. "Isn't he your reporter?" Tang Tian squeezed in front of the console and played the frames where the man appeared the most, trying to find some clues. The director team leader came closer and pushed the frame of his glasses up again. The style of clothing looks a little similar, but we can't confirm it completely. The key is, we really don't have any interview missions. The team leader also murmured. And all the members of the team are here? This is definitely not our person. After a moment of silence, the sergeant in the black uniform spoke first. We received a notice last night that a group of interstellar pirates were heading towards the direction of B99, so we tracked them down overnight. Oh, interstellar pirates! The director of the broadcasting team suddenly realized. No wonder, he was saying why the intelligence reconnaissance personnel from the Ministry of Political Affairs came to visit in the middle of the night, and then the next day, the league that was originally calm suddenly lost a student. He nodded hurriedly. It must be the interstellar pirates, who disguised themselves as reporters, and tricked Song Shursan away. Cheated? It's possible. The sergeant in the black uniform narrowed his eyes. However, B99 is used as a competition venue, and the entire planet is covered with hidden cameras. How did this group of pirates accurately hack almost all the cameras that exposed their whereabouts? The director was stunned, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Apart from him, only the bigwigs of the military and political departments present had the permission to read the distribution map of the cameras. The bigwigs of the military and political departments must not be suspected. So wouldn't he be the only suspect? But the problem is, he really knows nothing. Fortunately, the other party did not embarrass him, but turned his attention to the military personnel nearby. The space pirates took away Song with ulterior motives, and there are many doubts about the whole matter. I suggest that this matter be handed over to our intelligence and investigation department for handling. What do you think? This statement is unclear. Student safety issues are clearly under the jurisdiction of the military, so what does it have to do with the intelligence and investigation department? Unless this matter involves some hidden facts that are not convenient to disclose to the outside world. Sure enough, the military leader of this league grabbed the topic. When did tracking down space pirates become the job of the intelligence and reconnaissance department? Rescuing students. What does it have to do with you? As if he had expected the other party's reaction. The non-commissioned officer in the black uniform did not show any impatience. Whether Song Shursan was deceived or not, I am afraid it needs further discussion. He bowed slightly to apologize. Sorry. My superiors asked that more information not be disclosed for the time being. In the absence of direct conflict, the Federation generally does not pursue interstellar pirates relentlessly. Even if there is a conflict, the task of tracking down the pirates mainly falls on the military. The pirates who can be tracked down by the intelligence and reconnaissance department must have an extraordinary identity. And Song Shursan, who is related to them, has become equally suspicious in terms of identity and motive. The phrase not convenient to disclose seems to say nothing, but it speaks volumes. Such a panacea really leaves the military speechless. The military director of the competition zone pondered. Song Shursan's outstanding performance was too sudden. After careful consideration, there were indeed many unreasonable aspects. But after the Meyer family came to power, the words of the intelligence and investigation department were only half credible. The problem now is that the other party put forward superior's request as a command, and the words were asking him to withdraw, and his authority was not enough to compete with their superiors. After all, in addition to the general director of the military, there were only a few generals who had the right to speak in front of the federal president. If she wants to regain the right to rescue, she needs to find a more powerful explanation. Tang Tian stood aside, listening to the people from the military and political departments talking back and forth. And she probably figured it out. This matter might not be as simple as kidnapping by star pirates. If she really let this group of people in black uniforms intercept the star pirates, she might not see Song Shursan for the rest of her life. Tang Tian took a deep breath, veins on her forehead throbbing, and she was about to curse. What's the doubt? What are your motives? Speak up. Speak up. Who are you trying to discuss by throwing dirty water on? Everyone knows that the intelligence reconnaissance department has become the dog of the Meyer family. Who is the person with impure motives? Just as he was about to explode, a deep male voice suddenly sounded behind him. I go. The voice did not show any emotional ups and downs. It came from the back of the director's hall. Following it was the heavy sound of military boots landing on the ground. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Without concealment and without hesitation, he walked straight to the side of the sergeant in the black uniform and stopped. under the tall shadow, with an unspeakable sense of oppression. The man's face was almost completely hidden behind the combat helmet. After standing still, a pair of unruly eyes swept across the slightly stunned face of the sergeant. And he spoke again. Protecting student safety is the responsibility of the military. Right. Adjutant Ching Tuan? Ching Tuan raised his eyes in surprise. But in just a moment, his expression returned to normal. He replied respectfully. Of course. Looking for the general. Xuanye, one of the 5 great generals in the military, is also the strongest force in the federal military at present. There is no objection to Xuanye coming to rescue. There is no intelligence that he knows, but the general level cannot know. There is no enemy that his youth league can solve, but Xuanye cannot solve. But as the only general in the military who has no real power, and does not need real power, Xuanye himself has never actively participated in missions, and is quite tired of such missions that are related to political relations. He was like an insurance. A trump card. Just placed there. Never activated until the critical moment. And never acted at will. Therefore, although the military sent Xuanye to show its importance to this league, Ching Tuan never imagined that the other party would really participate in the escort or rescue mission. However, at this moment, Xuanye actually volunteered. This initiative was as incredible as his last time to accompany K9 to the desolate planet. Although incredible, Ching Tuan had no reason to refuse. The affirmative reply was expected. Xuanye showed no expression. As if he came here just to let everyone know. He glanced at the still-lit display screen, wrote down the starship's route coordinates, and walked out. The aircraft had already stopped outside the director's hall, which further confirmed that he had made up his mind to go out from the beginning. Wait a minute. Just 1 second before the aircraft started, Tang Tiantian suddenly mustered up the courage to step forward and stop the other party. I want to go too. I am the last witness. I remember the appearance of the starship and the profile of the man. I can point it out to you. I want to go with you too. After saying this in one breath, Tang Tiantian tightly grasped the hem of her clothes and nervously looked at Xuanye's expression. When this heavy news was thrown out, Ching Tuan and the director were stunned. You were at the scene? You didn't say that just now? You clearly didn't say that before. Tang Tiantian didn't have time to explain why she suddenly changed her words. If you ask, she was actually making it up. She just made up a reason in a hurry and hoped that Xuanye would take her with him. She didn't know why Xuanye took the initiative to take the task. But her intuition told her that Song Shi-sen was in danger. If she didn't go with him, she might never see him again. She had to stay by Song Shi-sen's side. Before anyone else could question him, Xuanye answered first. Okay. He opened the cockpit and didn't ask any more questions. As if it was some kind of tacit understanding. Tang Tiantian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly boarded the ship. Ching Tuan behind him was stunned. As if he had found a new breakthrough. And tried, in that case. I will also. No. This time, Xuanye refused decisively. And even made up a perfunctory reason. The aircraft can't accommodate everyone. Ching Tuan smiled awkwardly, and didn't bother to ask how many cockpit buttons there were on the control console. He stopped talking tactfully. It didn't matter. He just mentioned it casually. Anyway, no matter who went to carry out the rescue mission, it would be impossible to rescue Song Shi-sen. Only the key with the highest authority could open the cabin that locked Song Shi-sen. And the person with the highest authority was not on the pirate ship. Even if Xuanye had SSS-level mental power, he could only blow up the entire pirate ship. There were still only 2 options for Song Shi-sen. Either he joined the Meyer family, or he disappeared in the dark universe. Chapter 111. Song Shi-sen woke up. What he saw was a light gray wall with a granite texture, a chandelier hanging above his head, and nothing around him. He sat up and faced a closed light gray metal door, with a smooth surface, no handles or keyholes, and even the gap in the door frame was extremely small. If it weren't for the obvious contrast between the smoothness of the metal and the roughness of the wall, it would be almost difficult for people to notice the existence of this door. There was a viewing window on the door, which was the only channel connecting this room to the outside world. The viewing window was very narrow, and only half of the face could be seen through. And the area that could be scanned was also very limited. However, from the limited field of vision, it seemed that there was also a cabin connected outside the window. This was not good news. According to Song Shi-sen's rough understanding of the structure of the starship, this kind of cabin-in-cabin embedded structure was generally used to load and unload dangerous energy or guard important prisoners. The cabin he was in was like a container in the cargo hold, or a small car hung behind a trailer hook, which could be separated from the main body at any time. In other words, the cabin she was in could be abandoned at any time. Abandoned anywhere. But this was not the worst news. Song Shursen sat quietly on the ground. Her clothes had not changed, and she had no injuries. It was just that there seemed to be a little less weight around her waist. The lost weight was very light. But Song Shursen almost immediately realized what this little weight should be. Her sword. Without a weapon. She could not use her mental power. She was now truly unarmed. Taking this empty cell. There was no way. Song Shursen carefully recalled the memories before he fell into a coma. The man in the director's uniform invited him to do a special interview on weapon science. After entering a small starship, the other party handed him an earphone and asked him to test the sound reception effect. As soon as she put on the earphone, she felt a needle-like numbness in the back of her brain, and then she lost consciousness. The familiar process inexplicably reminded her of the obsolete technology on the combat uniform. This is a special technology that requires the approval of the federal top leaders to be produced, and it will never appear on the market. Those who can use this technology in ordinary headsets must be either from the black market or from the federal top leaders. Song Shursen simply guessed the other party's origin in his mind, knocked on the metal door of the viewing window, and made a slight noise. The guard outside the door quickly noticed the movement inside. Awake? So soon? The person outside the door was a little surprised, looking over here against the light, and didn't even confirm Song Shursen's specific location, and lightly stuffed an envelope through the gap of the viewing window. His face flashed through the narrow window, but Song Shursen still caught his face through the gap. A fierce scar at the end of his eye, sloppy short hair, and a few yellow teeth smoked by cigarettes. His fingers were probably injured in a fight, and the curve was a little unnatural, and there should be steel nails inside. More importantly, when he turned around, he revealed a half-skull and crossbones tattoo on his upper arm, although it was a pattern he had never seen before. The deep and shallow lines on the tattoo made Song Shursen feel familiar. This is a group of interstellar pirates. Song Shursen didn't think he had ever crossed paths with interstellar pirates, let alone become enemies. As a matter of course, she picked up the envelope that had already fallen lightly on the ground. The person outside the door spoke at the right time. Song Shursen. Right? Don't blame me, I just took the money to deliver a message. 2 choices, sign the document, or die in a black hole you choose. The pattern on the envelope was very familiar. Song Shursen had seen the same one before. At that time, she didn't know the meaning of this pattern, but now she recognized it. It was the family crest of the Meyer family. The mastermind behind this kidnapping drama was now clear at a glance, recalling the mysterious man who handed her a business card in the underground black market. She could easily guess what the Meyer family wanted her to sign. Song Shursen was even too lazy to open the envelope to read it. A tall tree attracts the wind. Whether it was the people in the underground black market or the chaebols lurking in the dark, there must be many people who were targeting her. She had been mentally prepared for these, and was on guard. She was just a little surprised that Myler Landme was so bold that he dared to take advantage of his position and trick her into attacking him during the Interstellar League. Stroking the corner of the envelope, Song Shursen did not rush to reply to the man, and suddenly asked, "Where is my knife?" "Knife? What knife?" The man outside the door reacted for a while, and realized that she was talking about the strange thing that was looted. The employer had specifically instructed that the thing must be taken away. After he took it off, he didn't figure out how to open it, so he threw it into the central control cabin without a care. He sneered. Didn't answer the other party's question. "Don't you realize your situation? I told you to choose one of the two. How can I give you the opportunity to choose the third way?" Song Shursen lowered his head, turned the envelope over, played with it in his hands, still didn't open it, and carefully stroked the texture of the Myler family crest on it. Although the man didn't answer her directly, from his reaction just now, the knife must have been taken away by the other party, and the other party didn't know how to use the knife. "You?" Song Shursen spoke again, and was about to take the opportunity to get some more information, when a red light suddenly flashed on the metal wall outside the window. Then, the cabin shook violently for an unknown reason, and the shrill alarm sounded throughout the cabin. Song Shursen paused, raised his head. "It seems that you have encountered some trouble." Her tone was sincere. Her expression was sincere. and she seemed to really care about the other party's situation. "What does it have to do with you?" The man didn't appreciate it at all. His slightly flustered face flashed through the window. "No matter what the trouble is, I can't let you out of here. Just sit here and think about your own way out. My patience is limited. I will come back and see your answer." With a noisy background, the man hurriedly said this. His footsteps gradually faded away, and his figure soon disappeared. There seemed to be some sounds of running and fighting in the corridor, which suddenly appeared and were drowned out by the continuous alarm. The strange red light was still flickering outside the viewing window, intermittently reflecting on the light gray metal door. Compared to the panic-inducing turmoil outside, the cabin where Song Shur-sen was located seemed to be isolated from the world, peaceful and silent. After a while, Song Shur-sen stood up, and the envelope was thrown aside. She walked under the viewing window, and looked at the light gray metal door. She was very familiar with the material of the metal, which was tungsten high-speed steel. She had used this alloy to make the blade of a mechanical horizontal sword, and later the sword was broken in the battle with Xuanye. In other words, the strength of this door is such that it would take at least Xuanye level of mental power to barely break it. Song Shur-sen continued to observe the door frame of the metal door. The entire door seemed to be embedded in the wall, and even the gap between the doors was so shallow that it looked like a scratch. The space in this cabin was very small, and one could walk from the beginning to the end in 2 steps. If Xuanye level of combat power really broke the door by force, she would be seriously injured if she stayed in the cabin under the highly condensed elemental attack. As for the higher strength star defense weapons, there's no need to mention them, which would directly turn her into ashes. The Star Pirate Man was right. Even if someone really came to rescue her, it would take some effort to get her out of here. However, if the other party could find his sword and pass it in through the viewing window, everything would be another story. Thinking of this, Song Shur-sen naturally groped for the metal door, thinking about where to break the door from later. When her wrist touched the edge of the metal door, a rapid beep sound suddenly rang in her ears. Then, an almost imperceptible green indicator light flashed and lit up on the smooth light gray metal surface. Song Shur-sen, ? She took a step forward and gently applied force with her fingertips. The solid metal door, with a wall thickness of more than 10 centimeters, was suddenly pushed open smoothly in Song Shur-sen's confused eyes. The small aircraft shuttled lightly in the vast galaxy. Tang Tian sat in the narrow cockpit and nervously glanced at Xuanye, who was concentrating on driving. Xuanye was still in combat uniform. Whether in the news or in reality, Tang Tian seemed to have never seen him appear in any other image than combat uniform. The only change in this man seemed to be that he took off his helmet and took off his helmet. The aircraft was rapidly approaching the coordinate point on the star map. Until now, Xuanye had not asked himself any information about the starship and the man who kidnapped Song Shur-sen, nor did he show such an intention. This made Tang Tian feel a little relieved. Although if the other party really spoke, she would not mind being honest. Anyway, she was already on board, and she could not really be driven off. On the glass of the small aircraft cockpit, Xuanye's profile was covered tightly by the combat helmet, and it was difficult to guess his emotions. He had nothing to ask. He agreed to Tang Tian to follow because he saw that the other party was anxious and concerned about Song Shur-sen. So he felt sympathy for a while. As for the Qingtuan's accusations with ulterior motives, and Song Shur-sen's true identity, Xuanye actually didn't care at all. The only thing he cared about was the elemental weapon that seemed to have surpassed his strength, the brain that could design and create such a weapon, the skills that could compete with his own. It was just that these characteristics happened to be concentrated in one person. And this person saved his life, and saved his life. If the artificial body in the simulation cabin could also be considered a life. He didn't want to see her being controlled by others, that's all. A light starship covered with colorful paint appeared in front. Perhaps because they were in a hurry. The starship's camouflage was not completely removed, and a small piece of Federation starship coating was still left. Xuanye could recognize it without Tang Tian identification. After confirming the target coordinates, Xuanye finally gave the first instruction to Chinmo: prepare to board the ship. The small aircraft slowly approached from behind. This type of aircraft has few cockpits and a small space, but it has strong concealment and is very suitable for surprise attacks. Like two pieces of driftwood brushing against each other in the water, they just passed by the light starship, and a virus drone had quietly hung on the propeller of the light starship. The virus drone can force the spacecraft propeller to stop working. The starship suddenly shut down. Xuanye took the opportunity to hang the aircraft on the rear cabin of the starship, and carelessly turned over and got out of the cockpit, and directly smashed open the escape hatch at the rear end of the light starship. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. The alarm in the starship had just sounded, and the guard at the rear of the cabin didn't even have time to react, and was strangled to the ground by the wind chain. Tang Tian followed behind, looking at the pirates lying on the ground, carefully avoiding their bodies, secretly shocked. This is the strength of SSS-level mental power. Xuanye didn't like to talk during the battle, and there were no extra movements. Any enemy that appeared in front of him would be knocked to the ground in one move without mercy. And the speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to hear the opponent's screams. He killed all the way to the central cabin in silence. This humanoid weapon seemed to finally realize that he should find someone to ask for directions first. And his men barely left one alive. The pirate, who was held at the neck by 2 wind blades that were almost solid, was trembling with fear. When he opened his mouth, he said something that had nothing to do with the question. Our leader, horse, will be here soon, you. Before he finished speaking, he tilted his body and fell to the ground. Xuanye impatiently retracted the wind blades and was about to move forward. As soon as he stepped into the central cabin, the muzzles of the light cannons that were aimed at the brain suddenly blocked the way ahead, and the hatch behind him slowly closed. The central cabin was very large, connecting the front cabin and the rear cabin, and it was the largest cabin of this light starship. There are many LCD screens hanging on both sides of the cabin. In the middle is a stereo projection, which should be the place where these pirates usually hold meetings or celebrations. The stereo projection is not turned on. On the platform that everyone is watching, there stands a man with a scar at the end of his eye. Below the platform, there are Xuanye and Tang Tian, who are surrounded by dozens of laser cannons pointing at their heads. The man glanced at his brothers lying on the ground, and a trace of fear flashed across his face, but he quickly calmed down and said slowly, "Put on the suppressor." A figure crouched, sneaking from the corridor connecting the front cabin, and threw 2 collar-shaped inhibitors from a distance. The inhibitor can greatly limit the wearer's mental control ability, and is generally used on extremely vicious criminals to prevent them from attacking and hurting people. The man is very smart, or he has already anticipated the worst-case scenario and prepared the inhibitor in advance. If you refuse, even if you kill the starship, you will never find where Song Shursan is. Seeing Xuanye standing still, the scarred man put pressure on him again. With Xuanye's strength, there are probably few people in the entire galaxy who can beat him. In the past, pirates like them would be dead if they met him. But today, the other party came to rescue people. As long as the hostages are still in their hands, they have the advantage. Xuanye glanced at the suppression collar calmly, not taking the other party's threat seriously at all. Instead, he took 2 steps forward towards the muzzle. "Then I will show mercy and let you breathe until you are willing to talk." Click. A few sounds, more laser cannons were aimed at Xuanye. Seeing Xuanye was unmoved, the scarred man turned more laser cannons, almost mobilizing all the defensive firepower of the central cabin. The number of muzzles could shoot the person in front of him into a sieve. He cautiously took 2 steps back, pulling at distance from the other party, then raised a small button. "I say again, put on the suppressor. My patience is limited. If you delay any longer, you can try to rescue people from the black hole." The button is a launcher. By holding up the button, the scarred man has told them where Song Shursan is being held. As long as they follow the launch chambers one by one, they will be able to find Song Shursan location. But this is also an ultimatum. Press the launcher, and the launch chamber will leave the body. Xuanye and Tang Tian are both in the cabin now, and there is no time to go to the rear cabin to start the aircraft to intercept the launch chamber. If the scarred man really presses the button, then Song Shursan will be in great danger. The scarred man didn't actually want to reveal his card so early. After all, he hadn't confirmed the task assigned by the employer. According to the employer's intention, he definitely hoped that Song Shursan would sign the contract. Song Shursan hadn't given a reply yet, so there was still a chance of survival. But Xuanye's oppression was too strong. No, the employer didn't tell him at the beginning that he would face the god of war Xuanye. The scarred man cursed in his heart. If he had known that he would be fighting Xuanye, he wouldn't have taken the job no matter how much money he was offered. Fortunately, he had prepared a suppressor in advance. Otherwise, he would not even have the means to threaten the other party. If Xuanye really did not move, then he would not care about his employer's task and could only press the button to make a mess. Anyway, even if he was going to die, he would have to take someone with him, so that no one could be happy. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. Xuanye did not hesitate for long. Only thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly bent down and picked up the suppressor collar on the ground. The operation of the suppression collar is not complicated. He put it on step by step under the scarred man's eyes, and confirmed that it worked successfully. Xuanye responded calmly. Put down the button. Huh. That's right. The scarred man breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled as if he had survived a disaster. Wait until I complete the employer's task. Then, there will be room for negotiation. If you start now, no one will be able to talk. But he did not let go, still holding the button in his palm, and turned his head to look at Tang Tiantian on the side. And the little girl over here, put on the suppressor, and take off the elemental weapon on the wristband. This sentence made Tang Tiantian's heart stop for a moment. She usually wore her willow leaf double crossbows as wrist guards on her wrists. She had never shown them to the public except for school courses and leagues. How did this group of star pirates get the information? Or was it that the Military Academy League was so popular that even interstellar pirates would watch the live broadcast? Tang Tiantian hesitated, her brain spinning wildly. The suppression collar didn't matter. With her little mental power, it didn't matter whether she wore it or not. But without the elemental weapons, she would completely lose her fighting power. Two people who have lost their fighting power, with dozens of light cannons pointed at their heads. What can they use to save Song Shi-san? This is an interstellar pirate. The most lawless, evil, and unrestrained interstellar pirate. Interstellar pirates don't care about the Federation, the Empire, the military, or the God of War. Even if the other party broke the contract temporarily and fired a cannon at them, Tang Tiantian would not find it strange. Without giving Tang Tiantian time to hesitate, the scarred man became nervous again and began to issue an ultimatum. My patience is limited. I will only give you 3 seconds. 3, 2. Before the last one fell, Tang Tiantian had already taken off her wrist guard and put on the restraining collar. The threat was lifted. He won. The scarred man grinned, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Before the smile reached the corners of his mouth, there were a few more clicks. This familiar click sound sounded abruptly and strangely. Before they could be surprised, with the sound of clicks, the dozens of light cannons that were aimed at Xuanye suddenly turned their muzzles and pointed at the scarred man standing in the center of the platform. The giant display screens hanging on both sides also lit up unexpectedly at this moment. In the confused and horrified eyes of the crowd, the rows of screens that lit up showed countless enlarged versions of Song Shi-san. Let him go. Song Shi-san on the screen looked down. His fingertips stopped at the launch button of the light cannon, and he slowly said, My patience is limited. Chapter 112. The scarred man was stunned, with nothing but shock on his face. He subconsciously made a gesture of surrender, but his eyes never left Song Shi-san on the screen. He was so shocked that his eyes almost became big as copper bells. Song Shi-san? How did you get in there? On the screen connected to the core control room, why did Song Shi-san's face appear? How did Song Shi-san run into their core cabin? No! How did you get out? The key to the launch cabin, even as the vice captain. I don't have the authority. How did Song Shi-san open it? How did she get out? The scarred man was in a mess. The key to the launch cabin is broken? The door of the core control room is also broken? What about the starship security system? What about the highest authority review? Is there anyone who is in charge? Why is this woman on their ship, free as if she were at home? Who is the captain? Countless question marks filled his brain. The scarred man could not understand the scene in front of him. Song Shi-san was actually a little puzzled. Whether it was the secret treasure room door, or the control room door, encrypted files or safes, the entire starship seemed to have no secrets from her. Everywhere she went, she got a green light. Even the mechanical sword that was confiscated before was turned out by her. For a moment, Song Shi-san even suspected that this kidnapping case was actually a complete prank. It was not until she entered the core control room unimpeded and saw the complete flag of the Star Pirate ship that she understood what had happened. Star Pirate Alliance. In order to compete with the super large-scale Star Pirate group, some powerful Star Pirates would recruit some younger brothers under their command to form a Star Pirate Alliance. These little brother Star Pirate groups still retain the original Star Pirate flag pattern, but they will change the depth of the pattern lines to form a layer of background to show the Star Pirate Alliance they belong to. At the same time, the leader of the Star Pirate Alliance will also have the highest authority over the Star Pirate ship. Just like the captain, The background of the Star Pirate flag in front of him is exactly the same as the one he saw on Li Ling's ship before. In other words, they belong to the same Star Pirate Alliance. Song Shursan originally thought that Li Ling was a member recruited by the Star Pirate Alliance. After all, there seemed to be no other crew members on her ship. If you want to survive among a group of vicious people who follow the law of the jungle, it is the wisest way to stick together. Now it seems that she underestimated Li Ling's strength. Song Shursan walked to the control console and gently placed the bracelet on his wrist against the identity verification point. Ding sounded twice. The screen lit up, and the core control console was activated as expected, recalling Li Ling words when they parted. Song Shursan couldn't help but chuckle. It can help you turn danger into safety. Have good luck. And make a fortune. I thought it was a blessing. But now I think it's actually a guarantee. Li Ling is not a member who was recruited, but the leader of this group of Star Pirates. The leader with the highest authority over all the Star Pirate ships under his command. Song Shursan, who holds the token, naturally enjoys all these rights. In Li Ling's sphere of influence, the interstellar pirates not only cannot trap Song Shursan, but also allow her to enter and exit the treasure house and confidential cabin of the entire interstellar pirate ship freely. Isn't it just turning a disaster into a blessing? And making a fortune with good luck? After finding out the whole story, Song Shursan laughed dumbly. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that Lani had bad luck or Li Ling had too much influence. And he happened to hire Li Ling's younger brother. She walked around the core control cabin and simply examined the ship as if it were her own, studying the various buttons and complicated surveillance cameras on the console. The alarm of the spacecraft was still ringing on the distribution map of the console. The whole road from the rear cabin to the central cabin was red, which showed the strength of the invaders. Song Shursan's cell was located in the front cabin. Thanks to the commotion caused by the invaders, almost all the pirates rushed to the central cabin. On her way to the core control room along the corridor, she did not meet anyone. The intruder who could accurately snipe the pirates at this critical moment must be the rescuer sent by the Federation. However, this kidnapping was originally planned by Lani, who knows if the so-called rescue is a case of the thief crying stop thief. Song Shursan turned on the monitoring screen with interest, ready to see the good show. He pressed the corresponding button a little unfamiliarly, and the screen finally switched to the central cabin. The battle in the central cabin looked very tense. The defensive light cannons of the entire cabin were activated to kill the two rescuers who broke into the starship. Surrounded by a crowd of people, the scarred man seemed to be gaining the upper hand and was aggressive, and it would not take long for him to take down the intruder. Behind him, the crew members who were ambushing at the corridor connection were also ready to go. Song Shursan carelessly zoomed in the camera, noticing the sweat on the scarred man's forehead and his slightly trembling legs, and admired his professionalism. Didn't Lani go through the script in advance? Such details, and the acting was quite realistic. On the screen, this rescue was finally coming to an end, and the two surrounded people completely gave up resistance. The failed rescue was also expected. Since Lani was the thief crying catch the thief, Song Shursan naturally had no expectations. After finishing the show according to the procedure, it was time to come back and find fault with himself. Since the light cannon was activated, why not just go with the flow and blow up the entire cabin? Thinking indifferently, Song Shursan casually switched the perspective, planning to see which two warriors were blocked behind the light cannon. When the camera zoomed in, and the faces of the two people appeared clearly on the monitoring screen, she paused while holding her chin to watch the show, and stood up suddenly. The scarred man's questions were overwhelming, hysterical, and behind the series of questions, Song Shursan could feel his collapse through the screen. She listened to the other parties venting quietly, and seemed to have the same confusion. After a moment, she raised her head, with a serious face, and suggested, "I don't know either. Why don't you go back and ask your employer?" The scarred man was stunned. This was a possibility he had never imagined. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was not completely unreasonable. The scarred man didn't know the true identity of his employer. They were interstellar pirates who lived on the edge of a knife. They were paid to do things. They were too lazy to get involved in the disputes behind the scenes. And they were not interested. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, the envelope given by the employer was engraved with the family crest of the Meyer family. The camouflage coating provided to them was provided by the federal government. Even if someone was not sensitive to politics, they would definitely know that the current president of the Federation was the head of the Meyer family. Song Shursan looked like a girl of only 17 or 18 years old. Why was it necessary to go to such great lengths to silence her? Why was it necessary to send Xiuyan out to rescue? On the contrary, although they often walked on the edge of the law, they had never been caught by federal law. After this, they were suddenly charged with several crimes such as kidnapping federal citizens and impersonating the federal government. Is this a personal commission from the Meyer family, or a sting operation by the federal government? The scarred man was shocked, and all the confusion and clues in his mind suddenly connected together in a wonderful way, restoring the whole story. He understood it completely. Although their star pirate group is not ranked at the top, and was even accepted as a younger brother by a domineering woman who came out of nowhere, and was forced to join the other star pirate alliance, the scale and strength are also among the best in this star field. If they can be wiped out, it will be a great reputation. The federal election is coming soon, and the major family political parties in the Federation are ready to move. It must be to win votes that Miral Lanmi deliberately set up such a situation, so that he can borrow the resources of the federal military with justification and take the credit. You are such a jerk. Mylar Lanmi. The scarred man was furious. When he thought that their captain was still in the dark, and might be chatting and drinking tea with the Mylar family on Yunta Star, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Captain! The house was robbed. Mylar's group of old foxes stole the control of the entire ship. When he returns, he must take his brothers to expose the conspiracy and teach these sinister dogs a lesson. Just thinking about it, he heard the girl on the screen continue. Of course, the premise is that you can still go back alive. Song Shursan naturally would not expose Lo Ling affairs in front of this group of star pirates. She didn't know how Lo Ling had such a large group of people under his command, but according to the rules of the Star Pirate Alliance, the leader had the obligation to protect his subordinates. But now, not only was there no protection, but he was stabbed in the back by his own boss. What was going on? She didn't mention Lo Ling at all, and only slightly led the topic to Mylar Lanmi. As for what information the scarred man would analyze from it, it was not within her consideration. But judging from the other party's expression, this anger was indeed successfully transferred. Since this group of star pirates had to be left to deal with Lanmi, they naturally could not be eliminated now. But Song Shursan would not let them go so easily. If you mess around, you will always have to pay it back. The price of winning or losing. The star pirates should understand it better than her. After removing the restraining collars from Xiuyan and Tang Tian, Song Shursan left the light starship, boarded a small aircraft, and watched the star pirate ship slowly go away. The star pirate ship was in automatic navigation mode, and the destination coordinates were a dangerous S-level desolate planet in a violent state. She locked all the members on board in the launch cabin, and the hatch would only open when the starship reached the destination. As for whether the crew could survive on the desolate planet, it all depended on their ability. As the victims of this kidnapping incident, Song Shursan was willing to spare their lives, which was considered to be a great kindness. The more dangers the star pirates encountered on the desolate planet, the more injuries they suffered, the more hatred they had for Lanmi, and the more angry they were about to fight back. This is good? Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, Song Shursan is happy to see it happen. The small aircraft shuttled through the sea of stars, driving on the way back to Yunta Star. Xiuyan drove the aircraft silently. Song Shursan and Tang Tian sat in the back seat. The two of them were very tacit, and did not ask Song Shursan how he got into the core control room. Tang Tian looked angry, still angry at Lanmi's despicable behavior, and scared of the rescue failure, whispering and cursing Lanmi's shameless behavior all the way. Too much. He is so vicious. Even my grandfather would feel inferior to him. The federal government and military have long been infiltrated by major financial groups and aristocratic families. Any family with a little power will secretly cultivate and monopolize technology and talents. And some of them use some shady means. Both the black and white worlds, the gray area, and even the underground black market cannot do without the support of these aristocratic families. But no one has done it as blatantly as Meyer. Although the Chaebol interfered in politics, they still maintained a superficial fairness. This was almost an established rule, until Mylar Lanmi won the last presidential election. Lanmi was indeed very smart. Under his leadership, the federal economy grew rapidly, and several breakthroughs were achieved in both technology and military strength. There was even a tendency to overwhelm the neighboring empire. However, due to his secret manipulation, many resources of the Federation were tilted towards the Mylar family, and were pocketed by the family. The major Chaebol families had actually noticed it, and had long been dissatisfied. But it was difficult to find any evidence against him under his brilliant political achievements. Tang Tiantian had more or less heard about the arbitrary behavior of the Meyer family from her family. But she had never expected that he would be so blatant and abuse his power. When I get home, I must find a way to severely denounce him in front of Grandpa and Mom. After thinking about it, Tang Tiantian muffled this sentence. She was still just a student, and although she was backed by the Tang family and the Emil group, she actually had no influence on the political world. Even if the scandal of Lanni was disclosed, the other party would only use their power to suppress public opinion, and it would not cause any waves. Besides, Tang Tiantian was not good at these intrigues. She couldn't even handle Tang Yiru in the family, let alone plot against the bigwigs in the political world. It was aggrieved. Tang Tiantian pursed her lips, and could only subconsciously hold Song Shursen's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that she would disappear again. Song Shursen looked normal, and patted the back of his hand lightly, thinking for a while, as if to comfort, and as if to state the facts. Tian. When I was a child, my grandfather who raised me told me an ancient saying. This childhood is Song Shursen's childhood in the zombie wasteland. She recalled the wasteland of her previous life, and the collapsed high wall in her memory. Evil does not accumulate, it is not enough to destroy one's body. The chain of cause and effect is caused by one's own actions. There are things in this world that she cannot do, and things that she cannot change. But it is not that they cannot be changed forever. She blew up the high wall, but it was not her who actually tore down the wall. The small aircraft was flying quietly, and Xuanya, who had been driving silently, also looked back at this moment. Song Shursen's profile was reflected on the glass window. Her eyes were calm, as if she was looking at a certain future. So, we just need to keep angry, accumulate strength, and quietly wait for the day when it burns. Then add fuel to the fire. Chapter 113. The pale blue blurry light dots floated in the boundless universe, like a jewel scattered on the seabed, looming in the dark background. As the aircraft approached, the outline of the planet gradually became clear, and the huge sphere exuded a mysterious and charming light. That was Yunta Star, the capital of the Federation star. The outline of the destination had already been seen, but it would take half a day to actually land. Song Shur turned on the light brain at 3 o'clock. All the signals in the launch cabin of the Star Pirate ship were blocked. Until now, she had time to check the communication messages. There were many unread messages, most of which were asking about her and concerned about her situation. Dean Chimodeo's words were particularly fierce. He was probably on his way to the Federal Presidential Palace. Song Shursen replied one by one, and after reporting safety to everyone, he was so tired that his fingers were twitching. Just as he was taking a breath, a rapid vibration suddenly sounded in his ears. It's a red emergency communication, Tang Tiantian explained in a low voice, looking at the source of the vibration. In the cockpit, Xuanya's wrist light was flashing red light crazily. He lowered his head and glanced, and connected to the built-in communication of the combat helmet. Through the porthole and the combat helmet, Song Shursen could only see that his eyebrows were slightly raised, as if he was a little surprised. Then his expression did not change much, and he only replied with a faint hum in a nasal voice. This is the first time I have seen a red emergency communication. Tang Tiantian came close, leaning her head, and peeked into the cockpit with Song Shursen. Something big must have happened. Could it be that the president of the Federation was attacked? The president being attacked is indeed a big deal. Recalling the news of Chimodeo's aggressiveness, Song Shursen also had this guess in his mind for a moment. But it was quickly rejected. The security of the presidential palace is already of the highest standard, and there is no need to summon Xuanya from a long distance. At such a long distance, by the time Xuanya rushes over, I'm afraid the opportunity will be gone. In situations like this where generals need to be summoned urgently, according to Song Shursen's experience, there is usually some kind of war. Song Shursen's heart skipped a beat, as if to confirm her guess. Xuanya hung up the call, noticed the two people behind him who were talking quietly, and took the initiative to speak for the first time. It's a Zerg tide. Zerg tide? Tang Tiantian sat up straight, looking a little shocked. The League fleet encountered another Zerg attack on the way back? The loss of the main team of the First Military Academy was caused by a small Zerg tide at the end of the game. Although the official explanation has been given, this wave of Zerg was affected by the source core disorder of K9 on the desolate planet and gathered to flee everywhere. But it was encountered again in a short period of time. It is hard not to think too much. Is the situation serious? Trapped? Besieged? What is the casualty ratio? After the last safety accident, the federal military specially transferred a part of the garrison from the Parity Galaxy, just to prevent the tragedy from happening again. The Parity Galaxy has been fighting with the Zerg for many years, and the garrison troops have rich combat experience. Even they can't resist the offensive. Tang Tian can't imagine how much trouble the League fleet is in. Xuanye shook his head. It's not the fleet that was attacked, it's a real Zerg tide. What? The defense of Parity has been lost. His tone was calm, but the three people present fell into a dead silence. Zerg, a large race of alien creatures. The battle between interstellar humans and alien creatures lasted for thousands of years, until the discovery and application of elemental energy, the development and training of mental power, humans gradually gained the upper hand in this battle for survival. However, even though humans have once again stood at the top of the food chain, Zerg still stood out from many alien creatures with its powerful reproductive ability and destructive power, and became a problem that interstellar humans have always been unable to overcome. When the Zerg fail to limit their reproduction period, causing the original territory to be unable to support the number of species, they will begin to migrate outward in large numbers, frantically occupying the territories of other creatures. This unrestrained expansion is called a Zerg tide. In recent decades, the struggle between interstellar humans and Zerg has always maintained a delicate balance. Not only the Federation, but also the neighboring empire rarely has a large-scale war with the Zerg. The word Zerg tide, for Tang Tian, and even for Lanmi generation, is already a word that only exists in textbooks. Tang Tian brain worked hard. After a long silence, she repeated it again in a daze. Zerg tide? The defense line of the Parity Star Cluster has been lost? Among the member states of the Federation, the only one that frequently rubbed shoulders with the Zerg was the Parity Star Cluster. Many years ago, Admiral Lu Qin, who was in charge of the Parity Star Cluster, invested a lot of money in setting up star defenses on the planets outside the Star Cluster. These heavily defended planets were connected to form the Paradise Line of Defense, which was known as the most solid and indestructible defense line in the entire Federation. Under the deterrence of the defense line and the garrison of the frontline soldiers, despite frequent friction with the Zerg, there has never been any serious casualties. The occasional loss of territory is also an extremely rare accident. More intelligence you should know soon. Regarding the failure of the defense line, Xuanye did not intend to explain too much. He accelerated the engine in his hand. The blue flame of the aircraft was more dazzling in the dark. After sending you to the destination, I will go to the front line first. As a federal admiral, Xuanye has some military independence. Even the federal president cannot fully control his whereabouts in time, let alone inform the 2 military academy students of his itinerary. This additional sentence was more like a comfort. The topic seemed to end here. The aircraft gradually entered the gravitational range of Yunta Star, and the hull swayed slightly. In the slightly gloomy atmosphere, Song Shersan, who had remained silent all the time, suddenly spoke. So, the previous attack on the League fleet was perhaps not an accident, but a premeditated strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain? The pair of compound eyes that met her eyes when she escaped from the cave during the field exploration class. The abnormal number of Zerg corpses on the desolate star K9. The distortion that flashed in front of the camera of Tang Jian. Why did the Zerg suddenly appear in the range of the rarely active B99 star, and happen to attack such an important event as the Military Academy League? Why did the Zerg attack the Parity Star Cluster when most of the garrisons were transferred away? Was it an accident? Was it a coincidence? Or was it actually premeditated? All kinds of traces and signs seemed to prove the uncontested and unrealistic conjecture. Facing the surprised eyes of Xuanye and Tang Tian, Song Shersan raised the question again. Is it really impossible for the Zerg to have individuals with high intelligence? The notice from the federal military came very quickly. The war was urgent, and the Parity defense line was lost. Before Song Shersan and his party arrived at the school, the news had spread all over the streets and alleys. The Zerg tide needs to be contained in the early stages. Once the Zerg mothers develop and build a mother nest, it will be basically difficult to have a chance of successful encirclement and suppression. At the Academy of Weaponry, Chi Modeo packed his luggage and briefly introduced the situation. The mother nest was chosen on the A227 star in the Parity Star Cluster. Half of the Parity garrison was transferred to protect the League fleet. No one expected that the Zerg would launch an attack at this time, and the remaining garrison troops could not stop it at all. EP101 is a habitable planet with a letter A at the beginning. It is located in the inner part of the Parity star cluster. It has been peaceful for a long time, and its star defense is usually weak. The attack of the insect tide is in the form of splashing. Before the mother nest is built, the state of the insect mother is extremely fragile, and has almost no attack ability. It often follows the most intensive offensive troops to nest on the spot, and it is impossible for it to risk advancing into the inner part of the star cluster. This time is different. The insect mother actually followed the splashing troops, and went deep into the EP101 star inside the star cluster. If it were normal times, such a small number of splash troops would be quickly eliminated, and there would be no chance for the Zerg Queen to land. But now most of the garrisons have been transferred away, the frontline combat power is already tight, and the rear defense is even more scattered. Most of them are military academy graduates, who were sent by Landme for training not long ago, and Zerg warriors have never seen many of them, and no one would have thought that a Zerg Queen would come. Now that the mother nest has been built, Parity will face an exponentially growing enemy, and I'm afraid the entire star cluster will be lost. Because of the previous insect swarm incident, the attention of the entire federal military was diverted to the League Stadium Series planets, and the desolate planet K9, which was in a violent state. The stadium was not close to the Parity star cluster. The delay in the transfer of combat power meant that by the time the support troops arrived, the best containment time had been missed. The defense line was lost, and the mother nest was completed. What awaited the Parity star cluster was an unimaginable hard battle. Liu eyes moved back from the starship parked in the small square of the academy outside the window, and looked back at Chimodeo, who was wearing a combat uniform, and couldn't help but show worry on his face. Dean, are you going to the front line? Chimodeo was once the most famous sniper on the battlefield, and one of the only 5 generals in the Federation. After retiring due to age and injury, he has not been on the battlefield for a long time. Go. Of course I have to go. Chimodeo frowned, and his originally serious face became more majestic. It just so happens that this sniper rifle in my hand is finished. I will take it over to let those low-level reptiles see it. Because of Song Shursan kidnapping by star pirates, Chimodeo originally wanted to go to the federal presidential palace to ask for justice, but he happened to catch up with the battle report from the Parity star cluster. The bigwigs of the military and political departments looked serious, arguing endlessly about the follow-up operations in the Parity star cluster. When mentioning the discussion at the combat meeting, Chimodeo was angry. Myler Landme, this cowardly boy, actually wanted to implement a scorched earth strategy in the Parity star cluster. He is indeed a generation that has never been to the battlefield. I think he is too comfortable sitting on the mahogany soft chair in the presidential palace. And he doesn't even want this little bit of backbone. Myler Landme, who is only in his early 30s, grew up in a peaceful era since childhood. The Valha star cluster under the jurisdiction of the Meyer family has an advantageous geographical location, and has always maintained the highest safety factor among the star clusters in the Federation. After graduating from the military academy, Landme has hardly ever dealt with any battlefield training. Therefore, in the management of the star cluster, Meyer Landme focuses more on economy and politics, rather than military. Although it does not conform to the tradition of the Federation's military supremacy, the people of the Valha star cluster represented by Yunta star do live an enviable and affluent life. This fact is enough for Landme to win the last presidential election and become the leader of the entire Federation. Merchants seek profit and avoid harm, and their habit of aversion to loss also affects Landme's leadership style. In his view, the defeat of the Parity star cluster is certain, and continuing to invest in combat power is just to die, wasting manpower and resources in vain, facing a battle that is doomed to fail. It is better to evacuate the wounded first, transfer the masses, and avoid causing greater losses. According to previous research data on the Zerg tide, in the case of rapid expansion, the Zerg grabbing of energy from the surrounding environment cannot actually keep up with the race's energy needs, and they also need a certain amount of time to digest their own rapid reproduction. In the combat discussion, Landme rejected Lu Qingyin's request for assistance and put forward his own suggestion. The best way to utilize our combat power at the moment is to withdraw the troops to the isolation zone. Do our best to help the masses to evacuate, blow up all the mines and resources, and leave nothing to provide nutrients for the Zerg. The isolation zone is a safety that humans manually transformed in the competition for resources with the Zerg. by clearing the energy self-production area on the planet. The survival and reproduction of the Zerg on the planet are restricted. Almost every star cluster will select some planets to transform into isolation zones. Unlike other star clusters, the Parity Star Cluster is the first front of the Federation. The isolation zone is built behind the residential area, which is the real last insurance. After the Zerg are placed in the isolation zone, they will lose their supply source. And the expansion of the Zerg tide will naturally slow down. The Parity Star Cluster will become a siege for the Zerg. At this time, we will launch an attack and catch the turtle in the jar, and we may have a chance of winning. Nonsense! On the remote communication screen of the conference, Lu Qingyin's forehead veins popped up, and he was about to rush out of the screen in the next second and slap the redwood table in front of Lan Mi. Do you want the residents of the entire Parity Star Cluster to leave their homes and become homeless? Do you know how many people there are in the entire star cluster, and how long they have lived here? They won't agree, and I won't agree either. Putting the Zerg directly in the isolation zone means giving up all the inhabitants of Parity planets. Giving up the territory and showing the bottom line before the battle, Lu Qingyin was so angry that his blood rushed back. Lan Mi remained calm and comforted the Admiral, who had been stationed on the front line of Parity for many years. Admiral Lu, calm down first. We will find a way to resettle the victims later. The most important thing now is to survive this insect tide crisis. Survive the crisis? You ignorant child. The muscles on Lu Qingyin's cheeks trembled slightly, and the storm in his eyes was about to erupt. This insect tide is very strange. We can't judge by the past data at all. I tell you, Parity can't be defended. Half of the star clusters of the entire Federation will be lost. Asking me to retreat impossible. The combat meeting ended unhappily. Liu pursed her lips, waiting for the following text anxiously. Then, what will happen next? Will Lu Shan retreat? When Lu Qingyin was mentioned, Chi Modeo's anger eased a little. Lu Qingyin is so stubborn that he will definitely not be willing to do so. Parity is his territory. He can't just give it up to the Zerg like that. The two sides were in a stalemate. The side supporting Lu Qingyin believed that although the battle was difficult, it was not without a chance of winning. They were unwilling to force people to abandon their homes until the last moment. The group represented by Lan Mi felt that compared with resettling the victims and rebuilding their homes, insisting on fighting would cause too much loss, and it would be an absolute loss-making business. The Ministry of Government was unwilling to allocate funds for support, and the military of Valha and Lan Mi forces were unwilling to send troops. Everyone was waiting for Lu Qingyin to be unable to fight and voluntarily withdraw. The residents of the Parity Star Cluster were also unwilling to retreat. The civilians spontaneously formed several waves of volunteers. Even those without spiritual power talents went into battle with ordinary weapons. Chi Modeo sighed. After all, we have been comrades for several years. I can't just watch Lu Qingyin die in battle like this. After hearing the whole story, the teachers and students of the Ordnance Science Academy who stayed in the teaching building fell into silence. Originally, they were welcoming the triumph of the league champion, but they didn't expect such a turn of events to happen. They are all still young, although they are military school students. The gap between combat training and the real battlefield is still huge, except for Hiyu and Chi Modeo, who have been on the battlefield. Almost no one has ever faced the cruelty of war. Even for Hiyu, what he experienced was only a small confrontation with alien species, which was far from the scale of the insect tide. The Valha star cluster is peaceful, and Yunta star, located in the core of Valha, is even less likely to be affected by the war. The disaster that was like a historical term suddenly came, and the Parity defense line suddenly fell. The war seemed to be close at hand, but it seemed so far away from them. After a moment of silence, Hiyu lowered the brim of his hat and suddenly said, "I go too." Chapter 114. When Hiyu finished speaking, the teachers and students present all looked over. To be more precise, they looked at the brim of her hat that she had deliberately pulled down. Everyone in the Weaponry Academy knew that Hiyu was a retired S-level seed soldier. No one would question the strength of an S-level seed soldier who had once dominated the battlefield. She had the confidence to stand up, and the mission and responsibility to stand up. But everyone knew better that the retirement of this promising warrior was precisely because of the fatal mineral disease growing in her brain. Irreversible disease, a disease that cannot be reversed if not handled with care. Perhaps at this moment, or perhaps at the next moment, as long as Hiyu uses her mental power to activate the elemental stone, once the mineral disease continues to spread, she is at risk of brain death at any time. In the various eyes that looked at her, there was worry, pity, sigh, and the helplessness of sympathy. He had seen these eyes many times, like the terrifying crystal attached to the side of her brain. Even if she wore a hat to cover it, it was still difficult to block it. Don't worry. He smiled. This time, she accepted these looks calmly. My weapon is also finished. I take it over to let those low-level reptiles see it. She raised her face and looked at Chimodeo, who also had a complicated expression. I will definitely not use mental power. I promise. If you are worried, put on a suppressor for me. I accept all restrictions. The suppressor can cut off the human mental power's call and resonance with elemental energy. In view of the severity of Hiyu's mineralogy, it is inevitable that weapon science will come into contact with elemental stones in research. Chimodeo had suggested that Hiyu wear a suppressor before, but she had always refused. The reason for the refusal was simple: self-esteem, and unwillingness to give up her spiritual power talent. But now, she has let go of all the emotions and paranoia that once trapped her. After the winter vacation and the research and discussion with Song Shur-san, he once again improved her pointed hammer and moon sickle. And now this weapon has been completely completed. She doesn't care about spiritual power or S level. She just wants to rush to the battlefield and let those Zerg sharpen her new weapon. Hiyu's application has not been finalized yet. Liu beside him suddenly took a step forward. I want to go too. Liu raised her eyes. Dean, President Lanmi proposal. I cannot accept it. She looked directly at Chimodeo's surprised eyes. I can understand the feelings of those parody people who don't want to leave. No one is willing to abandon their home planet. And no one can bear to see their home planet become riddled with holes. Even if they move to the rich and safe Yunta star, the pain in these people's hearts cannot be healed. Just like Liu herself. The life of interstellar humans has become stable, but not all planets can be in peace all the time. Apart from the dangerous and poor planets, such as the border planets, some habitable planets starting with the letter A are also attacked by alien species, and Zerg vary occasionally. There will always be some unlucky people who are displaced because of this sudden change and have to give up their homes. Liu family just moved to Yunta star for this reason. The small tree planted in the backyard when I was a child and grew up with me every year, the flower bed I built by myself, the intersection where I met my neighbors to go to school together. All kinds of daily life, before they faded into warm memories with the increase of age, were destroyed by sudden disasters. Even the memories of the old scenes became a luxury. The deepest regret engraved in Liu's memory is that she was too young, too weak, and did not even have the ability and opportunity to resist. And she lost her homeland. Because of this, applying for military school became her wish. And fighting against the Zerg on the battlefield was also her goal of hard training for a long time. My sniper range is very wide, and I can show my strength even in the back row of the battlefield. I will protect myself. Halfway through the words, Liu was stunned, and remembered that she had borrowed the sniper rifle in her hand from Chimodeo. I came, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and hurriedly changed my words. Even if I don't become a sniper, my battlefield reconnaissance range is also very wide, and it can also help capture the movements of the Zerg. Liu was originally a battlefield reconnaissance major. Even if she didn't have the ability to make her own elemental weapons, she could play a significant role on the battlefield with her own mental talent. After a long list of reasons, she simply gritted her teeth, and didn't care about respecting teachers, and simply acted like a spoiled child. Please, Dean, Master, let me help Admiral Liu, help the people of the Parity Star Cluster. I will definitely protect myself. The two men stood on the left and the right. Chimodeo was so annoyed that he just waved his hand. Come on. Come on, if you want to follow me, follow me. Every student who chooses to attend a military academy, from the moment he fills in his application form, is mentally prepared to face life and death on the battlefield. Although the School of Weaponry is divided into the logistics department, Chimodeo will not stop the students from wanting to become soldiers. He looked past Hiyu and towards Liu, saying seriously, I understand your feelings, but you are still a student, not even a rookie. There is no reason to send rookies to the front line, let alone students. So the only tasks assigned to you are to cover the evacuation and rescue of civilians, or even some logistical tasks. All actions must be under command. Do you understand? Liu listened quietly, until the last sentence, and then realized that this meant the application was approved, and her eyes lit up. I understand. As soon as the door was opened, many students behind him started to stir. Chimodeo raised his hand, and was about to signal everyone to be quiet, But a message popped up on the light brain on his wrist. Song Shersan, Dean. Tian and I are on Admiral Shuenya aircraft. And we plan to go to the Parity Star Cluster first. I will be back late. Please don't worry. Chimodeo. He was still thinking about how to explain his whereabouts to Song Shersan. But this person, who was the most disobedient, had already set off before him. I even got a ride with Shuenya. Chimodeo was helpless, not knowing whether to be angry or sigh that it was expected, looking back at the pairs of expectant eyes looking at him, sighed. You? Oh, forget it. Raising his head again, his expression was more serious than ever before. The front is not training, not a competition field, but a real battlefield, a battlefield facing life and death. Think about your family, weigh your own abilities, if you are really ready. Follow me. League Fleet. The war broke out suddenly, and the League players, who were on their way back to school, also received the news immediately. Lu Qianjiu made several video calls in a row, but all she got was a dead tone. She was worried, looking at the vast universe outside the warship window, and on the glass window, there were young faces who were as confused as her. The 6th Federal Military Academy is located in the Parity Star Cluster, and many students are originally from Parity. Now, just going out, the Zerg's nest was dug out, and many students didn't even have time to change their emotions, and could only accept the facts from each other's astonished expressions over and over again. Parity was in the midst of a war. The warships returning to the school changed their destinations as soon as they were notified, and prepared to land in a nearby star cluster. The students were talking in a low voice. It's just that the defense line has been lost. Why can't we even go back to school? Have the Zerg penetrated so deeply? I heard that the federal government is planning to implement a scorched earth plan and evacuate all the inhabited planets. Ah? No. I haven't had time to go home yet. Where's the luggage? Don't you even give me time to pack? We've already evacuated urgently. We don't even know where we live next. How can we have time to pack? But the plan doesn't seem to be finalized yet, because Admiral Lu disagrees. I don't agree either. Why do you suddenly evacuate? Is that something you can say? I support Admiral Lu. I want to go home. Emotion surged in the discussion. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Qianjiu clenched his fists and submitted an application to the person in charge of the fleet. Teacher, I want to go back to the 6th Military Academy. I want to go back to Parity. The students who were staring out the window, who were looking down at the battle on the front line, also turned their heads and paid attention to the developments here. Someone took the lead, and more people followed suit. Teacher, me too. We too. The Scorched Earth plan has not been officially confirmed, and we want to go home. We are students of the military academy, and we have the responsibility to protect our homeland. At this critical moment, no one wants to be a deserter. Let's go back. We can also contribute. Those who can enter the main team of the League are the best among the students, the top of the elite of the 6th Federal Military Academy. The fleet leader himself was born in the Parity Star Cluster, and he empathized with the students' feelings. Looking at the pairs of sincere eyes below, she was wavering in her heart, and reason was ultimately no match for the surging emotions. Return. The leader closed his eyes, turned his head away. Coordinates Parity. It's not just the students of the Federal Military Academy who are in turmoil. The reports of the Military Academy League haven't lasted long. The major news pages have been flooded with war warnings and frontline interviews. The people of the Federation learned about the insect tide that had never been seen in generations from one war report after another. People are panicking, and their concerns about the front line and the worries about the war are hanging in everyone's mind. The decisions of the federal authorities inevitably cause controversy, and the voices of supporters and opponents ignite a new battlefield of public opinion. From the attack to the fall, the whole process took only half a day. Are you serious? The battle has just started. It's only been half a day. Lonmi has decided to abandon the Parity Star Cluster? Retreat now? Good guy. The fastest president in the history of the Federation to kneel before the Zerg. This will go down in history. General Lu Qingyin is already the most capable general in the Federation. Right? I remember that his approval rating was also very high in the last presidential election. And he was only one vote short of Lonmi. With the Admiral on the ground, the Parity defense line fell so quickly. Don't you think there is a visible gap between our combat power and the enemies? In this case, I think Lonmi approach is correct. If you find signs of something wrong, you must stop it in time. You can survive only if you cut off the tail. Now the Zerg mother nest has been built. Anyone who has learned about the Zerg tide wars of the past knows what will happen next. This is only the first day of the battle. Continuing to fight will only cause more losses. Or, can our Federation find a more powerful commander than Lu Qingyin? Retreat. It will be a thankless task to continue fighting. The Federation military has already sent Admiral Xuanye and other individual troops to perform rescue and cover missions. Admiral Lu has not given up. The people of the Parity Star Cluster have not given up either. We can win. Even if we don't adopt a scorched earth policy, we can repel this insect tide. Everyone should have more confidence in our soldiers. The focus of the problem now is not the Parity Star Cluster. Does no one think that this insect tide is too strange? There is no sign at all, but it chooses the time when our defense is weak. Even if we give up parity now, who can guarantee that the scorched earth operation will succeed? Who can guarantee that the insect tide will not continue to spread? Parity has the strongest star defense force. If the insect tide cannot be contained in parity, the battle in other star clusters will only become more difficult. Now is the time when we need to unite as one. The land will need more help. People from all walks of life spread the word, and waves of war correspondents volunteered to go to the front line, catching the latest news under the claws of the Zerg. Temporary tents and field hospitals were built intensively, waiting to receive the civilians and wounded soldiers evacuated from Parity. On the first day of the war, the Parity defense line fell, and the mother nest was completed. On the second day, the first batch of frontline wounded were successfully evacuated, and the major hospitals and temporary field hospitals in the star clusters near Parity were filled with wailing, and the panic brought by the war began to spread. On the third day, more wounded were taken away from the battlefield, and civilians whose homes were destroyed by the Zerg were gradually moved to temporary tents in nearby star systems. The city was in turmoil. The Scorched Earth plan was officially launched. On the fourth day, the Parity soldiers who were unwilling to leave still held on to the front line, refusing to retreat a step. More and more ordinary people refused to evacuate, and spontaneously formed resistance forces to join the battle. On the fifth day, the battle situation was deadlocked, and the Scorched Earth plan was forced to be suspended. Parity Star Cluster. B-215 Star. Temporary Combat Command. Charged troops, small but fast blade bugs, springtails that easily cross obstacles and gullies, long-range attack troops, sting bugs that project spikes and venom, acid bugs that spray highly corrosive acid. Lu Qingyin wiped the dust off his face, played on the sand table. His eyes were full of bloodshot from staying up all night for several days. Especially acid bugs, they gathered together and followed the blade bugs, specially destroying our metal fortifications and armor, and even systematically scrapped several of our warships. This kind of cooperative combat is rarely seen in previous battles. And here, giant beetles, self-destructing flying insects. Are they similar to our heavy troops and air forces? This group of Zerg seems to be imitating our combat distribution, not just blindly expanding according to instinct. The Deputy General on the side also frowned, connecting the key battlefield circled by Lu Qingyin. You mean, they also have their own combat plans like us? Like humans? This speculation is too shocking. The insect tides in history have always been irregular. They just follow their instincts to invade all resources they come into contact with, and reproduce blindly and without restraint. It is indeed a bit strange. And regarding this insect tide, we did not find any signs in advance. Although it is shocking, the Deputy General has to accept this fact. Monitoring data shows that the number of Zerg in the nearby star cluster is normal, and it has not even reached the previous warning value. He couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Who knows where this group of Zerg came from? I'm afraid it's not that there is no fluctuation in the number. Lu Qingyin pressed his eyebrows, his voice slightly tired, but deliberately hiding their whereabouts. Remember the collapse of a large number of buildings on A552? If it weren't for the collapse of the buildings, we wouldn't even find that those houses had been turned into empty shells. And we wouldn't even find that there are such a large number of ants on A552, Lu Qingyin said, with some regret in his tone. We should have been alerted at that time. I'm afraid that the Zerg used this method to deceive us. They are deliberately avoiding our monitoring. The Deputy General opened his eyes wide. His hair stood on end unconsciously, and he got goosebumps all over his body. Sometimes, the disparity in the number of enemies and us is not terrible. What is really terrible is the fear of the unknown in our hearts. The hope of victory became more slim. The Deputy General's lips moved, suppressing the fierce retreat in his heart, trying to sound calm. Our current losses are too high. If we can't find a breakthrough, Lanmi may put pressure on us and force the implementation of the Scorched Earth plan. There is no chance of turning the tide, nor is there any reason to hold on. When the casualties exceed a certain percentage, not only Lanmi, but also the opposition voices in society will increase. Lu Qingyin couldn't explain why he was so persistent. Perhaps it was just the intuition brought by his combat experience. He always felt that something was wrong with the Zerg tide this time. Before finding out the real purpose of the Zerg, he didn't want to retreat. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence. After a long silence, Lu Qingyin sighed and changed the subject. Have all the civilians near the position evacuated? Well, they had already evacuated with the rescue team before we came here, but there are still many retired veterans who are unwilling to leave, saying that they want to fight with the team. In the interstellar battlefield, most of the soldiers' retirement is not due to physical injuries, but because the symptoms of mineral disease have begun to show, and they are forced to retire at the suggestion of the team doctor. Now is a time when we are short of manpower, the veterans are willing to stay, and Lu Qingyin does not stop them. He nodded. Okay, distribute all the elemental stones with the highest purity quality in the warehouse to them. Or sickness is caused by impurities in elemental stones. When they have to continue to use their mental power, using elemental stones of higher purity is the highest level of protection for them. The adjutant responded, turned his head, and prepared to go down to make arrangements, but the curtain of the tent was suddenly opened first. Sir! Under the open curtain, the signalman panted, and even forgot to salute. Admiral Xuanya aircraft landed here on the B-215 planet. Lu Qingyin stood up and exchanged a surprised look with the deputy general. Sun Yi? Shouldn't he be on a rescue mission? Why did he suddenly come to the front line? Before Lu Qingyin could ask, the signalman took a deep breath and threw out the remaining half of the sentence. General Sun is coming to you. He brought 2 military academy students with him. Chapter 115. A huge dark purple shadow fell from the sky, like a meteorite with thousands of holes, hitting the ground heavily, raising dust and debris all over the sky. From afar came a creepy, rustling sound like a tide, like countless small insects crawling on the metal at a high speed, accompanied by a slight burst of puff, and from time to time, disgusting larvae wriggled and disappeared in the cracks of the meteorite. Looking closely, the meteorite had a strange shape, sharp edges and corners, hard and smooth lines, and a cold metallic luster flashed in the constantly surging tide, revealing the huge shape of a starship. Another one is coming. Tang Tiantian sighed, and the 2 crossbows on her wrists were shining brightly, and the crossbow bullets were reloaded again, aiming at the blade insect team that was rushing forward. Behind the blade insects was a vertical wall of fire that almost burned to the sky, burning the surging insect army. The wall of fire blocked the footsteps of most of the insects, but soon, reptiles of all shapes and sizes gathered together, hugging each other tightly, and rolled into a huge ball. The insect ball rolled, passing through the wall of fire at the fastest speed. Under the burning S-class elemental fire, the outer Zerg were constantly being scorched and sacrificed, but they always held their positions to ensure the integrity of the Zerg ball. The Zerg ball passed the fire wall, leaving a pile of charred corpses. But the Zerg soldiers in the inner layer survived and continued to bite the land and prey in front. Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian cleaned up these small troops that broke through the fire wall. Behind them, the spontaneously formed militia team was searching for surviving residents. Stretchers were carried out from the ruins one after another, with a tense but orderly pace, and boarded the rescue warships waiting nearby. On the high and wide sky, there was a faint outline of the same meteorite, which was falling in another direction, one after another. There are too many Zerg troops. We have to hurry up to rescue them. Song Shursan looked at the direction where the meteorite landed, and switched the horizontal sword in his hand to a high-speed rifle sniper mode, firing fiercely in front. The meteorite was not a real meteorite, but a starship occupied by the Zerg parasite. They relied on these starships that were looted from nowhere, and used unknown methods to start the voyage. And they traveled freely between the planets, expanding their territory continuously. How many people are there? Xuanya, who was standing at the front, turned around and looked at the militia captain, who was registering the handbook. The militia captain quickly flipped through the light brain in his hand, and quickly gave a reply. This is the last distress signal. After evacuating this group of residents, the rescue mission of this planet was completed. More and more insect balls passed through the firewall, and Xuanya's eyes sank slightly. The intensity of the firewall intensified, and the scorching red that reached the sky was reflected in his eyes, like a wall of lava that had solidified into substance. The mental strength of S+ and above can almost condense elements into entities. But it also consumes a lot of mental strength. Many of the residents in this area were not attacked by the Zerg, but were injured by the sudden rise of alien species. The militia captain tried his best to report the intelligence he had collected. For some reason, these alien species have become particularly active recently. In the case of planetary disasters, many Zerg attacks were accompanied by mutations in local flora and fauna. The biological researchers speculated that the Zerg activities would cause element fluctuations in the mineral layer of the planet, further causing biological mutations, making them more aggressive. This speculation is also widely accepted by the interstellar world. After all, in addition to the Zerg, some geological activities that cause element fluctuations can also cause biological mutations. The two are linked, which makes sense logically. The intelligence given by the militia captain is actually nothing special. But out of caution, he still handed the information to the more experienced warriors without missing a word to avoid missing any key points. Unexpectedly, Song Shursan actually followed up his question. A sudden emergence of alien species? Do these alien species have any characteristics that mutate towards the Zerg? Zerg characteristics? The militia captain was stunned by the question. And after thinking carefully for a while, he answered hesitantly, "It seems that there are indeed obvious mouthparts and tentacles. Mouthparts and tentacles are the most easily identifiable characteristics of insects." But he was not sure in his heart. After struggling for a long time, he honestly said, "I didn't pay much attention. It seems that there are some, but I'm not sure whether all alien species have them. Not all alien species have mouthparts and tentacles. Other alien species may also mutate towards Zerg characteristics. But he just didn't recognize it. The mutation directions of organisms are varied and bizarre, and few ordinary people pay special attention to it." Song Shursan nodded, but didn't continue the topic. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xuanya. "After the residents of this planet evacuate, will we go to the front line?" When they were on the small aircraft, Song Shursan proposed to go to parity together, and Xuanya agreed without thinking. She thought Xuanya would go to the front line, but he was in the rear to rescue the victims. However, the Zerg offensive in the rear was fierce and brutal. Even Xuanya could not control the overall situation. If he had not come, the disaster area would have been even more serious. With the people as the priority, this arrangement was reasonable. Without waiting for Xuanya to answer, Tang Tiantian raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Shursan? Don't you know?" Song Shursan usually didn't like to pay attention to the optical computer, and he didn't know the news information in a timely manner. He didn't know the contradictions of the federal government's frontline policy. Tang Tiantian has the support of aristocratic families and financial groups, and is better informed than others. Seeing Song Shursan's bewildered face, she took the initiative to explain to her. "I'm afraid we can't go to the front line. Lonmi plans to implement a scorched earth plan. According to this trend, the frontline land forces will soon be withdrawn." Scorched earth plan? Song Shursan frowned. There were similar strategic terms in her original world, but she didn't know if the scorched earth strategy in the interstellar world was the same as what she knew. Lonmi plans to evacuate all residents of the Parity Star Cluster, put the Zerg in the isolation zone, and cut off their energy supply. This is the scorched earth plan. Worried that Song Shur did not understand the meaning of the isolation zone, Tang Tiantian further explained. When the Federation planned the planets under its jurisdiction, it made special modifications to the ecological environment of some of them to limit the development of the Zerg. These planets are connected and are called isolation zones. This concept is not difficult to understand. Just like using desiccant to prevent items from getting moldy, destroying the environmental conditions required for the growth and development of organisms can effectively inhibit their reproduction. The energy output in these isolation zones is strictly controlled. Even the energy needed by humans is supplied through long-distance transportation by starships. Therefore, as long as the supply is cut off, the Zerg will not have enough resources to survive and reproduce in the isolation zone, and it will naturally become easier to eliminate them. After saying a long string of words in one breath, Tang Tiantian paused and slowed down, and suddenly sighed. But the Parity Star Cluster is special after all. The isolation zone is built behind the residential area. If you want to put the Zerg in the isolation zone, it means that the residents of the entire Parity planet will have to leave their homes. Admiral Lu may be unwilling to retreat because of this. The militia captain who had been listening to the conversation silently suddenly clenched his fists and couldn't help interrupting. "Who said we can't win? The Zerg hasn't even reached the residential star cluster yet. Lan Mi just thinks that the war is too costly and doesn't want to spend the military money. It sounds good to evacuate the victims. But who will compensate us for our losses? Having said that, the militia captain knew in his heart that without strong reinforcements, it would be almost impossible for the front line to hold on. As more and more comrades were injured, everyone began to waver. Even if they were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the land that had nurtured generations of star citizens, the miracle of victory would not come. When the emotions faded, facing the huge loss ratio, there would be more and more rationalists supporting the scorched earth plan, and the reinforcements to the front would be even less. The displacement of the people was certainly unbearable. But after weighing the pros and cons, the scorched earth plan seemed to be the best solution. Song Shursan listened quietly, without expressing any opinion on the policies of both sides. And even his expression did not fluctuate. He continued to ask, "Is the B015 planet that we landed on in the exploration class before also a planet in the isolation zone?" Planets that can be selected for student course training generally strictly ensure the classification of danger levels. According to Tang Tian Introduction, if the development of organisms on the planet is controlled, it should also be within the isolation zone plan. This time, it was Xuanya who answered Song Shursan, as if he had caught Song Shursan's train of thought. Xuanya nodded, and answered the question she hadn't asked yet. Yes, B015 is also part of the isolation zone. So S-level vertebral whole shrimps should not appear, and there should be no traces of Zerg. Later, the federal government sent him and Yuan Chiha to investigate B015 again. Although no traces of Zerg were found, the breakthrough in the level of alien species on this planet, and the abnormal proportion of mutations towards Zerg characteristics, still aroused their vigilance. The report was submitted, but there was no follow-up. The matter was shelved until Song Shursan brought it up again, and some clues in Xuanya's mind were slowly connected. I understand. Song Shursan pulled the trigger, cleared the last wave of fish that slipped through the firewall, stood up, and suddenly said, "I want to go to the front line to meet Admiral Liu." She said this suddenly, looking directly at Xuanya, straightforward and justified. It didn't look like a notice, nor a request, but an order. Tang Tian and the militia captain suddenly opened their eyes wide, and even the nearby rescue team members looked over, looked at Song Shursan, and then looked at Xuanya, and almost gasped. What's going on? Are these two people familiar with each other? A military school student? Why would he give orders to the federal admiral? The strongest humanoid weapon in the Federation? Not to mention the huge gap in their identities and ranks. Xuanya unpredictable and willful personality alone. Even the orders sent by the federal military and the presidential palace depend on his mood. Song Shursan. How dare she? Tang Tian eyelids twitched even more. She had seen Song Shursan's kind language charm before. He seemed to have improved recently. But why did he become worse in front of Xuanya? She carefully inserted herself between the two of them, trying to save Song Shursan from treating the federal general as a special driver. General Xuanya received a rescue mission, and he may not go to the front line. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Xuanya softly. Okay. Under the tense gaze of the people around him, Xuanya did not even bat an eyelid, and obediently responded to Song Shursan's request. His expression was not unhappy at all. If you want to go, we can go. The military order was indeed to rescue the victims and cover the evacuation. But he did it all based on his mood. Compared with Londi policies and plans, he believed more in Song Shursan's judgment of the situation, without even asking the other party why he did so. Xuanya once again ignited a semi-arc wall of fire to protect the rescue warship that was about to set sail, and walked towards the small aircraft on the side. Tang Tian looked around, and seeing that neither side had any intention of continuing to ask or explain, she couldn't help but quietly approach Song Shursan. Shursan, are you going to the front line to see General Liu? Yes. Song Shursan put away his high-speed rifle, and held the familiar horizontal sword at his side, and followed the aircraft. The strange vision of B015 star. The reason for the sudden change of Zerg characteristics. She had completely understood the real purpose of this Zerg tide, facing the dark purple shadows that were still falling to the ground. Song Shursan's expression gradually became serious. We must tell General Liu that the scorched earth plan will not work. The front line must not be retreated. Chapter 116. Parity Star Cluster, B215 Star, Temporary Operations Command. Fighting for ecological niche? Lu Qingyin received several unexpected visitors, looked at the girl in front of him, and then looked at Xuanye, who followed her silently. His doubts turned into another kind of confusion. He originally thought that Xuanye came here to enforce the order to evacuate, but he didn't expect that the first sentence he said was, "Don't retreat," and even gave a reason why he had to hold on. Song Shersan stood in front of the sand table, facing Lu Qingyin, and repeated, "Yes, competing for ecological niches. This is the purpose of the Zerg. Different species occupy different ecological niches and have unique survival resources. However, the Zerg, through parasitism, tampered with the mutation direction of organisms and made other organisms mutate towards insect characteristics." In the shocked and puzzled eyes of everyone in the tent, Song Shersan thought of an inappropriate metaphor. It's like humans need oxygen to survive. But some planets don't have oxygen. So humans use genetic modification to make the organisms on these planets produce oxygen. The same is true for the Zerg. We compete with the Zerg for territory, and transform many planets into states that are not suitable for the reproduction of the Zerg, which limits their living environment. They use genetic modification to allow the parasitic species to collect and produce the energy needed by the Zerg. On the surface, these mutants seem to have only shifted in the output of energy and matter. In fact, I guess, the direction of their shift is to cater to the resource reserves of the Zerg. Tang Tiantian seemed to have realized something, and took over the conversation. So the Zerg are actually using this method to secretly fight for the planets that we have transformed and occupied? With the help of these insect-like alien species, the Zerg can quickly adapt to more areas and planets, and achieve rapid expansion of living space. That's right. Song Shersan frowned. No matter how harsh the environment is, even on the desolate planet where the source core is disordered and the creatures are dying, there are still signs of Zerg activity. They may have been competing for ecological niches in this way, but humans have never discovered it. Speaking of the desolate planet, Song Shersan suddenly recalled her fight with Xuanye on K9. She carefully glanced at Xuanye, and seeing that the other party did not seem to have any doubtful reaction, she continued, "When we were performing the rescue mission, we found that there were also many alien species that mutated towards Zerg characteristics on other planets. And these alien species were in an active state during the time we ignored. The Zerg may have already occupied the ecological niche of the isolation zone. That is to say, the isolation zone laid by humans may have been eroded before obtaining accurate statistics on the mutation of alien species. The execution risk of the Scorched Earth plan is too great, and the front line must not be evacuated." This assumption was too shocking. The officers who stayed in the tent had different expressions, opened their mouths in surprise, and could not utter a word for a long time. In the silence of the crowd, Lu Qingyin habitually wanted to light a cigarette, only to find that during this time on the front line, his dependence on cigarettes had long exceeded his usual needs. And now there were only a pile of cigarette butts left in his pocket. He withdrew his hand, refocused his thoughts, and carefully analyzed Song Shersan's words. Song Shersan was just a military academy student who had limited access to authority and information. In her opinion, the views she put forward were just assumptions because there was no data verification. But Lu Qingyin knew that these speculations were basically consistent with the results of his own investigation. This year, the mutation rate of the planet Parity has reached 34.3%, which exceeded the average of previous years, and 72.8% of the creatures showed insect characteristics. He had sent someone to report to Lanmi before, and he learned from Lanmi that even in V015, the star cluster of the Valha star cluster, which is recognized as the safest star cluster in the Federation, 56% of the alien species are mutating towards Zerg characteristics. When the abnormal becomes common, it becomes too difficult to understand, and the abnormal becomes normal. Lanmi finally defined this as the normal direction of natural selection. Now it seems that Song Shersan's hypothesis seems to be closer to the truth. Song Shersan looked at Lu Qingyin, who was frowning in front of him. The admiral looked to be in his early 50s, and half of his hair was gray. His beard was scraggly. His eye bags were dark blue, and his face looked a little tired. But he was still energetic, with the fortitude he had honed over the years on the battlefield. The other party did not deny her, and even listened to her analysis patiently, perhaps because he had long noticed the irrationality of the Zerg behavior. After a moment of silence, Lu Qingyin half closed his eyes and made a decision. No need to wait for data verification. Your inference is correct. He unfolded the optical brain, and the large screen of the sandbox simulation disappeared. replaced by a series of report documents on planetary exploration. These documents are confidential and should not be shown to several military academy students. However, Lu Qingyin did not care about these rules and regulations and treated Song Shursan as his own. We have had suspicions before, but we have never had any clues. Your information is very valuable. He paused, with a bit of disbelief, but sighed helplessly. You may not believe it, but the Zerg may really have intelligence that can compete with us. The more he fought with these Zerg soldiers, the stronger this feeling in Lu Qingyin's heart became. He didn't want to believe it, but he had to admit it. They were not low-level creatures crawling all over the ground, but marching in an orderly, purposeful, organized and planned manner. Especially after listening to Song Shursan's statement about fighting for ecological niches. Lu Qingyin felt more and more that the Zerg had laid out this big chess game a long time ago. He stared, waiting for the girl in front of him to show a frightened expression like the others before, and secretly prepared a plan in his mind, thinking about how to convince her to believe his speculation. Unexpectedly, Song Shursan calmly agreed with him, and his tone was even more determined than his. If we assume that the Zerg are intelligent, we should treat them as opponents with comparable strategic levels to us. Our quarantine policy is so obvious and has been implemented for so many years. If the Zerg are intelligent, they will definitely make plans in advance and break through our quarantine in a targeted manner. She read the report on the light-brained screen at a glance, turned her head, and said seriously, General Lu, I can now confirm that the Scorched Earth plan will not work. All signs indicate that the mutation has already occurred. The erosion of the isolation zone is not speculation, but a fact. These reports are evidence. They have long occupied the ecological niche and have been dormant, waiting for this opportunity. From the attack on the League fleet to the transfer of the Parity garrison, everything is in the Zerg plan. Parity is just the beginning. Not only Parity, but all the major star clusters under the jurisdiction of the Federation are under the attack of genetic tampering. If we cannot contain this insect tide, its development will eventually engulf the entire Federation. We must fight, we must defend the front line, and we cannot retreat even a single step. Even if the mother nest has been built, we must find a way to break through the siege. Lu Qingyin's eyes were shut for a long time. After a while, his lips moved and said, Okay. In the silence of the crowd, he suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, as if he wanted to sweep away all the frustration of these days, and slapped the sand table in front of him heavily. Okay. Fight. Screw the Scorched Earth plan. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Lan Mi has issued several ultimatums to retreat. These days, Lu Qingyin has been standing on the front line under tremendous pressure. Under high casualties, people's hearts are shaken, and the whole parity is spreading with uneasiness. Now that the suspicion in his heart has been confirmed, he finally has an irrefutable reason to hold on. The haze between Lu Qingyin's brows has disappeared. In history, interstellar humans have repelled insect tides many times. As long as the Zerg tide is repelled to a certain proportion, under high damage, the Zerg will automatically evacuate. But now the mother nest has fallen, and the Zerg mother continuously produces new Zerg, so the Zerg has no possibility of retreating. To repel the Zerg tide, you can only solve the mother nest first and kill the Zerg mother. Lu Qingyin turned around, regaining his dignity, and before he could continue speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. The dark purple starship fell from the sky and landed on the high ground not far from the temporary command center. Even though they were several kilometers away, the rustling sound of the intertwined arthropods still made one's scalp numb, as if it was ringing in one's ears. Enemy attack. It's the Zerg army. Someone shouted outside the tent, lifting a corner of the curtain. The dark purple army on the high ground was like a tide, rushing towards the temporary command post. Move first. Stopping the conversation, Lu Qingyin quickly packed up the things on the table and stuffed them into his bag. He was obviously used to such sudden enemy attacks. Where are your aircraft? Drive away first, don't leave it to the Zerg. He didn't have many troops with him, and none of the heavy weapons were here. Facing a Zerg army the size of a starship, there was no need to fight head-on. A few people trotted out of the tent of the temporary command center, and burned the few supplies that could not be taken away. The guards also gathered together, and began to move to the main force. Xuanye went to move the aircraft first. Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian followed Lu Qingyin's team. Behind them, Zerg soldiers of various shapes covered everything passing by. Between the trees and on the gravel, there were strips of translucent mucus. Huh. Are these not like mucus the egg membrane? Tang Tiantian was shocked. She backhandedly repelled several blade insects that rushed to the front, and carefully avoided the mucus splashing from them. The Zerg that had just hatched would have the sticky liquid in the egg membrane on their bodies. When they were performing rescue missions before, the Zerg that approached them would first be roasted by Xuanya, and the mucus membrane on their bodies had long been evaporated, and almost no one paid attention to the mucus. Song Shursen glanced at the blade insect corpse lying on the side. Blade insect does not refer to a specific Zerg species, but a general term for Zerg that are small, agile, and quick to act. This Zerg soldier was dismembered by Tang Tiantian crossbow, but from the remaining body size, it is obviously a fully developed adult, with the mother insect and the mother nest. The reproduction and development speed of the Zerg can no longer be judged by common sense. Seeing Song Shursen doubts, Lu Qiyin explained, "This is also the horror of the Zerg tide. The Zerg mother lays hundreds of millions of eggs. These Zerg soldiers can obtain all the energy they need to transform into adults in the egg membrane. They may still be wriggling larvae when they come down from the starship, and then they will grow into strong adults in front of them with a jump. Because of this, the difficulty of combat after the mother nest is completed will increase exponentially. The longer the mother nest stays, the more perfect it develops, and the more difficult it is to repel the Zerg tide." Song Shursen looked back again. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but in the gaps where the insects were surging, the steel buildings and crystal or iron sheets were all eaten clean. However, under the scene of the locusts passing through, she seemed to be able to see the sparse vegetation on the roadside. Those vegetation were still well preserved, but most of them were covered by the disgusting mucus splashing. When she wanted to take a closer look, the gap that was exposed just now was immediately covered by the Zerg soldiers who came later, and it was restored to an airtight dark purple wave. In the distant sky, two dark purple giant shadows fell heavily, causing a more turbulent wave of insects. If they continue to wait and see, they may not be able to stay on B215 for long. In the rapidly advancing team, Lu Qiyin looked solemn, called the signalman beside him, and made a decision. "Report to the federal military. The current situation has forced us to fight. All members of the Parity Front are about to attack the Zerg mother nest. Lu Qiyin has been staying on B215 for a long time with his troops. This is the best observation point for the Zerg mother nest, which is A227. He had long planned to attack the mother nest, and the temporary command center moved around to observe the movements of A227. However, the risk of attacking the mother nest was too great, and it would affect the entire body. Under the pressure of the scorched earth plan, he did not dare to act rashly. Now that all restrictions were lifted, he turned on the light brain and called up the battle map he had drawn before. At the moment when the red communication signal flashed, all the non-commissioned officers and soldiers fighting on the front line received the same long-awaited order to attack A227. Chapter 117. Parity's war report was quickly sent back to the federal military. The inference about competing for ecological niches, the premeditated activities of the Zerg, the exploration report of the alien species on the planet, all of which were well-founded and presented together with the report. Under the careful logical analysis, even the forces of the Valhastar group that supported Lamy inevitably began to waver. The combat meeting was held again. This time, the federal military and political departments reached a consensus, and the red-headed document was disseminated in all circles. The eye-catching words in the title ignited the blood of the soldiers who were waiting in the back, reinforced the front line. "Ah! Help! It's the Zerg! The Zerg is catching up!" After the panic shout, a dark red arc flashed. He stood on a pile of collapsed bricks and stones, and the sickle in her hand slashed from behind to the front, easily harvesting several springtails that were crossing the protective net, and with the other hand, she picked up the man who was frightened and weak from his feet. She glanced at the bottles and jars in the man's backpack somewhat helplessly. "Throw away the things, and keep up with the troops in front." "No! This is the savings of several generations of our family." The man refused loudly. Although his legs were shaking like seas, he still held the backpack tightly in his arms. "The protective net can't stop these springtail troops." He slashed another springtail that tried to attack them with a knife, and his voice was a little fierce. "Money or life? Choose it yourself." The green and sticky corpse fluid splashed all over the ground, and a few drops of unknown liquid dripped from the bottom of the man's trousers. His legs trembled, he gritted his teeth, but he held the backpack tighter in his arms and ran away staggeringly. Why? The resentment of the war, the unwillingness to leave his homeland. The man's voice of collapse and crying went away in the direction of the main force, accompanied by some fragmentary sounds of falling to the ground, which were the precious ornaments scattered from his arms. But this time, the man did not stop to pick them up. After confirming that the man figure had disappeared safely, he retracted his gaze, and continued to stay in front of the already somewhat fragmented protective net. The Zerg expanded too fast. Although most of the Federation's troops were deployed to cover the evacuation, the rear of the team was still easily caught up by the Zerg soldiers. He originally planned to send Liu and other students to the rescue team, and then rush to the front line with Chi Modeo. But the current situation forced her to stop and lend a hand. The dark purple sky was surging, and more Zerg arrived with the falling starship. The ruins were in ruins, and the embers of the elemental fire ignited the grass and spread outward, flashing in the evening breeze. The ground was repeatedly smeared with various liquids. Zerg residue, human blood, dust and mud were mixed together. After layers of shoe prints and tracks were crushed, it was no longer recognizable. The cry of children floated in the distant sky, and the sobs were covered by the deafening artillery fire. The sun was setting, the dark sky and the surging insect tide merged into one, and the fire occasionally lit up, like the stubborn flickering of human civilization in the boundless universe. One after another, the rescue warships ignited their thrusters, and set sail in an orderly manner under the protection of the cruise fleet. He stood at the end, a distance away from the main force, cleaning up the Zerg troops that were chasing him, and paying attention to whether there were any civilians who were left behind. There was a rustling sound behind him, and he turned his head and saw a team of 7 or 8 people jogging towards him. "Teacher, we are here to help you." The leading girl had not arrived yet, but 2 ice spikes condensed in the wind had already arrived first, piercing the jumping insect that jumped several feet high beside Hiyu. Hiyu looked at the newcomer in surprise. Only the students of the 1st Federal Military Academy could call him teacher on the battlefield. But Liu and his group were following Chi Modeo to guard the front of the search and rescue team. The battle situation they were facing was equally difficult. There was no reason for them to come to support him. The newcomer still had a bandage on his left arm. The face half hidden behind the combat helmet looked familiar. When he got closer, he saw that it was Yu Qingjio. "Teacher Hiyu." Yu Qingjio stood in front of Hiyu and saluted. After greeting, the other students behind him quickly formed a formation and joined the battle. Before he retired, he was a top S-class soldier. Yu Qingjio has paid special attention to military affairs since she was a child. She knew about Hiyu before she came to the school. Hiyu also knew that this seed soldier of the 4th grade of the school had S+ level mental power, and had always been the first in the grade. It was hard for people to forget him. She glanced at the wounds on Yu Qingjio's body, and was slightly surprised. "Why are you here?" The other person's face was blue. Obviously, he had not rested enough, and had obviously been in the war for a long time. The other students also looked more or less sloppy, and their combat uniforms were covered in dust, and it seemed that they had arrived at the battlefield earlier than him. Yu Qingjio smiled bitterly, looking a little helpless. "Teacher, we retreated from A227. A227, the site of the Zerg mother nest, is also the most dangerous planet in the entire Federation. The Zerg attacked suddenly, and we were so panicked that we didn't notice the arrival of the Zerg queen." Yu Qingjio's voice trembled slightly. "Later I wanted to rush in, but there were too many of them. I couldn't kill them all. By the time we reacted, the queen's nest was no longer able to contain them." This was the first time Yu Qingjio faced the flames of war. There were no reinforcements, and his companions were injured and fell one after another. The senior veterans tried their best to cover their evacuation, and only then did they save this group of fledgling military academy graduates. Her proud talent, hard training day after day, seemed so vulnerable in the face of the ever-changing and unpredictable battlefield. For several nights, whenever Yu Qingjio closed her eyes, her mind would unconsciously replay the scenes of the day of the incident. She tried her best to capture every detail, constantly assuming every if at that time. When she opened her eyes, the purgatory-like battlefield repeatedly tortured her heart, and she was so confused that she could hardly tell whether it was a dream or reality. Yu Qingjio did not dare to leave the battlefield. After being evacuated from A227, she was not allowed to go to the front line, so she followed the rescue team. Beside her were the military academy graduates, who were also evacuated from A227. They were floating in the rescue teams everywhere, and they dared not stop like spinning tops. Once they stopped, guilt and self-blame would be like a hot whip, torturing their already shaky hearts. He was shocked. She had heard about what happened on the front line, but she did not know much about the details. She only knew that the Zerg had crossed the parity line of defense and led a splash force to attack the A227 planet in the hinterland and established a mother nest. A small splash force would not be a threat, but the defense of A227 was weak, and the garrisons of nearby planets were transferred away to protect the League starships, so it was difficult to get reinforcements in a short period of time. Under various premeditations and coincidences, the fall of A227 was actually understandable. However, he who did not expect that the so-called weak defense was actually a group of military academy students who had just graduated and had no battlefield experience. The group of students in front of her seemed to have signs of post-war psychological trauma. After coming back to her senses from the shock, he who half crouched down and took Yu Qingjiu beside her. "This is not your fault." She accepted the confused eyes around her and comforted them. "Don't take all the blame on yourself. You did a good job. You protected the civilians who were affected by the disaster and tried hard to resist the Zerg attack. You are the pride of the Federation." The arrival of the insect mother was sudden. Even soldiers who had been on the battlefield might not be able to react quickly, let alone a group of immature students. However, the students' sense of responsibility and innocence made them most likely to fall into a dead end and impose all the mistakes on themselves. The so-called adults are wrong. They are in their positions, but have no worries. It is the negligence of these people that has led to today's bad results step by step. So many war reports, so many initial clues, were ignored in the political struggles and the intrigues of the interests of the aristocratic families. Don't worry. When the war is over, everything that needs to be settled will be settled. He stood up, and the crescent sickle in his hand split the oncoming springtail into two, and the information on the optical brain on his wrist also lit up at the same time. She glanced at it lightly, and in the pop-up information box, there was a reinforcement order officially issued by the federal military, and attached to it was a battle map drawn by Lu Qingyin. For the first time in a long time, she smiled, and the raging fighting spirit burned in her eyes again. "And this battle, we will definitely win." B215 Star, a new combat command center was set up again. This time, the command center was no longer a small tent, but an abandoned building that could accommodate thousands of people. Lu Qingyin stood on the wide terrace, half of which was blown up, exposing the ceiling of the lower floor. After a simple repair, it became a hidden place with an excellent view. Through the optical computer, he projected the battlefield sand table in front of everyone. The screen displayed images and videos of A227 Star from multiple angles. The Zerg were rampant, destroying most of the satellites and cruisers around A227, making it extremely difficult to obtain intelligence. Many of these images and videos were recorded by Lu Qingyin and the headquarters during astronomical observations on various planets. Song Shursen swiped the page of the optical brain, and on the screen, hundreds of starships of various types were suspended in the universe. The outer shell of the starship, which originally shone with a cold metallic luster, was now tightly attached to the body of the Zerg, as if covered with a strange dark purple veil. Black, purple, and dark brown intertwined and overlapped, squirming in the cracks and holes of the metal, appearing suddenly and disappearing in an instant. The portholes were tightly blocked by mucus, only a faint strange light could be seen, and the scene inside the cabin could not be seen clearly. They drifted away in disorder, intertwined in order, forming a wide star protection belt, surrounding the A227 Star like a rotating galaxy. As you can see, the Zerg occupied our starship, forming a protective belt, intending to isolate our fleet. Lu Qingyin turned the screen to make the display from different angles clearer. Their teams are staggered in a regular pattern. At first glance, they don't seem dense. When you plan the attack route, you will find that any entry point of large warships will be blocked. The measurement is so precise. It seems that they have been coveting our A227 Star for a long time. Lu Qingyin sneered and continued to turn the screen. Medium-sized warships can pass through, and they can also carry heavy weapons with strong firepower. It seems to be the choice with maximum efficiency. The mother nest is equivalent to the breeding base of the Zerg, and the number of Zerg on A227 can be imagined. To destroy the mother nest, the more soldiers and turrets participate in the battle, the greater the chance of victory. But it will also fall into the trap. At this moment, Lu Qingyin's tone completely regards the Zerg as an opponent with equal intelligence. Song Shursen said before that while recognizing that the Zerg has high intelligence, we should change our mentality of underestimating the enemy and assume that all their behaviors are strategies to guess. This sentence reminded Lu Qingyin when he was deducing his battle plan step by step. He was more careful and sent a medium-sized warship to test it in advance. The light computer screen of everyone was playing the return screen of the medium-sized warship. When the medium-sized warship in the screen tried to cross the protection belt, the starships on both sides of the huge ship suddenly approached it quickly. Before the warship accelerated, the Zerg starship had already touched its hull. Dense tentacles and legs stretched out from the gaps on the starship deck. And at the moment when the two starships were connected, they moved from their own starship to the medium-sized warship. The Zerg soldiers first targeted the warship's propellers. They squirmed their bodies, penetrated every hole, and crawled towards the propellers through every gap they could squeeze into. They wrapped their bodies one by one, blocked the reactor's energy transmission pipeline, and forcibly extinguished the warship's power system. At the end of the picture, the pilot activated the emergency device, and the small aircraft was ejected from the starship, thus escaping the disaster. After watching the entire video, there was a gasp of astonishment from the crowd. This is a trap. Some people took a deep breath and couldn't believe their eyes. The Zerg have evolved to this point. Fortunately, there was only one pilot in this medium-sized warship. If it was really a full-capacity attack, once captured by the Zerg, most people would not even have the chance to escape by aircraft. And I'm afraid the whole army would be destroyed. Everyone. The enemy is far more cunning than we thought. Lu Qingyin's voice sounded again. Unfortunately, we have to give up the use of medium and large warships and heavy artillery, and instead fight with small teams mainly using light warships and aircraft. In this battle, they need more agile and nimble maneuvers to escape the pursuit and entanglement of the Zerg starships. Only by breaking through this protection belt and entering the A227 star can they attack the mother nest. After determining the main maneuvering method, Lu Qingyin began to introduce the battlefield formation and the main fire focus position. Everyone listened quietly, with a solemn expression. After all the tasks were assigned, Lu Qingyin saluted the screen. This is a difficult battle. Everyone, let us show stronger determination and fighting spirit, and let us firmly believe that victory will belong to the Federation. Behind countless lit computer screens, the soldiers' oaths echoed. Victory will belong to the Federation. Coming out of the combat command center, the soldiers were already standing in line. Lu Qingyin looked at Song Shersan and his group in front of him, and said goodbye. Thank you for your intelligence and help, we are ready to set off. He looked at Song Shersan and Tang Tiantian. The evacuation ship for the wounded is right behind. If you don't mind, I can escort you back together. After saying that, he looked at Xuanya again. General Sun, thank you for your help. The general war order issued by the federal military was to support the front line. Lu Qingyin was appointed as the temporary commander-in-chief and had the power to mobilize all combatants involved in the war. Even Xuanya, who was of the same rank, had to obey his orders as long as he was on the front line. Although whether to obey the order was still entirely up to Xuanya Mood. In Lu Qingyin's arrangement, for safety reasons, Song Shersan and Tang Tiantian, two military academy students, would evacuate to the rear with the wounded, while Xuanya would follow the troops to participate in the general attack on the A227 star. Although this young admiral acted casually, he was always loyal to his duty in matters of the Federation. Lu Qingyin had no doubt that he would join the battle on the front line. As expected, Xuanya nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing to Lu Qingyin's battle arrangement. But he did not move his feet, but looked at Song Shersan, who was still standing there. Song Shersan said, General Lu, please let me go to the front line with you. Every military academy student who rushed into the battlefield screaming would want to rush to the front line, sacrifice his life, and shed blood, especially now that the Zerg are invading. It is a matter of life and death. Lu Qingyin is used to similar requests, and has rejected them many times, including his daughter, who kept calling to go to the front line with him. Without thinking, Lu Qingyin rejected it directly. No. How can we let students go to the front line? You just stay at the back. It was an expected reaction. Subconsciously, Song Shersan looked at Xuanya again. Xuanya's mouth twitched slightly. Okay. Lu Qingyin. Being rejected by Lu Qingyin was within Song Shersan's expectations. But Xuanya agreed to her request so quickly, which surprised her a little. Without waiting for Lu Qingyin to speak, Xuanya took the initiative to say, Don't worry. She is very strong. Lu Qingyin smiled. How strong? Song Shersan combat ability was revealed when they moved from the temporary command center. Lu Qingyin admitted that this child did have a keen battlefield intuition. But a military academy student who has not yet graduated, a little kid who has never seen a battlefield, no matter how powerful can he be? Xu Wenye answered solemnly. Stronger than me. Lu Qingyin, ? The soldiers behind him, ? Stronger what? Did they hear it right? Who is Admiral Xu Wenye talking about? A military academy student majoring in logistics, stronger than the Federation's first humanoid weapon? Xu Wenye's answer was so shocking that Lu Qingyin even felt a little absurd. But the speaker's seriousness made him unable to question. After choking for a while, Lu Qingyin struggled and said, She can't drive a flying machine. This is true. Although Song Shersan is a time traveler, the transportation tools in the original world are very different from those in the interstellar era. She has not had time to take driving courses. And she really knows nothing about starship driving, especially the operation of flying machines. Xu Wenye remained calm. It doesn't matter. She will ride with me. Lu Qingyin was speechless. He never expected that Xu Wenye's arbitrary behavior would be reflected in these unpredictable details. He looked at Xu Wenye, then at Song Shersan, and finally his eyes fell on Tang Tiantian. Tang Tiantian, It seems that General Lu has not had time to watch the live broadcast of the last game of the Military Academy League. So, should I explain to General Lu that this ordinary military academy student in front of him is actually the scrap collector Xiao Song, who is well known in the federal military, and has been searching for him for a long time, and defeated the god of war Xu Wenye in the underground black market? Tang Tiantian was confused. And Lu Qingyin was silent. After a while, Lu Qingyin spoke. You are going to the front line too? He was asking Tang Tiantian. The three of them came together. And he was more afraid of Xu Wenye saying stronger than me than going to the front line. Song Shersan answered first. Tiantian will stay and continue the rescue mission with the team. This was what they had discussed earlier. Although Tang Tiantian also wanted to help the soldiers on the front line, she was also more aware of her current strength. The front line was dangerous. Even with the blessing of elemental weapons, the gap in combat experience was not something that she, an ordinary military academy student of non-combat department, could catch up with in a short time. If she insisted on following the front line, let alone helping, it would be a problem whether she could successfully protect herself in the melee. Hearing the answer, Lu Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were still normal people, with Xu Wenye as a guarantee. Lu Qingyin twitched the corners of his mouth twice. Although he still had doubts, he did not force it. Admirals enjoy some independent rights of action. As one of the 5 admirals of the Federation, Xu Wenye has unquestionable strength and sufficient combat experience. Xu Wenye should have his own judgment to agree to Song Shersan's request without hesitation. Lu Qingyin no longer hesitated, waved his hand, tacitly agreed, saluted, and boarded the small warship. The warship set sail in formation. After watching the advanced troops leave, Song Shersan looked back at Tang Tiantian and said goodbye to her. What they have to face ahead is the real battlefield. Tang Tiantian grabbed Song Shersan's hand, wanting to say something, but the words were stuck in her heart. She did not ask about Song Shersan's true origins. A girl of the same age as herself, if her outstanding achievements in weapon science are due to her talent, in terms of combat ability and battlefield experience, it is impossible to use talent as an excuse. Tang Tiantian herself once wanted to apply for the combat department. In the days when she was ridiculed for her mental strength of only B+, she trained hard every day. Because of this, she understood more deeply than anyone else that physical training, research on techniques, a natural fighting style, and almost instinctive on-the-spot reactions could never be achieved overnight. At the beginning, she might have been a little jealous of Song Shersan's talent in making elemental weapons. When Song Shersan gradually showed his strength in fighting, she also doubted his origins. But when Song Shersan gradually showed his edge, he trampled all the sarcasm, injustice and resentment under his own beliefs. And Tang Tiantian's few jealousies and suspicions that had not yet taken shape were all transformed into admiration and trust. She no longer wanted to ask what happened on the border star M13. Perhaps it was not just M13. A place that could hone Song Shersan's skills must be 10,000 times more dangerous than the border star. That was Song Shersan's past. Since he was unwilling to talk about it, Tang Tiantian chose not to ask. She only needed to believe that Song Shersan would practice his beliefs and achieve his ideals, and that he had the ability to put everything into practice. As for Tang Tiantian herself, she would always follow this lighthouse. Facing the dusk, the warships of B-215 have all set sail. The blue tail lights of the thrusters are lit in rows, extending to the distant horizon, like a string of shining blue stars, drawing a magnificent trajectory in the vast universe. The fleet travels through the vast space, the outlines of the distant planets are looming. In the depths of darkness, lights of various colors are lit up one after another, rising from the surface of the planets in different corners. Parity Star Cluster, Aster Star Cluster, Valha Star Cluster. As far as the eye can see, even in the more distant depths of the universe, all the star clusters under the jurisdiction of the Federation, and even the darkness beyond the scope that has not been touched, warships are setting sail one after another. The dazzling tail flames interweave and gather, gradually converging in space. The lights of the warships reflect each other, pulling into a huge and tight giant net, slowly approaching the lit coordinates on the battle map. Chapter 118. The small aircraft passed through the clouds, and gradually left the gravitational range of B-215. Song Shursan sat in the co-pilot seat, and looked out the porthole at the various types of starships that were wandering around. The silver alloy armored hulls of these starships were covered with luminous logos, but each of them had dark portholes, and no trace of human activities could be seen, floating silently in the universe. Occasionally, a few tentacles stretched out from the gaps in the hatch, and even from the muzzles of the turrets, and trembled wildly. It's a starship occupied by the Zerg. Xuanya crossed their route, and went around to the back of the ship before the other side launched an attack. Song Shursan had seen these strange starships before. On the way from the League Stadium to the Parity Star Cluster. The closer to Parity, the more Zerg starships there were. The Zerg collected and even actively attacked human flying tools in the universe, using them as a channel for their rapid migration between different stars. They traveled in all directions, and once they met a human starship head-on, they would attack without hesitation. In the rearview window, the distance between the aircraft and the Zerg starship gradually widened. The tentacles were waving, but they had no intention of turning around to catch up. Song Shursan frowned slightly, watching the fleet go away. Their destination seems to be very clear, although the divisions are scattered. But from a distance, it is found that they are not floating around randomly, but moving in the same direction with a purpose. Xuanya pulled up the hand lever, and the view behind the aircraft became clearer. He raised his hand again, and a dynamic galaxy sand table map was transmitted to Song Shursan optical computer terminal. On the sand table map, the red and blue colors are the most eye-catching. The red marks circles two places. One is A227, the current location of the mother nest. The other is a line connecting several planets. There is a note in the lower right corner. Parity Defense Line. The blue arrow records the direction of the Zerg activities. Looking forward along the real-time dynamics. The first Zerg to land was A551 in the Parity Defense Line. Starting from A551, the blue arrows splashed towards the planets inside the defense line in small clusters. The farthest cluster even jumped directly to A227 in the heart of Parity. That is to say, from here on, A227 star was circled with a red mark. After the sand table map on Song Shursan's brain was loaded, Xuanya explained, what we encountered just now should be the splash force of the Zerg. With the route record on the sand table map, splash force is much easier to understand. It is equivalent to the military concept of humans. Splash force is equivalent to the advance team, but the Zerg advance. Often they have no clear destination. They use the occupied starships to expand their territory in small groups, with random directions and uncertain itineraries, and they land on planets when they encounter them. Using sputtering to describe, it is indeed an accurate image. Song Shursan continued to watch the sand table map, and the A227 star was unexpectedly marked in red, and the mother nest was built. No one could have expected that the Zerg would be so bold and adventurous as to let the Zerg mother follow the splashing troops. Starting from A227, a new splash center appeared. The Zerg no longer splashed in one direction like on the Parity Defense Line, but with A227 as the center. It sent troops to all directions without dead ends. A227 is located inside the Parity Star Cluster, with a very central coordinate and an excellent geographical location. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has become a transportation hub for the Zerg. On the sand table map, the blue arrows are so dense that they almost swallow up the planet. It is also from here that the Zerg expansion range has greatly expanded, and almost half of Parity has been touched by them. After reading the Zerg attack route, Song Shursan adjusted the timeline back to the present. As the Zerg sphere of influence expanded, many observation satellites in the parity star cluster were also damaged by them. Now the real-time dynamics of the sand table map are somewhat intermittent. Intelligence can only come from the warship's carrier-based aircraft. Many information has not been updated in time. However, the primary elimination target has been cleared. Everyone only needs to focus on the mother nest. Under the Zerg offensive, no one, and no need to carefully study every route of the Blue Arrow. Song Shursan carefully looked at these intermittent real-time route maps for a while, and then switched his vision back to the original string of red lines. A doubt suddenly arose in his mind. How is the parity line now? After the mother nest was built, all planets were attacked. In the case of insufficient combat power, most of the garrisons on the line were transferred to rescue civilians. Now only a small team is left on the line to monitor the movements of the Zerg. The main function of the parity line is to contain the Zerg outside the line, in order to launch an attack in time before the mother nest falls. The largest number of garrisons are allocated on the line. After the Zerg crossed the defense line with the Zerg Queen, the entire defense line became an empty shell. The task of guarding the defense line was no longer urgent, and it even seemed a bit embarrassing. Coupled with the pressure of Lan Mi's scorched earth plan, rescuing civilians and covering evacuation became the most important tasks in the entire war. The front line could not get reinforcements, and the rescue mission in the rear was urgent. After weighing the pros and cons, it was indeed the most appropriate strategy to transfer the garrison troops on the defense line. Song Shursan continued to draw the sand table map, and the uneasiness in his heart was growing faintly. She carefully compared the route of the Zerg fleet she had just encountered, and always felt that this route seemed to point back to the parity line. However, on the sand table map, such a return route was not uncommon. Even if the Zerg did return to the parity line, it would not be considered abnormal. Noticing Song Shursan's silence, Xuanya turned his head. What's wrong? After thinking for a while, Song Shursan didn't figure out anything, so he decided not to think about it for the time being. She closed the sand table map and looked forward again. Nothing. Let's destroy the mother nest first. The aircraft continued to move forward. There were more and more light warships and small combat ships around. The lights shone through the portholes and reflected back under the luminous logo on the hull. The fleet number was extremely clear. This was the real Federal fleet. The warships were scattered, and they moved forward in an orderly manner from all directions, keeping their distance from each other, like a group of silver fish swimming towards the depths of the sea. At the front of the fleet, dense Zerg starships formed a wide protective belt that surrounded the A227 star. The protective belt was flowing, with starships constantly splashing out from it, and Zerg starships gathering in. The silver white and dark purple swirled and flowed, like a huge whirlpool that kept turning, giving people a strange feeling of dizziness. Our mission is to block reinforcements. Xuanya glanced at the combat distribution, and did not continue to accelerate, but let the aircraft follow the rear team forward. Not far from them, light warships have already set up their laser cannons, aiming at the Zerg starships that are gathering towards the A227 star from the outside. The Zerg is a collective consciousness, and the birth of the Zerg Queen is a random differentiation of natural selection, and it may be any type of the population. Therefore, each Zerg Queen's nest has different operating habits. After several days of observation, Lu Qingyin has figured out the operating mode of this nest. The operation of the entire nest is similar to that of a bee colony and an ant colony. The Zerg mothers on the A227 star produce hundreds of millions of eggs non-stop. No one even dares to estimate how many eggs and larvae are packed in the starships that splash out from the mother nest. The production of Zerg mothers requires energy. Even if the energy of an entire planet is plundered, it may not be able to provide such a huge energy consumption. The starships that gather from the outside to the mother nest are the supply teams that provide supplies for the mother nest. These supply team Zergs are often strong and fierce, with digestive sacs and various energy substances collected from other planets hanging between their wings and feet. They are crowded inside the starships or even hung outside the starships. They travel back and forth between planets, working diligently, like worker ants in an ant colony. In addition to transporting supplies, they also play the role of protecting the mother nest, and can even offer their bodies as nutrients to the mother worm when necessary. According to the operation mode of the mother nest, Lu Qingyin formulated a brief battle plan. Simple, but accurate. The advanced troops are responsible for cleaning up the splash troops leaving the mother nest, and by the way, looking for a breakthrough in the protection belt. The main army breaks through the protection belt, and the rear guard troops intercept the reinforcements of the supply team. When the protective belt was breached, the entire army attacked A-227 together and destroyed the mother nest. Although the mother nest was dangerous, before breaking through the protection belt of A-227, it was more difficult to face the strong supply team that was eyeing from the outside and wanted to enter the mother nest than to face the splash troops filled with young eggs and almost no combat power. As the strongest combat force of the Federation, Song Shursan and Xuanya received the task of cutting off the supply team. The connection with the mother nest persists until the main army breaks through the protective belt. The team has set up the light cannon and particle beam muzzle. The small aircraft cannot carry too many heavy weapons. Song Shursan cannot mobilize his mental power, so he sets up the high-speed sniper rifle with a horizontal sword switch from the small turret. The light cannon and particle beam fired at the same time. Most of the Zerg invaded were civilian starships, and their protection level was far from the military level. Under the penetration of several light cannons and particle beams, some fragile cabins were squeezed and deformed by the impact, and the highly concentrated energy beam quickly burned through the alloy of the ship, and the metal structure was ionized. The Zerg starship was silently dismembered in the darkness. The Zerg soldiers crammed into the cabins hurriedly crawled out. Some were even crushed by the shock wave just now. The fleeing Zerg densely covered the starship's hull. Some stretched their bodies, half of their forelimbs stood up, and seemed to be ready to jump. The team communication on the optical brain came with chaotic shouts. "It's Zerglings! Everyone keep your distance! Damn it! How could there be a Zergling army? There are also air forces! There are Zergs ready to take off over there! Aim at their wings and shoot! Keep your distance! Keep your distance! Don't let them hit your warships!" The Zergs move quickly, and are small in size. When they travel through space, it's like a cannon hitting a fly. Ordinary light cannons and particle beams can't catch them at all. The light warships quickly retracted their guns and moved away. Some were too close to retreat in time, and were attacked by the air forces with their wings vibrating in the blink of an eye. Hold the control cabin. They've blocked the reactor energy transmission pipeline. The thrusters are shutting down. Mouth of the gun. Don't let them in through the muzzle. In the brief panic, the lightning of the elemental attack lit up, and the arc-shaped trajectory silently shuttled to the front cabin of the light warship, cutting off the wings of a Zerg soldier who was flapping his wings. The thin lightning pattern that followed took the opportunity to entangle it, like a fishing line cutting tofu, and easily broke through the Zerg soldier's hard armor. However, it was not over yet. The arc did not stop. Continuous arcs continued to penetrate the Zerglings that were accumulating power. It worked perfectly with the thunder patterns that followed. In the blink of an eye, the Zerg troops covering the light warship were wiped out. The soldiers in the warship also cleared the Zerg that broke into the ship at this moment and ignited the thrusters again. The warship quickly retreated after catching its breath. The nearby battleships escorted and supplemented. Dense energy pulses were shot out from the wings on both sides of the battleship to block the next wave of attacks. The crisis was resolved, and the lightning patterns in Xuanya's eyes disappeared. He looked at Song Shursan, who was still observing the situation through the scope beside the small turret, and praised sincerely. Good shooting. They were not close to the distressed warship, and the Zerg moved quickly, so it was not easy to aim. Although Xuanya had seen Song Shursan's accuracy before, no matter how many times he had seen it, he still couldn't help but praise his shooting skills. But this time, he said it directly. Song Shursan half closed one eye, searching through the scope carefully on these Zerg soldiers. Her optical computer communication was now on the team channel. The team was noisy, and Xuanya's voice was drowned in the background sound, which did not attract her attention for a while. She turned her head until she saw the message indicator light of the nearby radio light up. What? Without repeating the previous conversation, Xuanya changed the subject. What are you looking at? Song Shursan turned his head back and stuck to the scope again. It's a bit strange. These Zerg soldiers don't look like a supply team. Although Xuanya's lightning attack was also very accurate. Human vision is limited after all. His attack was not based on his field of vision, but on sensing the elemental fluctuations of Song Shursan's attack and following her attack. At such a long distance, he actually did not observe the status of those Zerg soldiers. After hearing what Song Shursan said, Xuanya picked up the military telescope and also looked towards the light warships that were fighting. The soldiers in the Zerg starship did look like regular troops, including blade worms, springtails, and air teams. None of these soldiers had any collected supplies hanging between their wings. Continuing to magnify the telescope, Xuanya searched carefully again. Not only this Zerg starship, but also the Zerg on other nearby starships seemed to have no energy supply. But not all of them. Song Shersan continued, changing the direction of aiming. Look here. These Zerg starships look like supply teams. She raised her head and fell into doubt. These teams are mixed together. I always feel like they are camouflaging and covering up something, without giving them time to think. More Zerg starships approached them one after another, with the intention of forming another encirclement. In the team communication of the optical brain, the channel indicator light from the advanced team suddenly lit up. After a chaotic radio wave and noisy background sound, a familiar female voice was faintly heard. That crazy battlefield man who didn't care about his life. Then someone shouted in panic. Yunshiha? Stop him quickly and catch up. This hurried tail tone was immediately drowned out by the boiling cheers, and in the sound of various turrets starting up. Song Shersan and Xuanya heard the clear horn at the same time. The protection belt has been broken. Everyone, charge. A 227-star protection belt, advanced troops. Small laser cannons fired simultaneously. Aircraft and battleships shuttled between the splashing troops that were constantly leaving the gravitational range of a 227-star, sweeping out ion beams. Getting closer, various elemental attacks aimed at the Zerg soldiers, who leaned out and pierced their weak limbs mercilessly. Elemental attacks may not have any effect on alloy armor, but for Zerg and alien species, it has a miraculous effect. This is why interstellar humans value the application of mental power and elemental energy. Those who can be included in the advanced troops are the most well-trained warriors. They have a kind of mental talent that ordinary people can hardly reach. A keen sense of combat and skilled combat skills. Every attack can accurately penetrate the weak points of the Zerg. But this battle is still extremely difficult. These splash troops that set sail from the A227 star are not full of young eggs, with almost no combat power as expected, but strong and fierce adult soldiers, who have just completed their development period. The Zerg at this stage are the most robust, tenacious, and aggressive in their entire life cycle. They are about to enter the breeding period, have the most vigorous energy, and the strongest desire for plundering energy. When they collide with such a huge human fleet, their attack is like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food. These Zerg soldiers in front of them, not to mention that they are not destructive. Their destructive power is even more fierce than some Zerg that have already invaded other planets. The information was transmitted back to Lu Qingyin. The admiral, who was over half a century old, frowned, and had a bad feeling in his heart. It was reasonable to send away the adults, who were about to enter the breeding period and were most thirsty for energy. It was impossible for the mother nest to leave such a group of Zerg to compete with the mother for resources. However, it was unreasonable to keep the young eggs in the mother nest and raise them until the end of the development period. This was a waste of resources. The eggs produced by the mother Zerg. The material in the egg membrane was enough for the larvae to develop into adults, and there was no need to keep them in the mother nest. Lu Qingyin enlarged the image sent back by the advanced troops. On the screen, the wings and feet of these Zerg soldiers were covered with a layer of mucus, which seemed to be mixed with some translucent flocculent material. They were very familiar with this mucus, which was the egg membrane of the insect eggs. When the larvae broke out of the eggs, they would be covered with this egg membrane to provide them with nutrients and quickly develop into the adult stage. When they fought with the Zerg on other planets before, they almost all carried this egg membrane. Lu Qingyin felt a little nervous, and a terrifying guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that the Zerg mother on A227 has evolved to the point where she can directly hatch the eggs until the adult development period ends? In other words, with the nutrients provided by the eggs, this group of Zerg can directly grow until they enter the estrus period. Only in this way can the mucus covering the bodies of these Zerg soldiers be reasonably explained. However, if this is true, without any external force, the development time is also rapidly compressed, and they can start to reproduce almost immediately after the eggs are hatched. Lu Qingyin simply dared not guess how large the number of this group of Zerg has grown, and how fierce this Zerg tide is. All we can do now is to destroy the mother nest as soon as possible, and the sooner the better. On the A227 star protection belt, the advanced team is still fighting hard. Under the disturbance of the splash troops, it has become more difficult to break through the protection belt. Even if a few starships are destroyed, more Zerg starships will quickly fill in. Not enough firepower. Our attack can't catch up with their repair speed. Need firepower reinforcement. Do you have any heavy weapons? Use firepower to blast a gap. Where are the medium and heavy warships? Let the medium warships come up. No! Medium warships can't get in at all. Use light warships. Let the light warships gather together. Dozens of light warships shuttled through the gaps in the protective belt, gradually gathering in a semi-arc. On both sides of the hull, the turrets extended, and all the guns were aimed at the same area. Boom! Aim here and blast. Blast all the rotten reptiles. Wait a minute. A starship is coming. The Zerg starship is speeding up and crashing into us. Outside the semi-arc surrounded by the light warships, the originally scattered Zerg starships and splash troops all gathered together, burned their thrusters with a desperate attitude, and accelerated towards the light warships that had opened their guns. In exchange for higher flexibility, the light warships abandoned their heavy alloy shells. Once hit by a Zerg starship at this speed, the hull would inevitably be scrapped. Not only would the various systems of the hull be paralyzed, but it would also affect the safety of the soldiers on board. At the critical moment of life and death, evacuation or firing became a proposition where only one could choose between the two. Fire! Fire! Fire quickly! Before the Zerg hit us! Fire! Prepare the ejection compartment. Prepare for emergency escape. In unison, the light warships that formed a semi-arc, none of them chose to retreat. The silent space suddenly ignited with flames all over the sky, and nearly 100 luminous cannons and huge energy cannons with particle beams shot out from the inside of the protective belt. Droplets of molten metal splashed into the depths of the universe. All kinds of debris flew like meteors, and the energy fluctuations spread around like ripples. Following the gunfire, explosions from the collision of starships sounded one after another, like a silent and tragic fireworks display. Among the fragments of the explosion, several ejection capsules flew out one after another, floating toward the depths of the universe. Rescue. Take back the ejection capsule. Great. The emergency escape was successful. Someone is still alive. Where are the warships? Are there any light warships? They are gathering again. Amid the anxious shouts, the protective belt that had just been broken is gathering again at an incredible speed in an instant. No more. Too late. One more shot. Buy a little more time. The team behind will be able to rush in soon. Aircraft. Whose aircraft caught fire? It was a fire caused by overpowering. Someone rushed in with a light energy grenade. Under the shocked gaze of the soldiers on the warships, a small aircraft carrying several light energy grenades on its wings rushed into the gathering protection belt and threw the grenades out. The arc of the grenade lit up, and the gathering Zerg starships were annihilated in the flames of the huge shock wave and stagnated in place. Without any obstruction, the pale blue outline of the planet was clearly revealed. The gap in the protection belt appeared in front of the unobstructed outline of the planet. The aircraft also ignited due to power frequency overload, and the wings were ignited. Following the gap in the protection belt, it fell towards A227. In the optical brain communication, a gnashing cry came. You? You are a battlefield madman who doesn't care about your life. Immediately afterwards, another aircraft followed the burning arc and rushed towards A227. Chapter 119. Noisy exclamations rang out one after another. Yuan-Shiha. What are you doing? Stop them. Hurry up and catch up. Success? The protective belt has been broken. Everyone. Catch up. Comrades. Charge. Stop them. Stop the Zerg starships that are gathering. Cover the main force to rush in. Fire. Fire. Rush over. Ah. Fight them. Charge. The team's communication lights lit up frequently, and the huge silver-white fleet broke through the wide protective belt like a dam breaking, and rushed towards the A227 star. A 227 star. The aircraft with burning wings rotated and bumped in the air. Under the pressure of huge acceleration, the already damaged aircraft began to disintegrate. The wreckage was scattered, and the alloy armor covering the body was also ruthlessly broken in the impact. The arc fell sharply, and the blue flame was like the tail light of a meteor, leaving a long trace on the sky. In the fleeting afterimage, the airbag was ejected, and a parachute swayed and floated out, and floated towards the ground. Hiyu hugged the airbag tightly in her arms, carefully controlling the wind speed and the direction of landing. Looking down from a high place, A227 has become unrecognizable. Buildings collapsed, ground exposed, bricks and soil were all eaten away and moved, leaving only some alloy frames that were directly inserted into the ground and difficult to dig out standing bare, like the last candles of human civilization. She took out the military telescope, and her vision became clearer. The desolate ground. There were no lights or traffic, and almost no traces of human activities, only layers of black shadows surging, operating busy and orderly. Even without trying to distinguish, the core of the Zerg operation can be clearly observed. The mother nest. It was a small arched mound, with a slightly flat top. Like the entrance of a volcano, the entrance was covered with various metal piles moved from all over the place. And dense Zerg soldiers came in and out of it. Near the entrance, there were some smaller caves scattered around, which should function like the vents in an ant nest. Not far from the small mound, there was a circle of undulating low slopes, on which the starships seized by the Zerg were stationed. In the overlapping shadows, starships kept arriving and taking off, like a large starport. Outside the mother nest, the number of Zerg no longer seemed so dense. As far as you could see, the farther away from the mother nest, the thinner the dark purple-black tide became, according to a rough estimate. Except for the vicinity of the mother nest, the number of Zerg on the entire A227 star seemed to be not much different from that of other invaded planets, which was beyond EU's expectations. There is actually not much research data on the mother nest by interstellar humans. Although there have been many Zerg tides in history, they were basically contained before the mother nest was built. In the few data, the number of Zerg in the mother nest is generally the sum of the other dozens of planets. Not only is the black tide on the surface of the planet terrifying, but there are also unimaginable huge amounts of young eggs piled up in the nest. If it is allowed to develop, the Zerg can even drain the energy of the entire planet. According to the theoretical model given by interstellar biologists, when the population exceeds the threshold, the mother nest will start to kill each other, and the Zerg tide will slowly subside. It's just that it's hard to say whether humans can survive until the day of extinction. The current scene of A227 is far from the research data that EU knows. EU can only speculate with fear that the Zerg has now evolved to the point where it can control the reproductive pressure of dispersed populations. The young eggs in the mother nest were taken to other planets, with the splash troops in the port in front of them, which is why the balance of A227 was maintained. This sounds a bit against the Zerg habits and incredible. But apart from this, she can't think of a more reasonable explanation. With a judgment in mind, EU controlled the parachute, not toward the hole in the center of the mound, but toward the ventilation vent not far away. As the parachute got closer and closer to the ground, some Zerg soldiers below also noticed the abnormality in the sky. The familiar flapping sound that made people's scalps numb sounded, and the Air Force took the lead, flying towards the suspicious invaders in the air. EU pulled out the long-handled sickle behind him, raised his hand and fell, and slashed away the nearest multi-winged flying insect. She had an airbag tied around her waist, and her body swayed left and right with the parachute on her back, so she was not as agile as she was on the ground. But the long handle of the sickle and the semi-arc scimitar expanded her attack range, allowing her to face these giant flying insects in the air without losing out. Red flames ignited along the curved sickle edge, and the long handle swung, and the flames of the elemental fire almost burned through the Zerg wing membrane. The noise of the fight attracted more and more Zerg soldiers, and more flying insect troops flapped their wings, surrounding the lone invader. Under the attack of the curved sickle, the Zerg could not get close to him, so they turned to focus on attacking the huge parachute behind EU. Although the escape airbags in the military aircraft have a certain toughness in the selection of materials, under the attack of the spikes projected by the Zerg siege, EU soon heard the sound of the parachute above his head leaking. The speed of his body falling was obviously accelerated, and the acceleration tended to gradually increase. EU turned the long handle, and the curved sickle suddenly expanded like a balloon. The tail end expanded into a hard cylinder, and the tip of the knife formed a cone, which was spliced with the cylinder. The second form of the crescent scythe, the pointed hammer anti-aircraft gun. The hammer face of the pointed hammer is equipped with a howitzer-like muzzle. The stream of light intertwined with red and dome is now gathering at the muzzle. It is the water and fire elements that are accumulating power. While falling, EU swung the pointed hammer. The metal tip smashed into the body of the Zerg soldier, with the splashing green body fluid, and hit the flying insect behind that was flapping its wings. After cleaning up the Zerg around him, before the next wave arrived, EU adjusted the muzzle, prepared to spray steam, to offset the impact of falling to the ground. Amid the whistling wind, a sharper buzzing sound was faintly heard. EU was very familiar with this buzzing sound, more familiar than the flapping of the Zerg wings. It was the sound of the aircraft moving forward rapidly. A silver-wing aircraft flew rapidly through the air, and then turned around urgently, slowing down and brushing under Hiyu in repeated circling. Hiyu only felt that she was hit hard by the aircraft close to her side. But the impact was not violent. The aircraft seemed to deliberately maintain a similar speed to her own, falling and tilted downward. This impact was just offset by the airbag on her waist, causing almost no damage to her. Almost instinctively, Hiyu reached out and grabbed the window of the aircraft. With force on her arm, she clung to the side of the aircraft. Her current posture was not elegant, but the moment she looked up, her heart was more chaotic than the rushing wind. Through the glass of the window, Hiyu saw the driver's profile that she could never have expected. Yunchiha? Madman. What a battlefield madman. Yunchiha hid half of his face behind his combat helmet. The moment he caught Hiyu, her heart almost jumped to her throat, and tears even overflowed from her eyes physiologically. The aircraft dived downward at a low speed, and the ion beam under the wing swept all the approaching Zerg through the porthole and helmet. Hiyu couldn't hear Yunchiha's words, but he could guess that he must be cursing under his anxious expression. With the tacit understanding of life and death on the battlefield, Yunchiha did not need more communication. He flew around the center of the mound and drove the aircraft to a hidden ventilation hole, not far behind the aircraft. More light warships and combat ships were coming here, and various gun beams were aimed at the Zerg on the ground, and the artillery fire was pouring down like a rain curtain. The well-organized ground Zerg troops began to riot. When they got closer, they could feel the hugeness of this mother nest more clearly. The so-called small mound was actually a mountaintop several tens of meters high. The hole in the center was a hole several meters high. Even the nearby ventilation hole was spacious enough for a small aircraft to pass through. The ion beam swept the Zerg blocking the way, easily blasting away the stacked metal armor blocking the hole. The bugs that escaped the dense firepower were easily harvested by Hiyu standing at the front of the aircraft. There were not many defenders at the ventilation hole. Before the Zerg could gather to stop the invaders who were rushing in, the artillery fire from the large fleet behind them followed closely, shaking the entire mountain. In the chaotic fire, the aircraft rushed straight into the mother nest. Shiha? Yonki? Are you okay? Hiyu jumped off the resting aircraft, knocking on the porthole, trying to open the hatch. The aircraft hit the tail when entering the ventilation hole, and the thrusters were temporarily turned off, causing them to crash into a cave chamber when they landed. The body of the machine was buried under the brick wall, and half of the cockpit was blocked. This pit was very hidden, and the Zerg that were attracted to the nearby caves had been dealt with by them when they broke in. Now the entrance to the mother nest was under a more violent attack, and no Zerg soldiers noticed the movement here for a while, which just gave them a moment of respite. Yunchiha pushed the hatch, supported the hand handed over from outside, and climbed out of the gap in the cockpit. The circling driving in a highly nervous state made her brain feel dizzy and hypoxic for a moment. She took a breath, and when she came back to her senses, she saw Hiyu beside her. The emotions that she had tried so hard to suppress immediately surged back. Hiyu? Self-igniting aircraft. Are you crazy? Do you know how dangerous this is? If you really die. When she was emotional, Yunchiha's voice suddenly stopped. She held back the tears that were about to overflow from her throat, turned her head, and kicked the aircraft hard. The small aircraft shook twice, and the dust on both wings fell off. Turning around again, her expression had returned to her usual arrogance. The aircraft seems to have some problems. It needs to be kicked a few times. This is how we repair it at home. In silence, Yunchiha spoke calmly, as if the previous loss of composure had never happened. Hiyu glanced at her and tactfully skipped the topic. Why are you here? As soon as she said this, she realized that non-combatants were generally not incorporated into the frontline troops. The timing of the other party's appearance was so coincidental that it was obvious that Yunchiha must have come with her on purpose. Looking at the aircraft behind the other party, Hiyu felt a little guilty. She explained, I have trained for this kind of emergency parachute jump many times before. It just looks scary. I have brought all the emergency equipment with me. It's okay. She spoke sincerely. Yunchiha looked at her coldly for a long time, and confirmed that the other party was indeed not injured. His expression eased a little. The team just happened to be short of an explorer. I couldn't stand the confinement, and wanted to make up for it. So I followed. This is a reply to Hiyu's question in the previous sentence. However, this answer is true and false, and many details are evaded. The frontline troops are indeed short of an explorer, and she really can't stand the confinement. Ever since she blew up the source core of K9 on the desolate planet without authorization, Yunqi's actions have been under close surveillance by the federal government. Except for spending time with her family, all other trips must be accompanied by intelligence personnel. But joining the frontline battlefield is not a chance for her to make up for her mistakes, but a quota she has finally won. With the official issuance of the Federal Military Department's document to support the frontline, and the completion of the elemental weapons, Yunqi had guessed without even thinking that he would definitely apply to go to the battlefield. When he was still in service, he had a hot temper and was fearless on the battlefield. He won the first-class merit at a young age. Although he retired for a long time due to mineralogy, Yunqi knew that he had always wanted to return to the battlefield. He is back, and his style of doing things is still as reckless as before. But his temperament seems to be much calmer. At least in the past. She would never explain and apologize to him so sincerely for her risky behavior. You are much more stable than before, Yunqi said. He smiled and looked at the aircraft behind Yunqi again. You are also much braver than before. The little girl who hid behind him every time she rushed to the enemy and cried for a while after leaving the battlefield clearly couldn't control nightmares when she saw the Zerg and alien species at night. But she took the initiative to apply to go to the front line after she changed her career to become an explorer, and even drove an aircraft into the Zerg nest. Yunqi also smiled, and in her smile, she seemed to have returned to her old-fashioned and quiet self. She stretched out her hand and awkwardly tried to lift her hair, but found that her long hair was gathered in her combat helmet. So she had to withdraw her hand and look back at Hiyu again. The new weapon suits you very well. Thank you. Hiyu turned around, held the moon sickle in the form of a pointed hammer anti-aircraft gun in his hand, and stood in front of her as before. Get ready for the battle. Do you still remember the combat training? Of course. Yunqi clenched her palms. Not only was she braver, but she also faced all the things she had feared and avoided after Hiyu retired due to mineralogy, and after she became a prospector. No matter how dangerous the place was, or how terrible the enemy was, she would grit her teeth and go there, just to find the elemental stone with 100% purity that would not bring any mineralogy effects. Deep in the cave passage ahead, there was a faint sound of feet rubbing and kicking. The two people who had been separated for many years finally faced each other on the battlefield again. Chapter 120. The blazing fireball rolled forward, accompanied by the crackling sound of organic matter rapidly charring, blocking the narrow passage. The struggling black shadow flickered in the firelight. A curved sickle arc flashed. The black shadow broke into two pieces, letting the flame sweep in vain. In the crackling sparks, more black shadows waved their legs, moving towards the invaders. A giant wasp with its wings burned struggled to move 3 pairs of long legs. Its tail was tense, under the cover of its kind. Half of its body was out of the fireball. Its upper limbs were roasting in the flames. All the fine hairs were ignited, but its tail stood up in a hook shape, and the thorns dripping with venom instantly locked onto Yunqi's position, and the poison sacs in its body were fired together. The green thorns passed through the flames, carrying the last bit of life's accumulated power, so fast that even the afterimage could not be captured, like a fleeting long line in a narrow passage. The thorns broke through the air, but were stopped by a scimitar on one side, just before hitting the target. The curved corners of the sickle and the long handle easily hooked the forward-moving spike, turned it in the blink of an eye, and then cut it in half. Back off. Hiyu blocked Yunqi, who barely turned his head behind him, and switched the weapon in his hand freely. The curved sickle turned back into a pointed hammer anti-aircraft gun. After years of battlefield tacit understanding, Yunqi immediately understood the opponent's intention, retreating 2 steps, and lying down directly. The elements in the muzzle of the hammer condensed, and with the thrust of the steam, it rushed into the fireball like a grenade launch. Boom! The flame spurted out, the inside of the fireball exploded, the sparks were ignited again, illuminating the entire passage, like a fire dragon that was expanding infinitely. The heat wave of the explosion almost brushed past the top of her head. When the airflow stabilized, Yunqi climbed up, looked back at Hiyu. Thank you. She wiped off the dust splashed on the visor of the combat helmet. My personality is calmer, but my fighting style has really not changed at all. The momentum was huge, and the sword was unconventional. If it weren't for the combat coordination that had almost become a habit, she would have been blown away by the heat wave just now. Although the damage caused by this impact would not be serious under the protection of the combat uniform. No one would want to fall down and get up from the ground. Your ability to control the terrain is getting better and better. He ignored the other party's secret complaints and praised him generously. The praise came from the heart. She was very satisfied with the effect of the explosion. Yunqiha fireball just blocked the entrance of the passage, and her fire dragon also spread to the entire passage. Embers ignited the wreckage, ignited the piled-up materials. The fire dragon burned everything it touched recklessly. The Zerg soldier, who had just vaguely revealed half of his shadow, was swallowed up by the flames in an instant. The thick smoke billowed, which spread faster than the flames, and the entire passage almost lost visibility. "Let's go!" The goal had been achieved. He bent down and quickly left the spread of the fire dragon. Under the protection of the combat helmet, they were not affected by too much smoke. After blowing up another warehouse, the two had already gone deep into the heart of the mother nest. Strange. Yunqiha hid in a dodge, avoiding the billowing white smoke that drifted along the passage, and drew a topographic map while saying, "The structure of this mother nest is too simple." Simple structure? He dealt with the Zerg soldiers who escaped from the fire behind him, and said in an exaggerated tone, "I can hardly count how many forks in the road this is." After entering the mother nest, he realized how wise it was to equip the front line with an explorer. The passages in this mother nest were straight and neat, and there was almost no difference between each intersection. There are so many forks in the road, like a huge maze. It wasn't long after entering that he was completely confused. If it weren't for Yunqiha, she would have been trapped in a maze. The habits of this wave of Zerg are somewhat similar to those of ants, but Zergs are more diverse than ants, and they are more social, so there shouldn't be only these few types of nests. Yunqiha adjusted the interface of the optical computer. On the mapping board of the optical computer, the marked channels were neatly structured, and there were almost no nests except for the warehouse. She raised her head and looked around again. It's strange. The complexity of the structure here is not even comparable to that of an ordinary ant nest. After this reminder, he also paused. Now that you mention it, it seems that something is indeed wrong. It was too easy for us to get in here. It was so smooth that it was a little unbelievable. The number of Zerg soldiers in the nest was much smaller than expected. Although the main attack force at the entrance of the mother nest attracted most of the Zerg attention, the resistance they encountered was too weak. Until now, we haven't seen a single larva. This is what surprises me the most. Yunqiha frowned. Logically speaking, we should be very deep. Perhaps it developed into an adult not long after hatching. He didn't think this was a suspicious point, and explained patiently. When we were performing rescue missions before, the Zerg soldiers we encountered all had a layer of egg membrane on their bodies. Egg membrane? Yunqiha was slightly stunned. You mean, the nutrients in the mother's eggs are enough for the larvae to complete their development? After receiving the order for reinforcement, she directly joined the general operation of attacking A227, and had no time to pay attention to the abnormality of the Zerg. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. This is unlikely. If highly enriched eggs are to be produced, the nutritional supply demand of the Zerg mother itself is also extremely large. The distribution frequency of the storage room in this mother nest alone is definitely impossible to meet the needs of the Zerg mother. But Yunqiha did not continue to dwell on this issue. She circled an intersection, and after comparing the direction, she put away the light brain. Let's go. This way. What exactly is going on? You will know when you go to the royal room. The royal room. The safest and most hidden area in the mother nest, and also the production room, where the mother insects lay eggs and reproduce. Along the direction of the royal room, the number of nearby passages and nests has increased significantly. Due to the deep location and complex ventilation, Hiyu and Yunqiha no longer use fire element attacks, but carefully conceal their breath to avoid alarming the insect swarms in the surrounding nests. Without the strong temperature of the elemental fire evaporating, some of the mucus-like substances remaining on the ground and walls of the passage appeared more clearly. After dealing with the Zerg guards, who came out to check the situation, Hiyu saw the familiar egg membrane mucus again, and pulled Yunqiha over. These are the mucus left by the egg membrane. Yunqiha walked forward, and the light of the combat helmet lit up the entire wall. She looked carefully, her expression focused, and even scraped off a small piece and twisted it on her fingertips for a while. After a moment, she raised her head with a strange look, turned around and looked at Hiyu. These are not egg membranes. Huh? I'm not sure, but I've seen similar substances on B015. For a specific conclusion, we need to find an insect egg for comparison before we can verify it. Yunqiha took off her disposable gloves, took out the disinfectant she carried with her, and simply cleaned her fingers. Then turned her head and continued to remind her. Stay away from them. Don't touch them without proper isolation. Especially don't let your wounds get touched, as it may cause infection. Yuan Shihe didn't know the specific consequences of the infection, but her intuition told her that these things were very dangerous. After the two of them stopped moving, the surroundings became even quieter, compared to when they first entered the mother nest. Even the tapping sound of the Zerg feet was much weaker. After waiting for a while, it seemed that no more Zerg soldiers appeared. He boldly stepped a distance towards the royal family. She leaned her ear against the wall and quickly browsed the team information on the optical computer. When the location of the royal family was determined, he sent the coordinates out. But after waiting for a long time, there was no news of the main force attacking the mother nest. According to the communications soldier of the main force, the Zergs kept pouring out of the entrance, and the Zerg corpses even piled up to the point where they had to be blasted away with a light cannon. The scene was quite horrifying. The troops encountered fierce resistance at the entrance of the mother nest. Yuan Shihe also read the team channel at this time. The Zergs seemed to really not want us to attack the mother nest. This sounded like nonsense. The mother nest was the most important base of the Zerg, and the Zergs would naturally not let humans attack. So it was reasonable for them to fight hard. But he understood Yuan Shihe meaning accurately. Compared to fighting hard to prevent the enemy from entering the nest, protecting the order and safety of the royal family is equally important. But the long silence around them silently conveyed an incredible message to the two. There seemed to be few Zerg soldiers in the nests around the royal family. The current scene was as if all the guards of the entire mother nest had turned to the entrance to prevent humans from entering, and even the safety of the Zerg mother in the royal room could be abandoned. They don't want us to enter the nest. He confirmed Yuan Shihe's conclusion, and added, besides the worm mother, there must be something hidden in the nest that they don't want us to find. Besides the worm mother? Yuan Shihe rubbed the corners of her combat uniform. After her long hair was gathered in her helmet, tidying up the corners of her clothes became her new little action when she was thinking. The whole nest is weird, and the problem may be with the worm mother. The worm mother squatted in the royal room, and the royal room was right in front of her. After a moment of silence, he winked and pointed at the royal family in front of him. Let's go in and take a look. As the most important and most heavily guarded place in the mother nest, the danger level of the royal family can be imagined. Out of caution, he chose to send the coordinates to the main force first, and the two of them hid here, waiting for the arrival of the main force before attacking in one fell swoop. But now the entrance is difficult to attack for a long time, and the royal family is unguarded, which seems to be a perfect time to sneak in quietly. Okay. Yuan Shihe nodded, adjusted the brightness of the combat helmet's lighting, and followed Hiyu as usual. The two of them walked forward lightly, perhaps because of the huge body of the insect queen. The construction of the royal room was much higher and wider than other nests. For the purpose of keeping warm, the walls were also stacked thicker. The passage was not complicated, and there were no insect guards at the entrance. The entire royal room was open to the two of them, allowing them to walk all the way to the deepest delivery room. The walls are all covered with this mucus, Yuan Shihe whispered, and carefully moved aside. The field of vision was not bright. In order to avoid irritating the mother insect and potential larvae, they turned off the lighting of the helmet and adjusted the goggles to night vision mode. On other planets, the places where this group of insects passed by were all covered with this mucus. He had long been accustomed to the existence of this mucus, although he would avoid it. He was no longer surprised. The egg pile should be ahead. She walked in front of Yuan Shihe, and in her field of vision, both sides of the ground were filled with crystal oval membranes. The amount of eggs laid by the insect mother was too large, and there was no room for them on both sides of the delivery room. So the insect soldiers would move the eggs to some places outside the royal chamber. Both of them became cautious, and no one knew when these eggs would hatch. If they hatched at this moment, even if they were just larvae, they would be in danger of being surrounded by thousands of troops. Moreover, according to Hiyu's previous speculation, these insects would quickly develop into adults when they hatched. Yuan Shihe quietly took a step closer to the egg pile, and carefully looked at it with the help of night vision goggles for a while, and suddenly her face darkened, and she raised her hand to light up the headlight on her helmet. What's wrong? The sudden light made Hiyu squint and look back behind him. But Yuan Shihe walked straight to the egg pile without any pause, and squatted down directly. After checking, she turned her head, and said with a firm tone, but her face became even uglier. These are not real insect eggs. What? To be precise, these are empty eggs with only genetic material, without fertilization, and the embryonic development program will not be started. Yunqiha stood up and, with a weak illumination, looked further into the depths. With just one glance, she was more certain. The egg piles here are all empty eggs. Under the light of the lowest level of illumination, in the depths of darkness, there seemed to be a slight rustling sound, moving toward the outside. Did you hear it? He Yu's expression also became solemn, standing next to Yunqiha, and simply turned on the illumination of his helmet. A dazzling strong light suddenly lit up. Within the aperture range, a huge compound eye suddenly shrank and closed, and flashed by in the swaying. Chapter 121. Worm Mother? The compound eyes half the height of a man flashed under the strong light. The rustling sound was no longer concealed. The sound of countless legs crawling in panic seemed to kick the top of the head, echoing throughout the royal family. Before he could see the giant in front of him clearly, the crescent sickle in Yu's hand had already popped out, cutting a long bloody wound in the direction of his sight. The touch of this knife hitting was very obvious. The green juice splashed in the air. The worm mother struggled in pain. The blood overflowing from the wound mixed with unknown mucus fell, like a slime rain, slid down the combat helmet stickily. Shrouded in shadows, Yunqiha switched the lighting mode, and the entire royal room was illuminated brightly. And the scene in front of them finally became clear. A few meters in front of them, a giant insect that was as fat as a silkworm was rolling on its back, hurriedly filling the horrible wound it had been cut with. The silkworm had a long and round body, and was fat, several times larger than ordinary insects, almost filling up half of the nest chamber. And the length of its black compound eyes alone was comparable to half the height of an adult. The cylindrical, fat and soft body is divided into three parts: head, chest and abdomen. It is not covered with hard armor, but only with small and soft bristles. Each bristle is covered with crystal oval insect eggs. Under the violent tremor, the eggs are shaken off from the bristles. It is the slime rain falling from the sky. The eggs splashed on the two people on the ground, and were penetrated by various attacks. The leaked mucus almost infected half of the body. Realizing that the rain liquid on the body, what on earth was it? Yunqiha's face changed again and again. She could only grit her teeth and shout, You? Don't get hurt. Don't let your combat uniform get damaged. She looked over from afar. He was already holding a crescent sickle and rushed to the body of the silkworm. The curved blade of the sickle ignited with flames, pressed against the silkworm's abdomen, and harvested dozens of pairs of ventral legs that kicked randomly. The silkworm's mouthparts trembled slightly, twisting left and right in vain. Its mouthparts were too simple, just used to eat the food brought in by the Zerg engineers, and it couldn't even turn its head to cause the invaders any harm. The painful wail reverberated around, which was the distress signal it sent to the tribe when it was in danger. Yu quickened his pace, keeping perfect balance on the wildly twisting body, ran all the way from the tail to the abdomen, and then rushed to the raised head, slashing the pair of short antennae with a knife. When this silkworm differentiated into a mother worm, it only remained in the larval stage, and did not even pupate into a moth. The fragile larvae had almost no means of attack. Not only was it powerless in the face of invasion, but also could only be eaten by the prey in the face of tribe struggles. Yu couldn't imagine how it survived the fierce battle between the Zerg queens and became the final winner. But she couldn't think about it anymore. The opportunity to destroy the Zerg queens and end the Zerg tide was right in front of her. There was a time bomb under her feet, and it was also the hope of victory. The hatching of the eggs, the counterattack of the Zerg. Once the Zerg reacted, they would face a battle that was thousands of times worse than the current one. The tip of the sickle bathed in flames pierced the silkworm's head fiercely. Amid the silkworm's sharp cry, the curved scimitar also went in. This long-handled sickle is too small for the huge body of the silkworm. Even if the entire blade has been inserted into the insect brain, it looks like a fishhook to lure a big fish. Yu stabilized his body, wiped off the translucent mucus that covered the eyepiece of the combat helmet, held the long handle with both hands, and gently turned it. Transformation. Hammer cannon. The metal shifted and stirred in the thick cortex of the insect brain. The silkworm burst into an even more piercing scream. Its body curled up, and even its bristles trembled. Its pain did not last long. The streams of blazing and dome light alternately wrapped around the long handle, and flowed toward the end of the pointed hammer. Under the high-intensity frequency, the light of the elemental energy became more and more intense, and finally gathered at the muzzle that was immersed in the insect brain. This was the highest frequency that the pointed hammer cannon could reach, and it was also an attack intensity that he had never tried before. At the top of the trembling long handle, the elemental energy gathered by the cannon had reached its limit, and it seemed that it would explode in the next second. He who held the long handle tightly turned his head to look in the direction of Yunchiha, and squatted down at the same time. Get ready to lie down. Accompanied by an almost inaudible sound, the firing button at the end of the long handle was pressed. The silkworm's sharp cry came to an abrupt end. A strong earthy smell spread, and the sky was full of green slurry mixed with grayish-white mud, and it dripped to the ground. In this turbid mud rain, the silkworm stiffened its raised upper limbs, and remained silent in vain. It could no longer move. Yunchiha propped herself up from the ground, raised her eyes, and saw he walking out of the blood mist dripping all over the sky. The pointed hammer cannon was safe and sound, and was carried on her shoulder. Behind her, the limbs and pulp were scattered in the air with the firing of the cannon. The upper part of the fat body that stood still, where the round short insect brain should have been, was now empty. Solved. He smiled, walked to Yunchiha, and staggered a little. The embers of the elemental fire ignited the scattered limbs, and the greasy fat roasted in the air, like flying fireworks, making the entire royal family brighter. Yunchiha's eyepiece reflected the sky full of flames. He used burnt sidearm, and the huge insect corpse behind her. Shock and joy flashed across her face, and her thoughts turned into worry about the other party's injuries. She frowned, and before she could speak, her eyes touched the silkworm corpse still covered with insect eggs behind her, and she was suddenly infected with deep fear. No, that's not right. Empty eggs. What's hanging on it is also an empty egg. Yunchiha's lips moved, looking at Hiyu. For the first time since they met again, bewilderment and helplessness reflected on her face. Facing Hiyu's confused eyes, she spoke palely. We were deceived. This Zerg is not a Zerg queen at all. A 227 star, outside the protective belt. The charge horn sounded in the team's communication, and the surrounding warships accelerated their thrusters, gathering towards the large attacking force in front. This is the instruction to gather and attack. The protective belt has been breached. As long as we attack the mother nest in one fell swoop and destroy the mother Zerg, we will see the hope of winning this Zerg tide. Xuanya held his chin with one hand, turned his head, looked at Song Shursan who was still concentrating on observing the Zerg starship through the scope, and reminded him softly. Are you ready to go? The military rank on the shoulders of the combat uniform gleamed. Compared with the title of Admiral, he was more like a special driver now, making it difficult to tell who was the higher position. Song Shursan's cheek was pressed against the butt of the gun, and his voice was squeezed and a little vague. Wait a minute. In the field of view of the scope, the Zerg starships that were blocked outside were not in a hurry, and they slowly tightened behind the warship fleet heading towards A227. Lu Qingyin's order was to intercept the supply team, and before breaking through the protection belt, it was imperative not to let these Zerg soldiers provide reinforcements to the protection belt. But Song Shursan felt that this group of Zerg did not seem to be blocked by them, but wanted to surround them. They followed behind them, like shepherd dogs driving sheep into the pen, and drove all the human warships into A227. This idea is too terrifying, and obviously does not make sense logically. A227 is the location of the mother nest. Once the mother nest is destroyed, the remaining Zerg troops will be a sped force, and the encirclement is even more nonsense. Unless the Zerg mother is not on A227 at all. This thought flashed through Song Shursan's mind like thunder. She looked up suddenly, and finally remembered the key point she had overlooked. She turned to look at Xuanya on the side. The supply team that was just destroyed. It seems that not only did not carry supplies, but also had no egg membranes on them. That sticky layer, no matter which planet you encounter Zerg, they will definitely be covered with egg membranes. This mucus accompanied Song Shursan and his companions almost all the way. Just when she was about to get used to it, it suddenly disappeared. Xuanya lowered his eyes, and thought for a while, then sat up straight. Well, there is no egg membrane. The lack of egg membranes on adult insects is a very common thing for ordinary Zerg, but for the group of Zerg they encountered, it is a highly alert point of suspicion. The ship was supposed to be a supply ship, but the Zerg on it neither carried supplies nor covered the egg membrane that was considered common. And there was more than one such ship. I'm afraid that most of the Zerg starships that were blocked by them were such aliens. There was no need for Song Shursan to explain more. Xuanya's keen intuition from years of traveling on the battlefield was enough to make him realize the inconsistency. Song Shursan quickly opened the sand table on the optical computer, and carefully compared the blue arrows at different times. Her eyes quickly scanned the sky, and a strong sense of foreboding rose in her heart, and finally stopped at A551, the planet where the Zerg first landed. Looking for the Admiral, Song Shursan said. I have a guess that I want to verify. Before this guess was confirmed, she couldn't report it to Lu Qingyin and advance to ask for help. But if she didn't verify it, once the guess came true, all the soldiers on A227 would become food for the Zerg tide, and there would be no room for maneuver on the battlefield. Speed is of the essence. She needs help. Xu Yunyet quietly took in Song Shursan's series of actions. His eyes fell on the A551 star on the sand table, and he couldn't help showing surprise. After a moment of silence, he asked the guess. The insect mother has always been on the A551 star, and has never left? Yes. Song Shursan answered calmly. This was just her guess. But they both knew that if this guess came true, the Federation would face a devastating consequence. If A227 is just a carefully crafted trap, when this trap entraps the desperate main force of the Federation, no one will be able to stop the real insect mother. You want to go to A551? Yes. The attack on A227 is equally important. Because there is not enough evidence to confirm this speculation, Song Shursan also cannot take this risk, and asks Lu Qingyin to mobilize the already tense main force, and go to A551 with him. This is a battle that is destined to be fought alone. After a while, Xu Yunyet's deep voice sounded. Okay. He ignited the thrusters. His eyes hidden under the helmet could not show any expression. I go with you. The road ahead is dangerous. No one knows what kind of battlefield they will face. One more comrade in arms fighting side by side, there is more hope of victory. Song Shursan did not refuse. Among the warships surging towards the A227 star, a small aircraft went against the current and quietly turned to the opposite route. A551 and A227 are not far apart. The small aircraft quietly accelerated, bypassing one Zerg starship after another. Similar to the previous inference, there are quite a few Zerg starships heading towards A551. Song Shursan took the military telescope and observed for a long time. Compared with the Zerg starships surrounding the protective belt, the Zerg in these teams looked more like ships of the supply team. This result made the two people on the aircraft feel even more depressed. The worst guess is that the worm mother never left A551 from the beginning, and the mother nest on A227 was just a cover to divert attention. Song Shursan sorted out his thoughts. What is their purpose in doing this? There are many possible guesses, but only by grasping the most critical one can we connect all the unreasonable points. Controlling the transportation hub, or delaying the main force. These are the most common purposes on the human battlefield. Xu Yunyet answered at the right time. After confirming the common front, the two interacted a lot more than the silent and distant driver-passenger relationship at the beginning. Xu Yunyet's answer was very natural. Song Shursan glanced at him, followed his thoughts. Or maybe it's both. She clicked on the sand table map, circled the location of A227 star. The insect mother is not here, so the role of the transportation hub is not splashing. Returning to the most primitive function, there is only transportation left. What are they transporting? The Zerg troops covered with egg membranes spreading to various planets. The pseudo-supply team heading towards A227 without egg membranes. Everything is connected at this moment. And the answer is almost ready to come out. Egg membranes. Xu Yunyet paused with his fingertips operating the console. And a trace of disbelief flashed through his mind again. Those are not egg membranes, but empty eggs with cysts. These cysts contain the genetic material of the Zerg, and they are transporting the cysts. He had seen these capsules when he was escorting Yunqiha to conduct exploration and testing on the B015 planet. Due to an accident, the students of the 1st Federal Military Academy had to make an emergency landing on the B015 planet to conduct the school field exploration course. But they also discovered traces of Zerg activities. The report reached the federal government, and the military immediately blocked the planet and sent a specialist to investigate. In view of the particularity of the investigation, Xu Yunyet was also assigned to this team. The final investigation did not find any traces of the Zerg. The entire B015 planet was left with only a group of extremely dangerous alien species and various creatures that had mutated into Zerg characteristics. It was there that the capsule containing genetic material was first discovered. It was also there that Xu Yunyet picked up a black gold horizontal sword that could not transform. Xu Yunyet did not pay much attention to the research report on the capsule at that time. He was focusing all his attention on finding the owner of the black gold horizontal sword, who was suspected to be the scrap collector Xiao Song. He did not expect it to be Song Shursan. He did not expect that the other party was really just a student of the Academy of Weaponry. He did not expect that Song Shursan was so keen in capturing these details. Xiuanye turned his head and looked at Song Shursan with a complicated expression. Your inference is correct. Competing for ecological niches. This is probably the real purpose of the Zerg from beginning to end. At that time, they had not yet linked the capsule with biological mutation. In Song Shursan's speculation, they only knew the result of successfully occupying the ecological niche, but did not know the cause of how to occupy it. Now all the clues are connected, and everything becomes clear. Song Shursan took a deep breath. So, the mother nest of A227 star is used as a transportation hub to transport empty eggs. The real purpose of the Zerg is to expand the spread of these genetic materials, so that the entire Parity star group will be completely owned by them, and become a new base for expanding reproduction. And when everyone's goal was transferred to A227 star, the real mother nest, the real Zerg mother that produces eggs and breeds Zerg soldiers, has actually been hiding on A551 star, developing unscrupulously. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. The two of them looked solemn at the same time. The small aircraft that had been speeding all the time finally arrived at planet A551 as a satellite of the Parity line of defense. Planet A551 has a solid star defense. The continuous metal walls almost span the entire planet. From far away in space, you can see the veins that stretch like a crouching snake. Every few meters, there will be a tall watchtower on the metal wall. The tower is equipped with various anti-aircraft weapons, all of which are the latest technology of the Federation. Inside the city wall is a large industrial area, with tall buildings built with solid brick mines, supplying energy to the planet's defense system, while also taking care of the daily lives of the garrison. It is hard to imagine that such a self-contained, indestructible planetary fortress would become a hotbed for the development and reproduction of the Zerg after the garrison voluntarily evacuated. The small aircraft slowly landed on the hillside near the city wall. Song Shursan turned over and saw a completely different scene than expected. Compared to other planets invaded and devoured by the Zerg, most of the buildings on A551 are well preserved, and there are not many traces of fighting. There are almost no traces of Zerg activities on the surface. The lights on the tall buildings are on, and the city system is still functioning. It is so quiet and peaceful that it seems as if the Zerg invasion is just an illusion. But it is too peaceful, and it reveals a bit of weirdness. Can we still contact the defenders who stay here? Song Shursan stepped on the soft grass and spread out the sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing to his side. Although the garrison of the Parity line was evacuated, a small number of garrisons were still left on each planet to observe the movements of the Zerg. A551 was the first planet attacked by the Zerg, but there was no Zerg activity or human activity at the moment. Xiuanye opened his light brain. He was affiliated with the federal military, and as a general, he had the authority to view the communication methods of all military personnel. After searching for a while, he shook his head. The communication signal tower here has been destroyed. No signal, which means the optical computer cannot contact the outside of the planet. Not only is it difficult to find the traces of the defenders, they themselves are also disconnected from the outside. The last signal of the defenders was recorded before the main force's general attack. It should be after the protection belt was broken that the communication tower here was destroyed. After retracting the optical computer, Xiuanye heavy military boots stepped on the grass, making a slightly empty echo. They don't want the message to be passed out. They, naturally, refer to the Zerg on the A551 planet. The metal walls are still majestic, and the lights of the high-rise buildings are still shining. After the signal tower was disconnected, no one knew the story that happened here. The traces of humans, the traces of the Zerg, all disappeared together on this empty planet. Chapter 122. With the support of the inserted horizontal sword, Song Shursan climbed up a watchtower. The watchtower was empty, and the air defense equipment was still turned on, but the energy storage indicator kept flashing, reminding that the energy was insufficient. The metal walls were tall and continuous, and he checked several watchtowers in a row. Without exception, all of them were exhausted. Retracting the horizontal sword, Song Shursan jumped off the tower and patted the dust on his hands. The defense line only maintains the basic energy supply, and the energy supply of the weapons is all in a state of emergency. Without weapons to power them, these watchtowers became empty shells, and could not block the Zerg aerial attacks at all. It was just unknown whether such a huge reserve of artillery fire was emptied, or deliberately emptied. Xuanya turned on his optical brain, and the orderly distribution map of buildings was projected in the air. He scanned the areas with doubts one by one, without saying a word, and gave the initiative to Song Shursan. Where to go next? When deciding to go to A551, Xuanya had loaded the military zone map here in advance, which came in handy now. Warship port. Song Shursan's voice came from the wind. When they came here, they encountered a small group of Zerg supply teams heading towards A551. Zerg are arriving here, which means that there must be Zerg on this planet. As a special military zone plan, A551 has only one port, which gathers all the warships of the entire planet. If the Zerg chooses to build a mother nest here, in order to transport soldiers outward, the first step is to occupy the port and warships. Even more efficient, the mother nest might be built directly at the port. The military port is the most likely place to encounter the Zerg. The aircraft stopped where it was, and the two walked along the city wall toward the port. Starship ports are usually built far away from urban areas. Fortunately, there is a port train near the landing point of the aircraft. In an uninhabited city, various infrastructures are still operating normally, and the lights on are even more eerie. This is a ground train, which will automatically depart at regular intervals. The train is as empty as the city, and the empty seats are arranged in rows. It is the most common place for supernatural events in urban legends. Song Shursan walked in front. Xuanya followed behind, and the two got on the bus without fear. The sensor glass door opened automatically, and the window reflected the figures of the two people passing by. Under the heavy reflections, it seemed as if they fell into a pair of eyes. Song Shursan frowned, and the sword in his hand tightened involuntarily. Her years of fighting instincts told her that from the moment she stepped into the station, she was being watched by some creature. She couldn't tell where the sight came from. There was no one around, but the cold sight seemed to be everywhere, coming from all directions. She took a step back, and stood side by side with Xuanya. She saw the same vigilance in the other's frowning brows. The two looked at each other, and kept silent tacitly. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Before determining the enemy's true position, don't reveal the information you have. The train gradually moved, and the scenery outside the window changed rapidly. Time fell into the evening. The daytime on this planet is very short. After only a few minutes of driving, the horizon has already shown a hint of dusk. After passing through a small industrial area again, the place marked on the map is right in front of us. The surroundings were still quiet. There were no signs of any living creatures along the way, not even passing birds. The train drove into the station step by step, and the background music of the arrival at the terminal sounded. The way out of the station was very complicated. The empty and echoing footsteps in the building played the background music, and the tingling feeling of being watched was still with me. After walking down a long escalator, the entrance of the starport finally appeared in front of me. Xuanya took a step forward calmly, and the space in front of him was distorted for a moment. Song Shursan had seen him use this move in the ring competition. The high-speed and high-pressure water element barrier was colorless and transparent, but it was enough to strangle any creature that tried to cross the barrier. The port was just ahead, and everything was as quiet as the places along the way. But the more peaceful it was, the more nervous the two people were. Holding the sword at his side, Song Shursan entered the combat state and followed Xuanya through the gate. Xuanya's footsteps stopped where they were. Behind him, Song Shursan also stopped, staring at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Here, in front of him was the open sky. No humans, no Zerg, not even a single intact starship. The soil was charred, the ground was pitted, fires were burning in the wreckage, broken concrete and steel were scattered everywhere, and large and small craters filled the entire starport. The dim afterglow flickered in the broken buildings, reflecting a dead silence and destruction. The wind from afar blew up, passing over the embers of the artillery fire, making a heart-pounding crackling sound. A piece of combat uniform that was stuck to the broken wall was torn off by the wind and lifted into the air. Song Shursan reached out and grabbed the piece of cloth. The cloth was stained with blood, and the dark black of the blood scab was precipitated. Only a little of the original color could be seen from the mottled folds. It was a dark blue combat uniform, the color of the uniforms of the Parity Star Group warriors. What happened here? In great astonishment, Song Shursan struggled to squeeze out the remaining half of his words from his throat. The scene was completely different from the peaceful and quiet city. It was not the murderous scene they had expected, but a desolate scene after the war. The apron was completely unrecognizable. All the starships docked at the port were blown up. The metal frames were twisted and deformed, and the sharp fractures stretched outward, leaving behind the energy lines that were still flashing sparks on the ruins. For more starships, only a charred skeleton was left. The defenders blew up the starport. Xuanye bent down, picked up a light brain from the ground, and glanced at the model of the cannon marks on the ground nearby. His tone gradually became solemn. They used the firepower reserve of the anti-aircraft equipment. The embers of the cannon fodder had not yet been extinguished. This vigorous battle obviously took place only a few hours ago. Perhaps at the moment when the signal source was cut off, the defenders of A551 discovered the secret hidden on this planet. After the way to transmit information to the outside was cut off, they gave up the air defense force and concentrated all the anti-aircraft firepower on blowing up the port. What did they find? Song Shursen's eyes fell on the optical computer in Xuanye's hand. Why did they only use up their anti-aircraft firepower, but left the anti-ground artillery fire inside the defense line? Why did they choose to blow up the starport, destroy all the starships, instead of fighting to the death, and escape from here on a starship to spread the news? If we carefully analyze the logic behind these actions, it is easy to draw inferences. Using anti-aircraft firepower, because the threat is not the Zerg supply teams that come and go, but the interior of the planet A551. Blowing up all the starships, instead of escaping from here to spread the news, is because there are creatures that want to use these starships more urgently than them. They didn't have time to leave the port. Or they couldn't leave the port at all. They could only use the method of burning themselves together to trap all the threats on this planet. In addition to these, there must be more. The most critical clue has not been given yet. The defenders will definitely find a way to leave the information they found, which is also the reason that prompted them to do all this. Xuanye rubbed the wristband of the optical computer with his fingertips. This optical computer was damaged to the point that it could not be started. But it suddenly appeared in this area far away from the range of artillery fire. It was obvious that someone had thrown it over with all his strength before dying. After rubbing it for a while, Xuanye put the optical computer back into his pocket and looked at Song Shursen. They left a coordinate. The coordinate of the mother nest. On the wristband of the optical computer, a simple coordinate was scratched very lightly with the military code. Comparing the military map in their hands, the two quickly locked the location of the coordinate, which was an abandoned building in the industrial zone. This industrial zone was where they passed by on the special train. There was no station on the train, and there was no other means of transportation on the road. Fortunately, it was not far from the port, so Song Shursen chose to walk there. After searching the bomb port, Song Shursen looked at Xuanye, who was still walking through the ruins. Are there any survivors? The broken light passed through the damaged hull, casting shadows of varying lengths and strange shapes. Xuanye stood in the shadow and shook his head silently. None of the defenders on A551 survived. After the horn of the general offensive was sounded, the Zerg soldiers lurking on A551 also took action. They launched an attack on the starport, trying to seize the warships to reinforce A227 and wipe us out. The movement of a large number of Zergs aroused the guards' vigilance. They could not pass information to the outside, nor could they stop the Zerg actions. They could only blow up the port. From the breach of the parity line to the implementation of the Scorched Earth plan, from the order to reinforce the front line with great difficulty, to the general offensive to break through the defense belt at all costs. There were too many twists and turns in this battle, and after a long detour, it turned out that they had never been close to the truth. The mother nest of A227 was a hoax, and the breach of the parity line was also a hoax. At every step of the strategic planning, humans thought they had avoided the life and death node that led to destruction, and thought they had figured out the Zerg plan. In every battle, everyone became more and more convinced that they were moving towards the final victory. In the end, it turned out that the Zerg Queen had never left A551. The entire Federation was played around by this group of Zerg. Song Shursen didn't dare to think about how desperate the defenders of A551 would be when they learned the truth. Without any psychological preparation, the Zerg, who had never imagined that they could have intelligence comparable to that of humans, suddenly showed a scheme that was several times more cunning than their own. They were not even facing a life or death decision, nor a helpless dilemma, but a fear that struck their hearts and overturned common sense. Being able to remain rational under such fear was a manifestation of human courage that transcended instinct. The nameless heroes, at the last moment of their lives, declared to the universe their oath to never surrender. Song Shursen clenched the remnant of his combat uniform in his hand, cast his eyes on the desolate battlefield, and saluted. Let's go! She turned around and never looked back. Away from the station and the construction area, the feeling of being watched like a shadow was slightly relieved. The port is located in a remote area, and the distribution of high-rise buildings is much sparser. The metal wall stretches all the way, and there are some metal scraps scattered on the wasteland outside, looking like the wreckage of a shot-down starship. After walking for a while, the two came to the abandoned building recorded in the coordinates. The building is tall, and it is an old-fashioned building with obvious characteristics. The mottled wall peeled off in large pieces, exposing the gray cement inside. The door frame was crooked, and the hinges had long been rusted. Such buildings were basically eliminated on the rich Yunta star. On the contrary, there were still many on the border star M13 in Song Shursan memory, and they were even more dilapidated than the building in front of him. As he walked into the building, the floor under his feet was covered with debris and dust, and there was a sign in front of the elevator saying under maintenance. The signpost, the paint on the handrail of the stairs beside it had peeled off, revealing the rusty metal inside. Apart from being dilapidated, there was nothing special about the whole building. There were spider webs in the corners, but no spiders were resting, not to mention traces of Zerg. Not even a single ordinary reptile was seen. The coordinates left by the defenders pointed to this building, but the building and other buildings seemed to be no different from all the buildings they had walked along the way. The same strange peace. The same strange silence. Song Shursan stepped onto the stairs and walked up. After entering the building area, the feeling of being watched came over her again. Especially in this abandoned building. She could even feel the crowd of eyes. The second floor. The third floor. The fourth floor. All the floors were empty. Song Shursan stopped at a windowsill and looked at Xuanya, who was silent behind him. Where do you think the Zerg will build their mother nest? She didn't know much about the habits of the Zerg. The only knowledge she had came from the textbooks in the first year of the military academy. Most of the time, she relied on the living habits of ordinary insects to infer the actions of the Zerg. Compared with herself, Xuanya had much more experience in fighting against the Zerg. Rock cracks, underground caves, buildings, and man-made structures. Xuanya thought, the operation of the mother nest requires a huge labor force. Even if it is built underground, there must be traces of Zerg activities on the ground. And there are quite a few. The concealment of the mother nest is only relative. In fact, if the size of the Zerg is large enough to form a Zerg tide, no matter how concealed it is, humans can determine the entrance of the mother nest at a glance based on the movement trajectory of the Zerg on the ground. This is also one of the reasons why humans were able to prevent the mother nest from being built in the previous Zerg tide. Since the last coordinates left by the defenders are this building, it means that the mother nest is most likely under the building, and the entrance of the mother nest must be at the base of the building. It's just that the Zerg cleverly hid the entrance, and at the same time hid their own tracks. Xuanya turned around and looked straight at the void that had been watching them. I'm more curious about where these Zerg on the ground are hiding. Hide? Song Shursan was stunned, and fragments flashed in his mind. Clues were connected one by one. Everything that happened on the Parity Star Cluster. Everything that happened within the jurisdiction of the Federation. All the seemingly confusing puzzles actually have traces to follow. Just peel off the silk and catch the most easily overlooked detail. Suddenly, Song Shursan recalled the first time he met Admiral Lu Qingyin. In front of the sand table, when Admiral Lu tried to prove the wisdom of the Zerg to himself. A large number of building collapses have occurred on A552, and the reasons for the collapse are exactly the same. The load-bearing walls are hollowed out by the ants. For half a year, the entire building has been supported by dense ants. If it weren't for the collapse of this building, we wouldn't have discovered that there are such a large number of ants on A552. The Zerg are intelligent. I'm afraid they are using this method to deliberately avoid our monitoring. Deliberately avoiding human monitoring. At the same time, they are also monitoring humans in every possible way. So that's it. Song Shursan closed his eyes and chuckled. In the darkness, the pervasive, omnipresent, dense sights from all directions. The sights that almost pierced every pore of her like needles. Finally gave her the answer. A very clever tactic. She opened her eyes, pulled the horizontal sword from her waist, and raised a trace of mockery to the void. Unfortunately, the same trick won't work so well the second time. The sword flashed out of the sheath. The sound of explosions advancing layer by layer, the invisible stagnant wind, the rapidly compressed air, the sword energy that split the mountains and the sea. A straight crack started from the top of the building, and spread downwards as fast as lightning. The wall peeled off along the spiderweb-like cracks, the bricks and stones collapsed, revealing the crisscrossing steel bars inside. The twisted steel bars bounced outwards. Sparks flew in the cracks. Crisp and tragic sounds rang out one after another. And glass fragments flew like stardust. With the fulcrum pointed by the tip of the horizontal sword. The two sides of the building gradually separated. The rubble fell, mixed with indescribable body parts, in the cross-section of the huge gap. A sound more terrifying than the collapse of the building rang out in panic. Countless wriggling bodies. Countless kicking and intertwined legs. Black waves swarmed out from the cracks in the wall. Densely intertwined. They climb, squeeze, twist. Their slender legs slide quickly like dancing steel needles. And the rustling sound of their crawling seems to crawl up the back to the top of the head. Zerg. Zerg hidden in the brick walls of buildings. Countless Zerg. Zerg everywhere. The towering buildings are just skins that are sucked of marrow and cracked of bones. Under the skins, countless Zerg are crowded in them, walking through them, taking over the remains of human civilization, and wantonly building their own kingdom. The building was split open by Song Shursan, and it was shaky and could collapse completely at any time. The horizontal sword slashing had not stopped, and the aftermath followed the cracks that continued to spread downwards, continuing to attack the foundation of the building. Before Song Shursan drew his sword again, a huge fireball appeared out of thin air above the building, and the falling flames roared into the gap in the middle of the building. The flowing flames followed Xiuyanya's sight, accurately hitting each wave of black waves. The surrounding air was heated rapidly, and the airflow screamed, rolling the remaining rubble and charred corpses into the sky again. In the surging gap, a crater-like passage was looming in the flames and smoke. "It's the entrance to the mother nest," Song Shursan reminded loudly, and the windowsill under his feet began to break. Without the support of the Zerg, the building was so thin that it seemed like an empty shell. It broke inch by inch under the pressure of the Zerg running out, and it actually collapsed from the top. "Jump down!" Xiuyanya's answer came in the whistling airflow. The flowing flames gradually stopped, and several wind blades rotated around Song Shursan, following her falling figure, mercilessly piercing the dense layers of Zerg soldiers who wanted to get close. Under the sweep of 3S plus level mental power, a straight passage suddenly appeared in the encirclement of the black tide, falling straight to the entrance of the mother nest at the foundation of the building. Chapter 123. Song Shursan landed smoothly inside the mother nest. Xiuyan followed closely behind him, and along the curved slope of the mother nest, they slid smoothly to a nest chamber. At the same moment when he stood up from the nest chamber, Xiuyan condensed a solidified magma several feet high, and blew up the passage he had just entered. The flowing lava passed through the broken soil, and quietly gathered outward to form a low-lying area. At the top of the passage, the solidified magma was seeping through the collapsed soil and slowly dripping, forming an insurmountable barrier, blocking the Zerg outside who followed the two people in one after another. "Let's go. We can't stop them for long." Xiuyan retracted his gaze, and looked at Song Shursan who was standing beside him. The guards of these nests were attracted by their movements just now, and many of them were led away from the mother nest. The remaining ones were cleaned up by Song Shursan when she entered, leaving a rare safe place for the two of them. The overall shape of the nest was hexagonal, and the walls were covered with some waxy mucus. Various mineral energy and biological corpses were piled up inside, including some Zerg corpses. It looked like a storage room for food. Song Shursan walked out with his knife in hand. Next to the storage room was another hexagonal storage room, which was also filled with various collected food and energy. Dozens of storage rooms of the same size and shape extended along both sides of the passage. The wax walls glowed softly under the illumination of the combat helmet lights, like a brilliant maze under the castle. The passage was narrow and winding. Only one or two Zerg soldiers could pass through, but for a human body, it was considered spacious. Heavy military boots stepped on the ground, and the slight strange sound and unfamiliar smell quickly alerted the Zerg in the nest. Fortunately, this was a one-way passage. The Zergs from different nests were all squeezed into the narrow passage, and could only line up to attack the two invading people. The arc of dome-colored light flowed at the top of the passage, following the movement of the two people. The sharp water blades were as dense as a shower, effortlessly clearing the Zergs in front of them that were lined up and crawling forward. Song Shursan looked up and felt that this move was familiar. Xiuyan pursed his lips tightly behind him, waiting for the other party to find something. After a moment, Song Shursan withdrew his gaze, said nothing, and continued to move forward. Following the one-way passage, they came to the first fork in the road. As far as the eye could see, some extended upwards, some meandered downwards, intertwined with each other, and were far more complicated than the passage they were standing in now. The coordinates left by the defenders were not the official entrance to the mother nest, but more like a ventilation hole or a backup passage. If he rashly fell into this huge mother nest, even Xuanya would find it difficult to tell where he was at the moment. Song Shursen stopped at the fork in the road, knocked on the walls of the passage in all directions with his knuckles, pointed to a narrower intersection that extended inwards. This way. This passage was the narrowest branch of the fork in the road. The Zergs that had hatched needed to move outwards. The engineers that provided food for the Zerg mother needed to flow inwards, and the soldiers guarding the royal family also needed a more flexible range of movement. The one-way passage where they were standing now, which could only allow 1 or 2 Zergs to pass side by side, could never appear near the royal family. The deeper intersection that Song Shursen pointed to seemed to be a more obvious wrong answer that needed to be ruled out. But Song Shursen's tone was firm, and he did not hesitate at all about his judgment, which surprised Xuanya for a moment. Although he was just surprised, Xuanya did not hesitate at all, and followed Song Shursen's decision calmly. He did not ask, nor did he question. He even blocked other passages in the same way to block the Zerg attacks coming from different intersections. His overly obedient cooperation surprised Song Shursen for a moment. She turned her head, and for the first time carefully examined the young general, who was hailed as the god of war of the Federation. Rumor has it that he is cold-blooded, carefree, and seems to be indifferent to everything. But he is a humanoid weapon with the most terrifying spiritual power in the world. Cold-blooded? He is indeed taciturn, careless, not listening to orders? He is not actively cooperating, but just obedient. As for being indifferent to everything, every time he makes a move, the enthusiasm and excitement in the other party's eyes cannot be concealed even by the goggles of the combat helmet, making it difficult for people to ignore it. Recalling the time they had spent together, Song Shursen once again looked at Xuanya with a strange expression. Xuanya's attitude towards her could not be described as friendly cooperation, but rather obedience. This kind of approach of not asking questions, not doubting, wholeheartedly trusting her every decision, and providing information and support at the right time, was something she had only seen in the AI assistant in the research institute in her previous life. Song Shursen tried to figure out the other party's thoughts for a while, but could not figure out anything. So he simply gave up. In her last life and this life, she has always been walking on a road that is considered by the world to be as difficult as a natural chasm. The eyes looking at her are of various colors. If she insists on digging into everyone's intentions, she will not be able to move forward, no matter what Xuanya's real purpose is. As long as the other party is willing to stand on the same front with her, she will seriously regard him as an ally. The two continued to move forward, and Song Shursen took the initiative to explain. The action logic of this group of insects is very similar to that of ant colonies and bee colonies in nature. The insect queen is likely to be differentiated from one of the two, whether it is the way of crossing the sea of fire in a group, or the structure of the mother nest with clear division of labor. They all retain very obvious racial characteristics. According to the structure of ant nests and beehives, the royal room where the insect mother is located should be the largest nest room, and the nest room used to store and feed young eggs should also be large. She knocked on the wall of the storage room next to her. At least it is much larger than these exquisite small warehouses. Buildings with different space sizes and structures will produce different echoes. In a spacious nest, the sound will have more space to spread and reflect, so the reverberation will be more obvious, and the sound will sound deeper and more reverberant. In contrast, the sound will be more obstructed and absorbed in a small storage room, and the reverberation will sound duller and more limited. Along the wall of the passage, the difference is slight, but still discernible. After turning off the searchlight, there is only the faint reflection of the night vision goggles in the field of vision. The passage is long and narrow, and it becomes narrower and narrower as you go deeper. It can only accommodate the passage of the Zerg that has not yet fully developed. Even the movement of humans will feel a little cramped. Compared to a normal passage, this acupuncture point is more like an internal ventilation hole that was deliberately dug to connect different areas. Song Shursen bent slightly. The journey in the dark environment was particularly long. The dense sounds of crawling legs echoed in his ears, which was enough to show the busyness of the entire mother nest. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the darkness in front finally opened up. Before stepping out of the passage, the dense gazes like needles were particularly obvious. The creepy sense of crisis forced Song Shursan to stop. The magnificent nests were lined up in front of him, and each nest was neatly stacked with crystal eggs. Outside the nest, busy Zerg engineers were arranged in an orderly manner, carrying out more eggs from wider and farther acupuncture points. The legs rubbed against the legs, and the tentacles intertwined with the tentacles. They spread forward and backward, stacked up and down, and the engineers who entered the nest stepped on the shoulders of those who left the nest, and actually built a second layer of insect ladder in an orderly manner in the already spacious passage. Song Shursan was stunned. She guessed from the echoes coming from the passage that the front should be closer to the royal family, but she didn't expect that the exit of the passage would directly lead into the nursery area. The coordinates left by the defenders not only marked the location of the mother nest, it was only one step away from the royal family. The Zerg engineers, who were busy moving, were also stunned. A pair of dark compound eyes looked blankly at the narrow passage. The antennae on their heads twitched and touched each other, silently conveying the shock of the tribe. What's going on? Why did two humans suddenly appear in their internal ventilation vents? Didn't they agree to stay in the outer storage area? Why did they suddenly come in without any notice? Inside the thousands of stacked insect eggs, the familiar big eyes of Kazalin blinked pitifully, and the look she gave was an undisguised hunger for food. Before Song Shursan could think carefully about where this familiar feeling came from, the soft abdomen of the eggworm began to shrink sharply, and the sharp mouthparts were gradually taking shape. Mouthparts take shape, a sign of egg breaking. Once the mouthparts of the eggworm mature, they can bite through the egg membrane that traps them, and rush to the outside world. Speed up hatching? In a flash, Song Shursan remembered the source of this familiar feeling. The maggot moth he had met on the desolate planet K9. The young eggs that lie dormant quietly, the eggworms that still do not actively break eggs after maturity, they carefully hide their presence. Once prey appears, they will accelerate hatching within tens of seconds, and eat up everything they can catch. The purpose of the Zerg hiding their whereabouts also has a more accurate answer at this moment. Compared with the active and conspicuous adults, the shape of the eggs is not only more concealed, but also consumes less resources. The characteristics of the maggot moth allow the eggs to hatch in just a few tens of seconds. In other words, these hidden eggs piled up in mountains are the real hidden killer of this Zerg tide. Song Shursan's scalp tingled. This web is too big. Even until now, the last step of the Zerg mother has not been completed. It is still hoarding these eggs, which is why it uses so many tricks to hide the real nest. Without hesitation, the lights are suddenly turned on, and a beam of strong light suddenly pierces out from the narrow passage. The strong light flashes through the pairs of compound eyes crowded at the entrance of the cave, and the dark underground is instantly as bright as day, under the biological instinct of the change in light. The Zerg that covered the entrance of the passage retreated in panic, trying to find a dark place. It's like the convergence of spotlights on the stage. In the interval of a moment of chaos, a black shadow flashed through the gap. Song Shursan turned his wrist, and the horizontal sword was switched to a black chain wrapped around his wrist, which went straight through the brain of the nearest Zerg engineer, and nailed into the wall of the nest chamber behind him. With the pulling force of the chain, she jumped lightly, and stepped onto the top of the insect ladder. The light source was on the combat helmet on her head. Following the direction of the light source, dense layers of Zerg engineer transport teams spread along the road, and the black wave was endless until it disappeared at the end of the passage. The swarm of insects was in turmoil. The soldiers stacked in a double layer were no longer orderly. The upper soldiers raised their front legs high, and waved their front feet wildly to attack the invaders running overhead. The lower insects swung their bodies anxiously, trying to free themselves from the uneven weight. In the chaos, the horizontal sword unstoppably chopped off the huge flying insects that were flapping their wings and rushing towards him. Song Shursan's figure moved lightly among the ferocious black shadows that were rushing from all directions. The horizontal sword's blade brushed past the razor-sharp mouthparts, and in an instant, lightning flashed, leaving only 2 sections of burnt black cross-sections. The highly corrosive green mucus flew randomly in the air, and the girl figure shuttled between them, accurately avoiding every attack. The eggs on both sides of the nest were ready to move, splitting towards the flying insect army. But before they could flap their wings, they were burned to the ground by the falling flames. Song Shursan stepped on the heads of the Zerg soldiers with his heavy military boots, stepped over the raised claws, and avoided the spurting venom. For her, the black tide in front of her was a broad road. A road leading directly to the royal family. As long as they followed this group of Zerg, they would be able to find the Zerg Queen. The tall and magnificent royal family, with a pair of round and dark compound eyes, looked down from top to bottom at the invaders who broke into this forbidden land. It was a giant moth hanging upside down on the top of the nest. The moth's body covered the entire top of the room. Its wings were tens of meters wide. Its powdery purple-black scales were dense and thick, and they fell with the rise and fall of its abdomen. Its head was facing the entrance of the royal room, and its two long antennae were hanging down, almost falling to the ground several meters high. A pair of compound eyes occupied most of the space on the head, and the front of the head was curled, like two huge sickles crossed together. In the passage outside the entrance, groups of Zerg engineers lined up to enter the royal room. After touching the hanging antennae, they orderly delivered the various foods on their backs into the giant moth's mouthparts. After delivering the food, the engineers continued to move forward, following the direction of the giant moth's body, and came to its tail. The giant moth's tail was undulating violently, and crystal-clear eggs fell in piles, piling up into a small hill below. At the top of the hill, more and more eggs piled up and slid down, gradually spreading to both sides. The engineer carried the eggs on his back and stuffed them under his limbs until his whole body was covered with crystal eggs. And then he left the royal room through the passage behind. This team went back and forth, following this circular track. Song Shursen broke into the royal room. The light squeezed by the passage spread unscrupulously along the huge nest room, and the wax walls reflected the soft luster, making the whole royal room shine. The cold compound eyes glared at the weak figure on the ground below. Inside the compound eye, thousands of small eyes were densely arranged together. Countless imaging points overlapped, reflecting the figure of Song Shursen. Insect Mother. Song Shursen stopped, looked up at the giant creature above his head. Hidden in the EP101 star, watching everything in secret, the real Insect Mother. Continuous streams of flames ignited behind Song Shursen, that was Xuanya clearing and blocking the insects heading towards the royal family. In front of Song Shursen, not only was there the huge Insect Mother, there were also insect soldiers crowded around to guard the Insect Mother, and at the same time, there were insect eggs everywhere that were ready to break eggs. The Insect Mother waved her tentacles leisurely twice, looking at the invader below her, without any panic. It was just a delicious meal delivered to her door. Such a message was conveyed in her eyes. The engineers who were transporting stopped their work and turned to look at the entrance. They climbed up the trunk of the Insect Mother along the wall, covered her with their bodies layer by layer, and formed a solid armor until the entire nest top could no longer be covered. The insects have strong mouthparts and agile movement ability. But the most terrifying thing is that they can't be killed or eliminated. And their reproduction ability seems endless. The eggs at the end of the tail were still dripping. New Zergs were still hatching. They might be fragile in the face of human attacks, but even if they were as fragile as thin paper, thousands of them stacked together, there were times when they could not be cut by a sharp blade. Song Shursen raised his horizontal sword, accumulated strength, and swept forward. There was a teeth-grinding creaking sound, like a fragile eggshell beginning to crack under heavy pressure. The blade penetrated deeply, blue-green body fluid splashed out, and a pungent fishy smell spread in the air. Even with the isolation of the combat helmet, Song Shursen could still smell the acid that permeated the entire nest chamber. The stumps? Broken shells, twisted muscle fibers, transparent tubes, and various tissues and organs burned to ash the moment they were touched by the blade, and turned into fine powder that fell from the air. The layer of Zerg armor covering the surface was easily cut through. But after one layer, more Zergs began to pour into the gap, filling the gap in the defense line with their bodies. Song Shursen was somewhat amused by this rogue fighting style. She was not afraid of the huge body of the Zerg Queen, and she did not mind competing with the agility of this group of Zergs. But the problem at the moment was that her knife couldn't even touch a single hair of the Zerg Queen. For the first time, Song Shur reflected on herself. She seemed to rely too much on her usual combat habits. When making weapons, she never considered the existence of extreme situations. For example, now, no matter how many times the horizontal sword swept, the gap would be filled by the Zerg in the blink of an eye. The horizontal sword had a limited attack range, and none of the three forms she had in her hand had a super wide range of lethality. It was even difficult to switch forms and cooperate. Apart from wasting time praying for hope, this seems to be an unsolvable battle. Fortunately, there is a person who is known as a humanoid weapon beside him. Without any hesitation, Song Shursen commanded the general beside him. Sun Yi. The other party's response came quickly. With a loud bang, With the vibration of the entire mother nest, the passage behind him collapsed completely. The ice blue scimitar solidified in Xuanye's hands. He neatly cut off the head of the Zerg soldier blocking the front, and jumped to Song Shersan's side. There was no need for Song Shersan to explain the current situation. A huge elemental star disk unfolded behind him. The five-colored stream of light swirled around, and ripples appeared on the star disk. In the ripples, countless solid outlines loomed, and shot out in an instant. Falling lava, swift lightning snakes, sharp ice spikes, exploding flames, rapidly cutting wind blades. Since crossing into the interstellar world, all the elemental attacks that Song Shersan had seen, regardless of form, regardless of type, regardless of strength, like a treasure trove pouring out, sent out continuously from the elemental star disk behind Xuanye. The air stirred up a frenzy of wind, and the chaotic elemental energy comparable to a nuclear explosion impacted the armor of the insect mother that was constantly regenerating. The black tide gathered again, and was dispersed again and again by the elemental attacks that fell down without any rules. In the intervals between the alternations, Song Shersan held the horizontal sword, flew onto the back of the insect soldier who was about to flap his wings in front of him, and used the power of its takeoff to jump onto the huge mouthparts of the insect mother. This was a short gap, but it only took the second it appeared, which was enough for Song Shersan. The horizontal blade was inserted diagonally into the exposed fluff above the inlet. The extension of the resin, ore, and the sharpness of the metal were perfectly combined in the blade. Maintaining the sharp blade, the stream of fire and thunder lingered on the horizontal blade that pierced into the insect mother's body at a speed beyond the imagination of metal. It was like a sharp arrow breaking through the air. It rushed all the way to the front. The blade pierced from the head and came out from the tail, piercing through the entire body of the insect mother. The intense pain occupied the insect brain. The sharp wail echoed in the mother nest. The earth began to tremble. The long-resting wings of the insect mother trembled gently. Since it differentiated into an insect mother, it has not fluttered these curtain-like wings for a long time. Under the stinging pain that penetrated its body, the group of insects covering its body had become a burden. It fluttered its wings at a loss, dragging its fat body, trying to escape from this dangerous nest. Still rushing towards it like a tide, the insect soldiers who wanted to protect it did not give it this opportunity. Song Shersan would not give it this opportunity either. Holding the hilt tightly with both hands, Song Shersan leaped up, jumped off the insect mother, who was several meters high, and drew an arc in the air. As Song Shersan twisted his movements, the horizontal knife in the insect mother's body changed its blade, following the arc of her fall, from top to bottom, cutting open the entire back of the insect mother, who was hanging upside down. Purple-black powder fell down. Smelly green juices fell fiercely along with various indescribable organs. Like a heavy rain. Raindrops. It fell in the air, and suddenly caught fire, turning into little flames floating in the wind, without a single drop falling on Song Shersan. Song Shersan looked back, and saw Xuanye half leaning against the sticky wall, with his sweat-soaked hair sticking to his forehead under his combat helmet. There was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground behind him. The half-cut giant moth fell from the top of the nest. Its wings spread apart, and drooped weakly on both sides, until the last moment of its life. It failed to successfully flap its wings. It's over. Song Shersan looked at Xuanye, returned a smile, and helped him up. The Zerg is a collective consciousness. After the death of the Zerg Queen, the Zerg lost the control of the brain, and the entire orderly race order would collapse. The elemental star disk just now consumed most of Xuanye's mental power. The rapid loss of mental power in a short period of time made his body a little shaky. He held the hand handed over by Song Shersan, struggled to stand up, and weakly raised the corners of his lips. "Thank you." Before he could finish the two words, his expression suddenly changed. Looking behind Song Shersan, a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes that had always been calm. "What is this?" Song Shersan turned back in response. The swarm of insects that should have been leaderless did not scatter, nor did they attack them according to their instinct. The insects that had originally covered the giant moth and protected it entered its cut wound in an orderly manner and gnawed its body. Will different Zergs coexist peacefully? Song Shersan was stunned in place. The behavior of the Zergs in front of her was beyond her knowledge. No. Xuanye's tone was certain, and the solemnity between his brows deepened. They are fighting for the differentiation of new Zerg mothers. New Zerg mothers? Song Shersan looked back at the corpse of the giant moth on the ground. The Zerg mother controls the brain of the Zerg swarm. After the brain dies, the Zerg will lose its racial order, following its instinct to scatter and destroy, and reproduce on their own. Different tribes would not cooperate with each other. Nor would they be in the same room and still maintain good order like they are now. They arranged their priorities on their own. Did not fight each other. Did not attack human invaders. But chose to eat the giant moth and absorb the remaining energy from it. Such order. Such organization. It was as if the insect mother was still there. The giant moth was dead. The insects eating its remains were the evidence. The giant moth is the mother of insects. The pile of eggs at the end of its tail is the evidence. Excluding all known information, there is only one possibility left. The mother of insects, not the brain of this group of insects. Song Shursan recalled the giant moth's compound eyes looking at her, those cold, emotionless compound eyes. The way it looked at her was like a hunter looking at his prey, completely following instinct, without any emotion or thought. That was not the look of a higher intelligence. Some details that were overlooked in the hurried battle also slowly emerged at this moment. The original racial habits of the Zerg Queen will affect the entire Zerg. Then why, when the behavior habits of this group of Zerg are more like ant colonies and bee colonies, their Zerg Queen is a maggot moth? Unless the Zerg Queen of this group of Zerg and the brain that controls the collective consciousness are separate. Before Song Shursan spoke, Xuanya said the answer in her heart. It did not choose to differentiate itself into a worm mother, but secretly selected a more suitable container to replace it as the ovary of the entire group. The worm mother has died. But the brain that controls the collective consciousness has not died. It has not differentiated. And its body is as weak and small as an ordinary Zerg soldier. Without the worm mother, it cannot eliminate the invaders in the royal family by itself. It will judge the situation, hide itself in the group, and observe everything secretly. In order to continue the group, it will definitely select a new worm mother in the shortest time. It is hidden in this royal family. Chapter 124. Song Shursan's eyes swept over the densely packed Zerg. The eggs laid by the Zerg Queen can hatch into any Zerg group. The reptiles in front of him are of different orders. It is not easy to find the Zerg brain among them. However, no matter how much they hide, no matter how much they change the pillars, the primitive group habits engraved in their genes cannot be changed. The hexagonal nest, the huge building structure like an ant nest, the action mode that is like an ant and a bee. The memory goes back again. Suddenly, Song Shursan recalled the last glance when he escaped from the B-015 star cave. On the other side of the rubble, there was a huge cold compound eye. It was an antlion bee. Song Shursan raised his eyes, and his sight fell on the antlion bee group that had gathered at a corner of the insect mother's body. This group of antlion bees buzzed their wings busily, and seemed to be no different from the other insects around them that were crowded and crawling towards the insect mother. But if you pay more attention for a while, you will find that they are not eating at all, but just lowering their wings to make room for the passing insects, creating a false impression of being busy. You are quite good at pretending. After watching for a while, Song Shursan chuckled, turned his wrist, and the wind thorns wrapped around the blade of the horizontal sword. When the enemy was in the dark, and we were in the light, this brain that controlled everything behind the scenes seemed so mysterious, so unfathomable. But once this layer of fog was penetrated, the offense and defense changed. Only then did we find that its tricks to conceal itself were so clumsy and funny. The entangled wind thorns reflected the surrounding air, hiding the shape of the horizontal sword. From the outside, Song Shursan's hands were now empty. This brain is very smart, making the most of the unknown. It knows all the contempt and fear that humans have for the unknown, and uses it to play with humans. The opposite is also true. It is too familiar with the weapon of unknown, so it is more vigilant and more afraid of the unknown than humans. Song Shursan jumped with empty hands. She kept holding the knife, and after a few light jumps, she came to the top of the huge moth corpse. Although she had nothing in her hand, the insects close to her seemed to be pierced by the strong wind, and they broke into two pieces out of thin air. Song Shursan did not stop, and she moved step by step towards the antlion swarm under the giant moth. She deliberately slowed down her pace, and wherever she passed, there were insect corpses everywhere. In the still busy antlion swarm, a figure became visibly slow. Song Shursan raised the knife, and due to the change in the refraction index of the wind thorn, she could not see the length of the horizontal knife, nor the attack range of the horizontal knife, and she could not even confirm whether she had changed the form of the weapon. She seemed to just raise her hand casually. The swarm of insects rushed forward without paying any attention. They could not understand the danger behind Song Shersan's action, nor were they afraid. Under the giant moss body, an antlion bee trembled its wings gently. Speculation, doubt, or fear. The overly complicated thoughts and emotions made its sudden stagnant movements particularly eye-catching. The antlion bee carefully turned its compound eyes. Countless small eyes gathered in the same direction, and when it raised its eyes, it met the gaze of Song Shersan in the air. Space seemed to be stagnant for a moment. One man and one insect, each confirmed the information they wanted in the other's eyes. That's it. The moment the antlion bee turned away, Song Shersan had already shouted. In a flash, the horizontal sword wind-thorn form was released. The black chain was as agile as a swimming dragon, jumped over most of the giant moss body, and entangled with the antlion bee's head. The antlion bee screamed, flashed its wings to stagger half a body, avoiding the fatal blow to the head. The chain only had time to wrap around half of its wing. Amid its resolute and sharp cry of pain, a transparent membrane wing was torn apart. It cut off one wing without hesitation, and fell to the ground due to losing balance, and then used all 6 legs to accelerate its escape towards the exit at the end of the royal family. Chase! Song Shersan gave a concise instruction, and the chain flew out again, carrying her across the moth corpse, and swung out from the top of the nest. Behind her, the flowing flames followed the sound, and ignited the swarm of insects that were about to take off and intercept the way ahead. The antlion bee crawled very fast, skillfully shoveling through the various forks in the maze. This is its nest, its kingdom. It only needs half a second to pass by an intersection, and it can shake off the death pursuers following it. But Song Shersan's sight was like a directional tracking scope, locking on the target in front of her. With the help of the hook at the end of the chain, she easily stepped across the inner wall of the nest, and the chain fell with her hands, flowing like clouds in water, and her speed was no less than that of the antlion bee with 3 pairs of legs. Xuanye followed the traces left by the hooks, and the zergs that came from various intersections to block and cover were all swept to the ground by the various elemental attacks he released in a large area. 1 insect and 2 people followed closely, and light and shadow shuttled through the nest passage. More and more insect corpses piled up, even blocking their nest passage. After going around to an unknown intersection, Song Shersan was getting closer and closer. But the antlion bee suddenly changed direction and crawled into a passage extending upwards. The Zerg two-dimensional creature-like mobility enables them to walk on walls and ground at any angle as if they were flat ground. For humans, the inclined passage undoubtedly adds more resistance. The slope in front of her was already more than 60 degrees. Song Shersan took a deep breath and was about to use her strength when she suddenly found a small whirlwind appeared where she stepped, which just gave her a fulcrum to move upward. She didn't look back, knowing that this was the wind element ladder mobilized by Xuanye. Just now she was moving forward, and had no time to pay attention to the other party's condition. Now the other party caught up with her. She could hear the heavy breathing from a distance of several meters. Xuanye was already struggling. Thank you. Song Shersan pursed his lips, stepped on the whirlwind under his feet, retracted the chain in his hand, and accelerated suddenly. There was no light above his head, and in the shadows of the lights, the end of this passage seemed to be a dead end. The mother nest built by hand, the carefully designed nest path, now became the grave of the antlion bee. However, the antlion bee did not hesitate to stop. Half of its wings were tilted, as if it saw the hope of survival. It danced its legs more vigorously, and was even trembling with excitement. The end of the passage was getting closer and closer. The last part of the journey. The road in front of it was almost completely vertical. The antlion bee had been forced into a dead end. Song Shersan gathered strength, estimated the final distance, and the hook in his hand was ready to pierce and throw at any time. The searchlight light swayed slightly with her movements, and in the gap blocked by the antlion bee, the wall that was shining with a soft waxy sheen and had no way out suddenly became slightly loose. Dust fell. Beyond the light in the dark underground, new rays of light followed the gradually opened hole outside and shot into the passage from top to bottom. Several blade insects flashed outside the hole, and the hole that was originally blocked was dug from the outside by them. There was no time to be surprised. Before Song Shersan threw out the chain, the huge and light body of the antlion bee suddenly poked out of the hole and crawled to the wider ground. It escaped from the nest. There was no shelter or fork in the road on the ground, which would only make its whereabouts easier to lock. In a flash, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Song Shersan's mind. Without waiting to think about it, Song Shersan supported himself with one hand, followed closely behind the antlion bee, and the tail of the chain turned into a sharp hook, which flew towards the direction it left. The sharp hook pierced through the layers of insect swarms blocking it, and accurately inserted into the tail of the antlion bee. The antlion bee hummed, vibrated the remaining half of its wings, and let the trunk of its tail be torn off, and crawled towards the hemispherical object in front of it that was surrounded by purple-black insect swarms. The hemispherical object revealed a corner with a metallic luster. Song Shursen had already crawled out of the hole. When she saw the familiar scene in front of her, her eyes suddenly narrowed. Grass. Hemispherical alloy object. In just a moment, she understood why Brain had gone against common sense and wanted to escape from the mother nest. The sloping hill in front of them was the grass where they landed. The hemispherical object covered by the Zerg was the small aircraft they took when they came here. Brain gave up the mother nest and wanted to take the aircraft to escape from A551, dragging only half of its trunk. The antlion bee struggled to crawl onto the aircraft and merged with the Zerg all over it. The aircraft shook and vibrated. Its tentacles poked out from various metal gaps, and the thrusters at the bottom ignited blue flames. The military port had been bombed, and it was probably difficult to find a flying vehicle that could fly into space on the entire A551 star. With the communication cut off, if the antlion bee successfully escaped, it would be difficult to find its trace. Without time to think about how the brain could maintain vital signs with only half of the body, the chain quickly wrapped around Song Shursen's side and switched to a high-speed sniper rifle, which was placed on her arms. Without the help of the scope, Song Shursen raised the gun, and his fingertips gently waved and engraved. The dazzling green color flowed through the gun body and finally gathered at the muzzle. This is the highest frequency that can be covered by the current integrated circuit. The condensation of elemental energy has long surpassed the revolver form when fighting Xuanya. She closed one eye, pointed the muzzle at the thruster of the small aircraft burning with blue flames, and pulled the trigger. The extremely condensed wind, a straight line, like a dome, and azure was drawn in the sky. Intensive continuous shooting, pouring energy. The elemental stones in the magazine were slightly hot. The pouring firepower was connected into a straight line that seemed to be uninterrupted, penetrating the thruster of the small aircraft, and shooting out from the cockpit at the tail without any resistance. It was comparable to the power of a particle cannon beam. The aircraft shook violently in midair. The entire cabin was penetrated. The power system was destroyed, and it inevitably fell straight to the ground. Song Shursen's attack still did not stop. The muzzle of the high-speed sniper rifle chased the falling aircraft. The burning black smoke was riddled with holes. And finally, with a huge roar and explosion, a dazzling ball of fire ignited in midair, and in an instant it merged into the glow of the sky behind. The fireball expanded, and the orange-red flames rolled outward like surging waves. Xuanya, who had chased out of the cave, stuck his head out. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw a fierce fire exploding above his head. The wreckage of the aircraft flew in all directions, falling into the distance, like a meteor with a long tail flame. The smoke mixed with the stench gradually diffused in the air. The thick smoke spread, drifting outward from the hillside, passing over the towering metal walls, and passing over the industrial areas with tall buildings inside the walls. It was like receiving a signal flare that suddenly exploded. The muffled sounds that sounded one after another broke the brief silence after the explosion. The sound of the collapse was chaotic and dull, like dominoes, with a shaking feeling of earthquakes, coming from the distant ground. Song Shursen turned his head, with a surprised look, looking towards the source of the collapse, the industrial area inside the metal wall. The high-rise buildings lined up one after another seemed to be touched by the hand of death, from bottom to top, in groups, in batches and sections, collapsed like dry and rotten wood. The dust covered the sky, and the gray and yellow rose high. In the broken bricks and stones, dark purple continued to gather, and continuously poured out from the collapsed buildings, gathering into an impenetrable wave. The building collapsed because the load-bearing wall was hollowed out. Without the control of the brain, the Zerg that had been hiding in the walls of the building all swarmed out, following their nature to expand and destroy everything around them. They no longer hide between the walls, under the ground, hidden adults, pile of eggs and larvae. Not all over the place, nor densely packed. The scene before him was almost impossible to describe in words. Until this moment, Song Shursen truly realized the horror of the Zerg reproduction speed, the horror of the insect tide of billions. The dark purple tsunami rolled up high, as if it was going to submerge the entire world in its wriggling legs. Now, it was the real insect tide. The wind whistled, blowing the corners of Song Shursan combat uniform. The only aircraft was destroyed, and the entire A551 star became a purgatory, which was far beyond the power of a single human being. The scene in front of her was far more terrifying than the thousands of zombies in her previous life. At the last moment, she turned her head, reached out and grabbed Xuanye's wrist, and rushed to the only possible place to survive in the direction of the insect tide. Chapter 125. The Mother Worm. Is not this silkworm? On planet A227, Yuan Shiho looked pale, looking at Hiyu beside him. The team's internal communication flashed twice, and this whisper as thin as a mosquito was transmitted to the ears of every federal soldier participating in the battle. As if to confirm her guess, more and more battle reports were transmitted to the team's internal communication. After the main army broke through the protective belt, the Zerg starship stopped repairing the gap in the protective belt. The rearguard troops followed smoothly, successfully broke through the protective belt, and entered the gravitational range of planet A227. The Zerg supply team heading to A227 did not continue forward, but merged into the protective belt. The protective belt was rebuilt again, and the Zerg controlled the outer space of A227. Outside the mother nest, Lu Qingyin quickly scanned the battle reports that were transmitted one after another, and then took a look at the Zerg soldiers guarding the entrance of the mother nest outside the warship. And his heart was like falling into an ice cave. The Zerg mother is fake. The mother nest is also fake. These Zerg soldiers guarding the entrance are not guarding the mother nest at all, but just to delay them and attract more federal troops to enter A227. It wasn't that they surrounded the Zerg queen and were going to defeat the Zerg tide in one fell swoop. Rather, the Zerg surrounded the entire federal army and were going to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Assholes. Lu Qingyin punched the console. After years of military service, he rarely lost control of his emotions. He thought he had been alert enough, had been firm enough, and had made all kinds of calculations, but he was still tricked by this group of Zerg. The emotional catharsis only lasted for a moment, and after venting the pain and anger in his heart, he still had to raise his head to face the cruel reality. Open the sand table map. Wipe his face, Lu Qingyin ordered the adjutant beside him. Connect all senior generals' communications, and hold an emergency combat meeting. A227 was a cover from the beginning. Whether it was the Scorched Earth plan or the full-line encirclement and suppression, the entire policy for this insect tide was the wrong target chosen from the beginning. The situation is so serious that it has exceeded everyone's expectations. Yuan Shiha Exploration and Analysis Report continues. This silkworm does not have the reproductive capacity to breed fertilized eggs. The empty eggs with gene capsules are piled up in the birth chamber. The Zerg uses the transportation hub of A227 to spread these capsules to other planets. Her voice trembled slightly, thinking of the Scorched Earth plan that was almost implemented, and she felt even colder in her heart. They spread these capsules to other planets. In this way, they expanded their plan to seize ecological niches. What a two-pronged approach. What a feint to the east and attack in the west. What a two-birds-with-one-arrow plan. They invested a lot of artillery and manpower, sacrificed countless soldiers and civilians, and went around in circles. And victory was just around the corner. In the end, they didn't even know the real location of the insect mother. The lines between the Federal Military Department and the Ministry of Government were connected one by one. The news was transmitted so quickly that all the faces that appeared on the screen had heavy expressions. How much military reserve do we have? Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingyin tried to stay calm and spoke first. As the commander of this battle, his presence was the heart of the army. In a desperate situation, he must not show any panic even if the world collapsed in front of him. Among the people in the meeting, a voice slowly spoke. I am afraid that there are less than 1/5 of active soldiers with suitable combat experience left. Suitable combat experience refers to soldiers who have experience fighting against the Zerg. After the military issued a document for full reinforcement, almost all the soldiers in all the star clusters of the Federation who met the requirements rushed to the front line, leaving only some who were far away and had not yet arrived, and were lucky enough not to be blocked on the A227 star. Lu Qingyin frowned. Why are there so few? Before issuing the general offensive order, he counted the number of participating teams, which was much smaller than the active teams in previous years. At that time, he thought that Lan Mi was conserving his strength and left some troops behind. He did not expect that they had become almost all of the main combat forces of the Federation. In recent years, the Federation has been relatively peaceful, so the military construction has been slowed down. and production resources are more inclined to develop economic construction. In addition, due to the frequent occurrence of mineral disease, many soldiers have retired early due to injuries. After Lonmi took office, he tightened the federal government's tax rate on the purity of elemental stone mining. And there were fewer high-purity elemental stones circulating in the market. And more soldiers were induced to mineral disease. In addition to the bias in resource allocation, except for the parity star cluster, the garrisons of most star clusters have reduced their training missions for actual combat with Zerg and alien species. Only some seeded individual teams that perform rescue missions may have relevant combat experience. There are more and more retired soldiers, but fewer and fewer excellent new recruits, and the core strength of the army is gradually empty. Slowing down construction? Is it a policy allocation, or is someone lining their own pockets? Lu Qingyin winced at Lonmi, and the voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Mural Lanmi lowered his eyes, flipping through the battle reports on the screen, avoiding the other party's questioning. The atmosphere was stagnant for only a moment. With the war situation at hand, it was not the time to settle accounts. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lu Qingyin opened the sand table map and got to the point. It will take some time for the main army to break through the siege of A227. The most important problem now is that we cannot confirm the true location of the mother nest and the mother insect. We need a group of teams to explore the situation of several possible planets. This task is very urgent, and the risk factor is also high. Let's help the main team break through the siege of A227 first. During the conference call, someone interrupted Lu Qingyin's speech. The veterans are basically in the main army, and we have too few effective combat forces left. We should withdraw first and make the next plan after resting. No. Lu Qingyin refused immediately. We must find out the location of the worm mother as soon as possible. The longer the delay, the more complete the development of the mother nest. The wisdom of this worm mother is extraordinary, and it cannot be underestimated. The current situation of the Federation humans is already passive enough. If it is given more opportunities to develop, once it has laid out the entire net, things may be irreversible. The goal of the insect mother is to trap all the Federation's combat power on planet A227. We continue to reinforce planet A227, but we will only fall into a deeper trap by following the danger it has created. Since the insect mother chose to capture the main force of the Federation on planet A227, it is impossible for them to escape easily. Breaking the siege is just a conservative statement. The more cruel and possible fact is that they may be buried on this planet that is only a number, and is not even named. But Lu Qingyin will not say this worst-case scenario at this moment. After the military answered the question about the military reserve, he withdrew the idea of requesting rescue. The remaining effective combat force of the Federation is not even enough to carry out his exploration plan, let alone the main force of the army coming to assist A227. Compared to asking for help, finding out the true location of the mother nest is a more important task, and it is also the only way out. As for the current predicament of the main army, Lu Qingyin gritted his teeth. Even if he, Lu Qingyin, was exhausted and died of mineral sickness, he must lead the soldiers to break out of the siege. In the stalemate, someone suddenly spoke up. Where is General Xuanye? Didn't he attend this combat meeting? In various combat meetings, Xuanye always kept silent and rarely participated in discussions about tactics and policies. Now, after being reminded, everyone realized that the federal humanoid weapon did not seem to exist in the online communication. The adjutant in charge of the connection was stunned and hurriedly looked at the light computer screen in front of him. The communication with General Xuanye was indeed initiated, but there was no response. Not only that, as early as dozens of hours ago, the admiral had been disconnected from the internal communication of the federal military. General Xuanye. It seems that he has lost contact. The adjutant was at a loss for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Lu Qingyin beside him. His military authority was not enough, and he had no right to view the last coordinates of higher-ranking generals. But Lu Qingyin, who had the same rank, could. Lu Qingyin clicked on Xuanye information bar. The flashing red coordinates meant the loss of communication. The last location was not A227, where they were, but A551, which was not far away on the parity defense line. Xuanye did not follow the troops' orders to enter A227, but went to A551 instead? Disappeared along with it. Also the communication coordinates of Song Shi-san, who temporarily joined the federal military. Lu Qingyin frowned. Although Xuanye acted casually, he was not illogical, and he would not flee from such an important battle. Something must have happened on A551, which made the young admiral change his route temporarily. They went to A551, and after entering A551, the communication was automatically disconnected. In the conference communication, an old, majestic, and somewhat familiar voice keenly caught Lu Qingyin's words. Who else is traveling with Xuanya? This Federation war god has always been a loner. It is not uncommon for him to leave the team without permission. But it is very strange for someone to accompany him. Lu Qingyin raised his eyes. The familiar voice came from a former comrade-in-arms, Admiral Chimodeo. After the news of the Zerg War was released, Chimodeo was the first admiral who came to support him regardless of the Scorched Earth Plan order. And he also showed off his cool new weapon. Naturally, the other party is now trapped on the A227 planet with him. A military academy student. Lu Qingyin spoke calmly. He didn't know much about Song Shursan. He only knew that this young girl had extraordinary strategy and courage. Xuanya even believed that her strength far exceeded that of the god of war. Song Shursan was brought by Xuanya to meet him. When he found that Xuanya communication was lost, he also checked the other party's communication coordinates, and found that she had disappeared with Xuanya. By the way, this mysterious girl seemed to be from the Weapon Science Academy of the First Military Academy of the Federation. She also had a cool and stylish elemental weapon in her hand. Lu Qingyin's eyes suddenly shook. If I remember correctly, Chimodeo is now, it seems, the Dean of the Weaponry Science Academy? As his thoughts turned, Lu Qingyin quickly added the last sentence. The student who traveled with me is named Song Shursan. Shursan? Chimodeo slammed the table and stood up. The last message Song Shursan left him was that he and Xuanya were going to the Parity Galaxy together. After parting with Tang Tiantian, Tang Tiantian stayed in the rescue team. But Song Shursan was nowhere to be seen. Chimodeo guessed that she might want to go to the front line with Xuanya. But he didn't expect Xuanya to agree. The two of them even changed their route temporarily and lost contact on the A551 star. Chimodeo was so angry that his beard was shaking. He almost wanted to put the sniper rifle in his hand on Xuanya's forehead. Didn't he act arbitrarily and be a loner? Didn't he say he was difficult to command and had an unstable temperament? Why did he become obedient in front of Song Shursan and had no opinion of his own? It was just a federal humanoid weapon. If it was gone, it was gone. Chimodeo didn't care. But Song Shursan was the light of hope for weapon science. He was an epoch-making existence in the entire history of elemental weapon development. A statue will be erected in the square of their Academy of Weaponry. A figure that will be written into textbooks. If anything happens to Song Shursan, he will turn into a skeleton and aim his gun at Xuanya's head all the time. Hearing the familiar name, Lanmi's eyebrows jumped. The Zerg War happened urgently, and he had no time to ask about the progress of the Qingtuan. Song Shursan, who should have been trapped on the pirate ship. Why did he suddenly go to the front line? And with the elusive Xuanya? Amid Chimodeo fury, another urgent voice interrupted. Sir, the defenders of A551 have all lost contact. And the entire communication station of A551 seems to have been completely destroyed. Beside Lu Qingyin, the adjutant nervously flipped through the signal record sent back from A551, and added, the last communication was lost when we launched the general offensive. Everyone present had a different expression. Without Xuanya, the strongest combat force of the Federal Army, the hope of the main army breaking through the encirclement of the Zerg on A227 became even slimmer. Not only that, the disconnection of A551 star, the disappearance of Xuanya and Song Shursan, made the whole thing even more confusing. An ominous atmosphere permeated. Lu Qingyin frowned, marked A551 star on the sand table map. Everyone, this planet, may be the real location of the insect mother. On the dynamic sand table map, blue and red arrows intertwined, the center of the arrow, A551 star quietly sat in a corner of the parity defense line. Lu Qingyin turned the time axis, and the pictures moved forward frame by frame, and went back to the beginning of the war, when the Zerg had just landed. On the clean galaxy map, only the coordinates of the A551 star suddenly appeared with thick ink spots. That was the place where the Zerg first landed. The Zerg mother had never left the planet where she first landed. All the clues were connected, and the whole big network was finally unraveled, restoring the most original appearance. Until this moment, the military and political departments of the Federation truly realized how cunning and terrible the enemy they were facing was. In the silence of great shock, someone said hoarsely, Don't jump to conclusions. There are still doubts. There is a time difference between the launch of the general attack signal and the arrival of Admiral Sun. If A551 is really the location of the Zerg Mother, why didn't the Zerg on the planet show any signs of action during this time difference? The fact that the Zerg Mother has been staying on A551 is too ridiculous. They have already guessed wrong once. Without perfect evidence and without resolving all doubts, no one dares to be sure of the true location of the mother nest. This is caution. And also fear. But more of it is that they are unwilling to believe that humans, who claim to be at the top of the food chain, claim to be the most intelligent creatures, can be manipulated by the Zerg, who have always been regarded as low intelligence. Lu Qingyin also fell silent. According to the Zerg plan, when the main force fell into the trap, the Zerg should start the next step. The interruption of A551 communication should be the signal for the mother nest to launch an attack. But why, after the communication was cut off, the Zerg on this planet still remained motionless? Or, the cutting off of communication was still part of the Zerg plan. The purpose was to lead their remaining troops to explore this planet. And Xuanya was caught in the Zerg trap? Two deep furrows appeared between Lu Qingyin's eyebrows. It seemed as if there was a huge chessboard in front of him, and the opponent on the other side of the chessboard was unfathomable. In his military career, he had never felt that every step was so difficult. Amid the silence of the crowd, a new battle report suddenly sounded. Commander, the protective belt surrounding the A227 star suddenly dispersed on its own. The Zerg attack has become disorganized. It has completely lost its organization. More Zerg soldiers are rushing towards us. On the screen transmitted back, the Zerg starships that had originally formed a protective belt in an orderly manner suddenly stopped operating, and various starships collided with each other crookedly, following their instincts to scatter and chase new prey, falling towards the nearest target A227 star. The picture of just a few seconds reflected the confused and shocked faces of everyone in the meeting. After years of military service, everyone who has dealt with the Zerg can clearly recognize the reasons behind the Zerg chaotic and disorderly behavior. As the controller of collective consciousness, the Zerg brain died. Is it the Zerg Mother? The Zerg Mother was killed? Zerg Mother? The Zerg Mother is gone? The mother nest was cleared? Who? Who did it? How is it possible? Victory came too suddenly, too unexpected. With the death of the Zerg Queen, the Zerg lost its manpower supply and the ability to organize an attack. Once the loss of the group exceeds 20%, the Zerg tide will begin to subside on its own. The Zerg current attack is disorganized. 20% is not hopeless for the Federation. It can even be said that it is a sure win. Just like the Zerg breaking through the parity defense line and establishing a mother nest. The catastrophic crisis came suddenly and left strangely, pulling people's hearts up and down. And then up and down again. Hell and heaven turned in an instant, leaving everyone's brain blank for a moment. Various emotions intertwined and emerged, and everyone's eyes were once again focused on the A551 planet that had just been denied. The answer to all the questions seemed to be on this confusing planet that brought great opportunities. Send a rescue team to A551 for investigation. Lu Qingyin made a quick decision. In a trance, Lu Qingyin seemed to hear the crisp sound of chess pieces falling beside his ears. He no longer needed to sit in the position of chess player. Above him, there was a pair of deeper eyes, which gave him the general like a god descending from heaven. The victory of the chessboard was already decided. Now, he only needed to be an armored soldier and kill the remaining pieces without leaving a single piece. Looking back at his own battlefield, Lu Qingyin issued an order. All troops prepared to break through the A227 star. The news from the battlefield spread quickly. The conspiracy of the Zerg, the plight of the main force, the retired soldier who broke through the protective belt with his blood, the elimination of the mother nest, the fall of the mother Zerg. The reporters on the front line kept writing, shuttling through the gunfire, and the big headlines were posted on various social platforms. People's hearts also followed the content of the news, and they went up and down like a roller coaster. The moment the news headline of the Zerg Queen being wiped out appeared, all the soldiers and civilians of the Federation who were paying attention to the war finally couldn't help but burst into tears. The most tragic battle in the Federation in the past 100 years. Salute to the heroes. Too horrible. When did the Zerg evolve to this point? The Zerg Queen's stomach is probably filled with eggs, but billions of its children. Right? The Scorched Earth plan is a joke. If it weren't for the delayed war opportunities caused by the Scorched Earth plan, we would never have paid such a tragic price now. Woohoo, I'm so scared. I've already started practicing for battles at home, and I'm ready to go to the front as a substitute. Salute to the heroes on the front line. I really regret not applying for military school. The feeling of powerlessness is really too uncomfortable. The comment area of major news platforms has changed from the solemn and tense atmosphere of the past few days, and finally regained some vitality. People from all over the world comfort each other here, releasing their suppressed emotions. All the high-purity elemental stones in the family have been donated, and even a batch of elemental weapons have been purchased in bulk, and they are on the way to the front line. Fortunately, we won. I also donated all the elemental stones I had. This little useless guy has almost no mental power. This is all I can do. Wait a minute, are there already elemental weapons for sale on the market? It seems to be a campaign initiated by students of the Weaponry Science Academy to reinforce the front line. They provide design drawings and call on capable weapon masters to make them. Many weapon masters in society are actively responding. Not for sale, but for free. The drawings and finished products they have are all free. However, the production of elemental weapons requires costs. It is said to be a purchase, but in fact it is a donation to weapon science through buying and selling. A topic post about elemental weapons instantly became a hot topic, attracting the attention of many people. With elemental weapons, can ordinary people also protect themselves? Elemental attacks can cause stronger damage to Zerg and alien species. No matter what quality of elemental weapons you have, using elemental weapons is definitely more effective than using other weapons. Don't think about making a free donation this time. Please leave the resources to the frontline soldiers in need. Now the crisis has been resolved. We are safe. Please don't take the opportunity to loot. Excuse me. Where can I get the elemental weapons? I retired because of the worsening of my mineralogy. Now I really need an elemental weapon to return to the battlefield. I will pay any price. Please let me know. Soldiers who retired due to the worsening of mineralogy are generally veterans, with rich combat experience and high quality. Such soldiers returning to the battlefield will be extremely powerful support to the front line. In the major comment areas, someone immediately replied, "Contact the Weaponry Science Institute of the 1st Federal Military Academy. Just call their official communication." Ah? Someone actually knows about this now. And it's a retired veteran? Now that the war is over, I feel like I lost out. Does anyone else not know how to obtain elemental weapons? Everyone, spread the news. The front line is still in urgent need of reinforcements. In the atmosphere of celebrating the victory after surviving the disaster, the sudden change of tone of the sentence "urgently in need of reinforcements" was inserted, and many people were confused. What happened on the front line? Isn't the war almost over? Yes, the Zerg mother is dead, we have basically won. Right? Admiral Lu Qingyin led the main force to break through the siege, and the remaining Zerg remnants are no problem at all. After the news that the mother nest had been destroyed came, Lu Qingyin immediately gathered all the troops on A227 to fight against the chaotic madness of the Zerg troops on this planet. The troops emptied nearly half of their firepower reserves, and the war losses were also quite high, but fortunately, the Zerg on A227 were basically wiped out, and the Zerg on other planets also began to show signs of fleeing. The Zerg tide began to recede. Now is the end of the war, and peace is just around the corner. The phrase "reinforce the front line" seems out of place at this moment. Amid people's confusion, someone finally revealed some information. The latest news, according to the observation report returned by the A551 exploration team. It has been confirmed that the Zerg mother has landed on A551. Now the entire A551 planet is completely flooded by the Zerg. Without enough troops, the rescue plan may not be able to proceed. Due to the deliberate concealment of the brain, the Zerg soldiers bred by the mother nest did not expand to other planets, like the previous Zerg tides, but were all piled up and hidden in A551. After the death of the brain, these Zergs born at an exponential rate of reproduction swarmed out. And because there were no flying tools to expand outward, they could only pile up in every corner of A551. A551, which accepted nearly 70% of the Zerg tide, completely became a place of death. The crowd was in an uproar. Breaking news came one after another, making people dizzy. What rescue plan? Wasn't the war mother destroyed by Admiral Lu on planet A227? What does it have to do with planet A551? I heard that planet A227 was just a bait, and the real mother nest was actually on planet A551. Admiral Xuanye and Song Shursan went to planet A551 when the main force attacked, and then they lost contact. It is very likely that the war mother was wiped out by them. Xuanye? Is it just him? No matter how powerful the god of war is, he can't destroy the entire mother nest alone. Right? Song Shur-san. What a familiar name. Is he the freshman who won the military school league this year? Let me add one more thing. The freshman you were talking about is Xiao Song, the scrap collector in the underground black market arena, who defeated Xuanya in the arena match. So, the mother worm was killed by Song Shur-san? The two of them killed it together? This is too strong. The gossips were all true. The Federal Army was already in a dead end. But they wiped out the Hive and saved the entire Federation. They are the heroes of the Federation. The true location of A551 and the Hive was only an unconfirmed speculation before, due to the strictness of seeking truth from facts and news. The mainstream media did not report the relevant deeds. Only some tabloids quietly revealed a few words of speculation. Therefore, when the Zerg fled, many people had no idea of the truth. They only speculated the whole picture of the matter from the news sent back by the war correspondents, thinking that Lu Qingyin defeated the Zerg on A227. Now that the exploration team has returned and the truth has been revealed, people have finally come back from the joy of victory and re-examined the current war situation. Images of A551 were published on major news platforms. The exploration team's warships could not find a landing site on this planet at all, and could only shoot through satellites and transmit the ground scene back from afar. On the screen, the originally azure planet is now only a dark purple, which is the color of the Zerg armor. The black and purple waves covered the entire planet. There was no land or green plants, mountains or rivers, but only endless creeping legs and tentacles, freely trampling all the creatures passing by. It was a purgatory-like scene. Even if it was just a fallen leaf floating down from space, it would be eaten up by the Zerg once it entered the gravitational range of the planet. Is there really anyone alive on this planet? Everyone who saw the returned images had this question in their hearts. Public opinion once again stirred up an uproar. With so many Zergs, it's simply hell. Can the Federation really take back A551 from the Zerg? Don't worry about it. These Zergs seem unable to leave A551. Once they have exhausted the resources on the planet, they will start to kill each other. It will be much easier for us to clear them out then. You can also use anti-ground particle cannons to bombard the gravitational layer directly without landing. What about the survivors on the planet? What about Song Shur-san and Xuanya? Even if the Zerg will eventually kill each other, can the survivors of A551 hold on until then? With large-scale heavy weapons such as ground-to-ground particle cannons, who can guarantee that there will be no accidental injuries before their coordinates are confirmed? Admiral Xuanya and Song Shur-san disregarded their own lives and went into a deadly situation alone to save the Federation from the raging tide. How can we just abandon them like this? I can understand the feelings of those who support the rescue, but rationality cannot be dominated by emotion. No matter from which angle we analyze it, withdrawing troops and resting now is the most reasonable decision. Oh my god, have you lost your conscience? Didn't you read the previous news? If it weren't for Song Shur-san and Xuanya, the Federal Army would have been wiped out long ago. We might have become food for the Zerg now. As a student of the Academy of Weaponry, I just want to say that Song Shur-san must not die on planet A551. What about the other soldiers of the Federation? Are their lives not lives? They finally came down from the front line and were able to reunite with their families. Now they have to carry out an obviously impossible mission. Isn't this sending them to their deaths? What's the difference between this and murder? Who can guarantee that there are still people alive on A551? To put it bluntly, Xuanya and Song Shur-san may have died long ago. Going to save them now will just be sending ourselves to die in vain. Those who carry firewood for the public cannot be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Are you not willing to try even a little bit? And are you going to abandon the heroes of the Federation like this? A551 originally belonged to the parity line of defense, and the fortifications on the ground may still be used. As long as we gather the strength of the entire Federation, it is not impossible to rescue the survivors. If we don't send troops to rescue A551 today, the Federation will be destroyed in the future. People are uneasy. And what lies before them is a trolley problem. The number and danger level of the Zerg on A551 are visibly larger and more dangerous than those on A227. With the remaining troops in Lu Qingyin's hands, if he fights into this purgatory again, he will undoubtedly die. There may still be survivors on A551. Xuanya and Song Shur-san may still be alive. But so many Federation soldiers. Their lives are also lives. Using the blood and lives of the soldiers to exchange for the possible survival of one or two people. Is it really a wise and reasonable decision? The atmosphere of the emergency combat meeting held again by the federal government was tense. Lu Qingyin looked directly into the eyes of Milo Lammy, and the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed. Beside him, a sniper rifle transformed from a cane was pointed at Lan Mi Temple. Chimodeo had a cold face, without any emotion on his face. The two sides were in a stalemate. After a long time, Lan Mi looked away in defeat, and the final decision of the federal government finally came late. News releases from all walks of life were published one after another, and in the discussion of all walks of life, they fell like snowflakes in front of people's eyes. The federal military is mobilizing for the final battle, the army is being assembled, and all national strength and materials will be gathered to go to EP101 to rescue the survivors. Social assistance. The federal government issued a red-headed notice, and begged people from all walks of life to lend a hand, and jointly rescue the EP101 planet. Civilian volunteers gathered, and a large amount of materials were transported to the front line. The two princesses of the Empire wrote a joint letter, and the Empire may send reinforcements. Rescue operation. Admiral Lu Qingyin took charge, and all the surviving soldiers of the Parity Star Group participated in the battle. Admiral Lu Qingyin issued a pre-war broadcast, with the determination to die, make the final struggle. Chapter 126. Planet A551. Metal Wall. Song Shursen chopped off the head of the flat-armored centipede that tried to get in through the window, and closed the last window hole in the corner tower. Outside the window, the flat-armored centipede struggled with the remaining half of its body, and its scales, as hard as iron armor, slammed against the closed window hole, making a piercing sound. This section of the metal wall was one of the few remaining defensive fortifications on planet A551 that had not been completely captured by the Zerg, and was also the closest hiding place to Song Shursen and his men. The city wall stretches, almost surrounding the entire A551 star, but because there is no one stationed, it is now submerged in the dense Zerg tide. Before the Zerg completely occupied this place, Song Shursen pulled Xuanya into a corner tower at the corner of the city wall. The corner tower is taller and stronger than the watchtower, and has a wide field of vision. It has multiple observation holes and shooting holes, which can observe the situation in two directions and play a role in crossfire defense. Song Shursen glanced at Xuanya, who was leaning against the corner with a pale face, and did not intend to pull him up to form a crossfire defense with himself. He simply blocked all the passages and entrances connecting to the outside world, and took a temporary rest here. Without fire suppression, the window was soon occupied by various Zergs crawling and clinging to the wall, and it became pitch black. The power system in the corner tower was actually working normally, and Song Shursen even found some artillery reserves. Song Shursen turned on the light, familiarized himself with the operating systems of various defensive weapons, and sat down next to Xuanya. "Are you okay?" she asked. Xuanya was now in a typical state of mental overdraft. Or more precisely, he was in an overdraft state as early as when the Mother Nest defeated the Zerg Mother, all the way after chasing the Antlion Bee. He didn't even fall into a coma until now. Song Shursen didn't know how this man had managed to hold on. "Not very good," Xuanya answered truthfully. The backlash was more serious than any previous time he overdrew his mental power. His brain and body felt like needles piercing through every pore. With every breath, it seemed as if there were tiny crystals slowly condensing in his blood, scraping against the inner wall of his blood vessels. His body had already reached its limit, but his will remained stubbornly awake. He was afraid that he would go into shock as soon as he closed his eyes, and become a burden to Song Shursen. Although it was just intuition, Xuanya was very sure that Song Shursen would never abandon his comrades in this situation. He didn't want to drag the other party into a more difficult and desperate situation. Slightly raising his body, Xuanya continued, "It takes an instant's stick of rest time." His condition was already visibly weak, and forcing himself to answer "it's okay" would not provide any comfort. It would be better to tell the truth. However, his weakness could not hinder his action of releasing elemental attacks. Just a short respite. He can still continue to cooperate with Song Shursen attack. Song Shursen looked the young admiral up and down. His face was not the least bit panicked and helpless. Instead, he comforted him. "Don't worry. This corner tower can still hold out for a while. Let's think about what to eat later." She looked around. Her eyes fell on the half of the flat-armored centipede head that she had just chopped off and fell into the window, and said seriously, "Can the Zerg be eaten?" Xuanya, ? There are still some artillery reserves in the corner tower, and the firing holes can be used. which is enough for us to clean up another wave of Zerg outside. Song Shursan explained. But unfortunately, the food reserves here have been emptied, and there is not even a bottle of nutrient solution left. I don't know if it was moved by the previous defenders or looted by the Zerg. It seems that we have to solve the food problem first. Xuanya looked up in surprise. The other party's tone was very calm, and he spoke so easily as if he was going out hunting, without any tension of being surrounded by a tide of Zerg. Since being picked up by the federal military, Xuanya has performed the most rescue missions. People are trapped in various dangerous situations. Buildings invaded by alien species. Caves blocked by Zerg. Different people. Different scenes. But the same expression on their faces. Exhausted and grey despair. Many people even lost their minds before he arrived, and were frightened by the horrible situation and committed suicide. In the face of disaster, the most deadly thing may not be the threat of death that has not yet arrived, but the hope of survival lost in the heart due to fear. Xuanya never thought that he would have to wait for a rescue one day. This day was even worse than the rescue missions he had encountered before. In front of him was a desperate situation with almost no hope of survival, no hope of escape, and no possibility of waiting for rescue. If even the strongest combat force of the Federation was trapped here, who else would have the strength and courage to come to rescue? The more he thought about it, the more he realized that there was only a dead end in front of him. Xuanya didn't care about his life. His life was boring, and the end was clear at a glance. As a person with 3S plus spiritual power talent with all 5 elements, he has everything that the people in the interstellar pursue, strive for, and regard as honor. However, the family affection, love, friendship, joy after progress, and unwillingness after setbacks that are within the reach of ordinary people are also slim for him. He is a humanoid weapon imprisoned in the Federation, a man-made god, a collection of reverence, fear, and conflicts of interest. Xuanya is not interested in all the halos and shackles wrapped around him. Not completely obedient, but too lazy to resist. He was like a lonely boat drifting in the darkness, waiting indifferently for the possible light. If there was no such light, he would just let it go and die of mineral exhaustion. Until Song Shursan appeared, with just an ordinary modified weapon. The scrap collector Song defeated the monkey trainer with unexpected tactics. An ordinary person, using the most conventional physical attack method, defeated the A-level spiritual power talent. It seems that she will not bow to any shackles, and grows stubbornly and unrestrainedly. This vigorous vitality that burns everything is like a cluster of flames, lighting a light in the aimless darkness of Xuanya. Just like now. Xuanya smiled unconsciously, followed Song Shur's and gazed to the flat-shelled centipede on the ground, and seriously considered her suggestion. After a moment, he replied, "Generally, it can't be eaten, but if there is no toxin in the body, you may try it." The huge mouth parts of the flat-armored centipede hanging on the ground were still dripping with venom. Song Shursan glanced at it and gave up the idea of trying to eat it. She stood up, knocked on the heavy glass window of the corner tower observation hole, turned around, and said, "Is there anything edible outside? Do you want me to let a few in and kill them?" As she said that, she raised the knife, and the black and gold blade instantly ignited a dark red like lava. If you cut it like this, it should be cooked directly, and you don't have to deal with the ingredients. Xuanya was amused by her, and his eyebrows relaxed, and his tense nerves also relaxed a lot. Song Shursan gestured twice, but did not really do it. Both of them knew that although it was theoretically possible to eat the Zerg, due to the risk of genetic contamination, it was better not to take risks easily until the last moment. After livening up the atmosphere a little, Song Shursan sat back next to Xuanya. Xuanya was in a very bad state now. She could see it. Not only was his mental power overused, but there were also several damages on the back of his combat uniform, which should be caused by hidden injuries when he intercepted the Zerg in the mother nest, with brain damage and physical overdraft. In this situation, once she loses her belief in survival, she may never wake up again. After thinking for a while, she tried to keep the other person's attention by talking. "What are your hobbies?" Song Shursan was very self-aware of her chat skills. If she was asked to express herself freely, the atmosphere might fall into a deadlock after just a few words. The best way is to start with a topic that the other person is interested in. After a moment of silence, Xuanya cooperated and answered seriously. "Elemental weapons." Song Shursan, ? A bit of doubt appeared on her face. Are you a weapon master? She didn't know much about Xuanya, but no matter how little she knew, he was a prominent figure in the Federation after all. There would always be various channels for her to hear some relevant information. In these news, or gossip, never mentioned Xuanya's identity as a weapon master. Besides, if the god of war of the Federation became a weapon master, then weapon science would not be so unpopular. Sure enough, Xuanya shook his head. I'm not. Facing Song Shersan inquiring eyes, he continued, I'm interested in collecting and sharing finished drawings. Song Shersan. Song Shersan has met many people who are simply interested in finished elemental weapons. These people either lack mental strength or have combat defects that they want to make up for. As for those who are interested in design drawings, in addition to their peers, there are also some resellers who want to make a fortune by relying on the rarity of the drawings. But Xuanya, a person with spiritual power who has reached the ceiling, has no combat defects to make up for, and also no worries about food, clothing and daily expenses. For such a person, why would he collect design drawings and finished weapons? He even likes to share and display them everywhere? What is this? The mutual appreciation between humanoid weapons and elemental weapons? Fortunately, the other party's answer happened to be in the field he was good at. Song Shersan opened his mouth, but couldn't think of how to respond. He simply turned on the light computer screen. Then, I show you too? Xuanya's eyes lit up. The light computer screen was loading, and the blue light circle on the interface rotated for a long time, but nothing was displayed. Song Shersan turned off the screen, a little embarrassed. I usually draw by hand, and the backups were uploaded to the cloud, not stored locally. The communication with EP101 was cut off, and the light computer naturally could not connect to the information interface on the cloud. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Knowing that the other party racked his brains to start a conversation because he was worried about him, Xuanya's face hidden behind the combat helmet had a weak smile, and took the initiative to change the subject. I can still hold on. This is a battle to defend the city. They need firepower to clear the Zerg outside to gain vision. And they need supplies to maintain their own vital signs. Firepower? They have granaries. And the Zerg outside is it. Although the hope of waiting for rescue is slim, it is not impossible. When the Zerg consumes all the resources they can grab on this planet, they will start to kill each other. When the tide outside recedes, they will see the dawn of victory. This will be a very long process. Perhaps a month. Or perhaps a year. But even if there is only a glimmer of hope to survive, Song Shersan will hold on to it. Survive. Song Shersan looked back at Xuanya. I have a new idea for the transformation of the weapon's form. I draw it for you when I get back. The corner tower shook slightly. After the first wave of Zerg, more giant beetles also arrived at the spreading metal wall. The teeth-grinding gnawing and colliding sound rang in my ears. Xuanya stood up, shakily. Okay. He responded, aiming at the beetle that was hitting the corner tower. The elemental energy in his hand condensed again. Survive, I look forward to the day when your new weapon is built. The blazing flames fell from the sky again, raising a charred wreckage with the tail smoke. In Xuanya's eyes, tiny crystals gradually condensed. He didn't care where his life would end. But at least Song Shersan. He at least wanted to see Song Shersan survive. The sound of the wind gradually broke. The turbulent airflow poured in from the broken lookout window, echoing sharply between the empty metal walls. The corrosive mucus of the heavy beetle flowed down the wall, and a layer of white smoke rose from the metal surface. The smoke dissipated, leaving behind a series of terrifying dents. The rapidly rotating dome of light pierced into a huge compound eye, and also penetrated the entire insect brain. The unique wailing sound of the Zerg sounded, and the sticky white-green liquid flowed down the gap in the brain. The giant millipede finally loosened the 1,000 pairs of legs that were tightly attached to the observation window and fell to the ground. But this was just an insignificant one in the Zerg army. More dark red and purple-black figures climbed up, quickly and firmly filled the gap left by the giant millipede, and tried to get into the crumbling corner tower. The heavy protective glass of the observation window had been broken, and now it was reduced to a huge gap for the Zerg to take things. The firing holes in the corner tower could still be used, but the artillery fire had long been emptied, and there were even smaller Zerg trying to crawl into the interior through the muzzles. Long tentacles stretched out from every gap, penetrating into every hole, aggressively probing the energy and life in the tower. Song Shersan stood at a broken observation window, mechanically raised his knife. and chopped off the head of another Zerg that had successfully broken through. The wrists that tightly gripped the handle of the horizontal sword inevitably had several horrible scars, which were the corrosive mucus ejected by the insect brains that had been cut off before. In the momentary view outside the window that was occasionally obtained by concentrating firepower, the sky darkened and brightened and darkened. The flow of time seemed to have stagnated. There was no day, nor night, only the entire field of vision was blocked by layers of crawling and wriggling insects, which flickered under the lighting of the already unstable power system. Song Shursan didn't know how long they had held out here. Maybe only one day. Or maybe a week. As the Zerg continued to invade, the space they could occupy changed from the entire corner tower at the beginning to only a quarter of the wall now. Xuanya stood behind her, and the two hadn't said a word for a long time. The limit of their bodies made them have no strength to move their dry lips. And even the large movement of their eyeballs became an extremely energy-consuming thing. The two stood stiffly back to back, guarding the only remaining corner. Behind them, there seemed to be no more heartbeats or breathing. But the elemental attacks that kept falling told Song Shursan that Xuanya was still alive. They were all still alive. The wall that was constantly hit by the heavy beetles and sprayed with corrosive mucus gradually showed a crack. Once this wall was breached, they would lose this last shelter and would be completely exposed to the attack of the giant insects. There was no place to hide, and no way to dodge. Song Shursan was confident that he could pierce the giant insect's body with one knife, but he could not guarantee that his overdrawn body would be agile enough to avoid the opponent's fangs and venom. Not only this one, but also the next one. Not only this attack, but also the next one. The swarm of insects in the sky seemed to have no end. The sound of the wind passing through the gap was even sharper, mixed with the insect chirping that seemed to never stop. In a trance, Song Shursan seemed to hear the familiar gunfire and shouting. She bit her tongue tightly, forcing herself to concentrate, trying to wake up from the auditory hallucination. But the sound did not disappear, but got closer and closer, becoming more frequent and clearer. Moving his lips, Song Shursan squeezed out the syllables with difficulty. "Did you hear any sound?" Xuanya remained silent, without responding. It was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not respond to Song Shursan's words. There was only a buzzing in his ears, and a misty white in his eyes. He could only judge the location of the attack by a few vague black shadows. Song Shursan blinked. The voice in her ear was getting closer. It was like a revolving lantern in her mind. This time, she could even hear the words clearly. "They are attacking. Take back the metal wall first. There might be a usable turret inside. Charge. Sharpen the heads of these Zerg. Take my shot." A fierce and dazzling fireball fell from the sky, accompanied by a loud bang, and the flames that shot up into the sky illuminated the entire sky outside the crack in the wall. Song Shursan blinked again. The falling angle and shape of the fireball looked very familiar, so familiar, even as if I had seen it somewhere not long ago. Another shout was heard in my ear. "Damn! Is the power of this catapult so terrifying? What kind of monsters are there in weapon science?" I heard that Song Shursan, who was trapped with Xuanya, is the ancestor of weapon science now. The catapult is just a drop of water to her. Save her, so we can buy more elemental weapons on the market. Ah? Is Song Shursan so powerful? If we let such a person owe us a life-saving grace, we won't have to worry about arms in the future. We will dominate the Star Sea in no time. The boss is really thoughtful. No wonder she asked us to mobilize the whole group, and even she went out in person. This is the first time I see the boss so concerned. No, that's not the reason. I heard that Song Shursan saved the boss's life. The boss said, whoever can bring Song Shursan out alive, she can choose any treasure in her treasure house. God bless. Song Shursan must be alive. Go, brothers. Save Song Shursan. Another loud bang. Amid the crackling sound of the burning Zerg bodies, a few scattered shouts were drowned out. Song Shursan. Song Shursan. Xuanya. The gunfire and shouts in my ears were too real, and it didn't really sound like a ticker before death. Song Shursan gently pulled Xuanya's sleeve. "Xuanya? Did you hear that? It's reinforcements." Xuanya still did not respond, but the frequency of elemental attacks decreased significantly, as if he was trying to distinguish Song Shursan's words. Putting Xuanya gently against the corner of the wall, Song Shursan moved his legs, which were almost unconscious, supported himself with his sword, and moved slowly towards the broken windowsill in front of him. It was not an illusion. The number of Zerg gathered on the windowsill decreased a lot, and many of their legs even had the embers of elemental fire burning. These were not injuries caused by her, nor were they attacks by Xuanya. It's reinforcements. It's really reinforcements. After moving to the empty window with difficulty, Song Shursen thrust out the horizontal sword horizontally, piercing a worm covered outside. The blade of the black-gold horizontal sword was covered with various sticky liquids, layers of patina, and it was almost impossible to distinguish the original color. As Song Shursen turned the handle of the sword, the blazing elemental fire wrapped around the entire blade, as if it was forged from the flames of hell. The worm twisted its tail and fled, and the horizontal sword with flame suddenly appeared in the air above the window of the corner tower, startling a lot of screams. Fire breathing. The Zerg are breathing fire. No! There are people. There are people in that corner tower. Someone is still alive. Where is the battlefield medical team? Come on! There are survivors. Someone is still alive. Flustered shouts and footsteps sounded. The Zerg attached to the corner tower were smashed and penetrated by various elemental attacks, the windows covered by layers of dark purple bristles. Finally, the dawn of the sky was revealed. Song Shursen looked out the window. The small hillside outside this section of the metal wall was already barren, the land eaten by the Zerg. Even the soil was gray and decayed. On the hillside, a huge fleet hovered in the sky. A variety of familiar and unfamiliar patterns covered the coating of the warships. In the farthest starship group, there were even a few familiar pirate flags. The warship's gunfire shot down the Zerg that kept taking off. Between the shuttle particle beams, soldiers wearing various military uniforms jumped off the starships one after another and joined the fighting on the ground. People wearing the dark blue military uniforms of the Parity Galaxy. People wearing the field training uniforms of the Federal Military Academy. People wearing uniforms with the Imperial Lion epaulets. People wearing combat uniforms with the Star Pirates flag. People holding elemental weapons that have never been seen before. People holding elemental weapons used as experimental templates in the Weapons Science Academy. People calling out to Song Shursen. People calling out to the scrap collector Xiao Song. Sniper bullets that pierce the clouds, the arc of the crescent sickle, the crossbow arrows of the willow leaf crossbow, the dazzling gilded longbow, the umbrella-shaped turret that rotates and shoots. The fire of the catapults keeps falling. People gathering in groups everywhere are clearing out the nearby Zerg and forcibly separating this land from the dark purple tide. Familiar artillery fire, familiar moves, familiar uniforms. In the figure running all the way to the corner tower, a familiar voice finally rang in my ears. Shursen. Is that you? Chapter 127. He smashed the last Zerg attached to the corner tower, and the medical team behind him finally had enough space to break in. In front of the empty artillery, Song Shursen and Xuanya stood on both sides of the corner, each guarding a firing port and a lookout port. The combat uniforms on the two men were tattered, and even their helmets were damaged. Within the crossfire range, there were piles of charred Zerg debris, which silently told everyone how tragic the battle here was. Save Xuanya first. Song Shursen raised his hand and cut off a worm that was trying to crawl in from the window, making room for the medical team beside him. The soldiers who entered from both sides quickly took over the defense of the lookout, replacing Xuanya and Song Shursen. Not far away, Tang Tiantian took a step forward, and before she opened her mouth, her tears had already flowed. Shursen. After confirming that there was no threat around, Song Shursen loosened his hand holding the horizontal sword. His face was half covered behind the combat helmet. He moved his lips slightly, and weakly pulled out a comforting smile. Tang Tiantian wiped her tears, hurried forward to support Song Shursen, and leaned to her lips. Shursen? Are you okay? What did you say? Familiar embrace. Familiar companion. Following the support of the other party, Song Shursen let go of his vigilance, slowly slid down to the ground, his voice hoarse, and honestly uttered the only thought at the moment. I'm so hungry. The rescue fleet gradually left the gravitational range of A551. The scale of the insect tide was too large, and it was not suitable to stay for a long time. After rescuing Song Shursen and Xuanya, confirming that there were no other survivors nearby, the fleet issued a retreat order. On the opposite route of the fleet, heavy warships slowly approached A551, and thousands of super laser cannons fired simultaneously, penetrating the atmosphere and accurately falling into the dark purple tide that enveloped the entire planet. The most tragic insect tide war in the history of the Interstellar Federation finally came to an end. Song Shursen had been recovering from her injuries in the intensive care unit for a long time, and she had been lying there for several months. Her external injuries were not serious, but she was just trying to taste. She was kept by the Biological Research Institute for observation for a long time after she was confirmed to have no genetic infection. The military intensive care unit finally released her. During the hospitalization, Song Shursang gradually learned about what happened when he was trapped from Tang Tiantian, Yun Qiming and others who came to visit him. The catapult that appeared on the battlefield was indeed the catapult displayed by the senior student of the Weaponry Science Academy named Huang Yihua, who participated in the Military Academy League with him. Huang Yihua originally wanted to apply for a patent for this blueprint and sell it for a good price. After hearing about the rescue mission of A511, he made the blueprint public for free and took the initiative to contact manufacturers with production conditions to mass produce it. This elemental weapon, which is more like a star defense project, has indeed played a greater role on the battlefield. It is small and portable, and its power is not inferior to that of a small light cannon. It is simply a mobile turret. Those who hold various elemental weapons on the battlefield are indeed holding elemental weapons. The Academy of Weapons not only made public its own teaching drawings, but also donated all the textbook cases and students' excellent works in its inventory, and provided them to the Army free of charge. Inspired by the Academy of Weapons, weapon masters in society also contributed their own drawings and works. Some of them even did not care about the indenture signed with the noble families, and donated some buyout drawings, and thus incurred huge debts. These elemental weapons were sorted according to quality, and sent to the hands of the wounded veterans, who retired due to mineralism. The retired wounded soldiers, who returned to the battlefield in large numbers, accounted for almost 1/3 of the entire rescue team. It was not until this battle that people suddenly realized how much they had lost due to mineralism, and how elemental weapons made up for their losses. Weapon science once again set off a more enthusiastic wave. After this battle, no one questioned its practicality and possibility on the battlefield. The vigorous movement against the monopoly of the aristocratic families received responses from all walks of life. This time, people's voices were more intense and severe than ever before. The empire really sent a fleet to support. It was said that the little princess, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly returned to the palace. And together with her sister Ling Qiong, she wrote a petition to ask for orders, and almost forced the empire to send troops. This big fuss frightened the politicians and factions in the empire, and they found out that the two princesses had been working together in secret. After the civil strife for the throne many years ago, the two princesses fled to avoid the world on the surface. But in fact, they had been developing their power in secret. After a few years, their power almost surpassed any faction of the current princes, and the empire was afraid that it would soon change. As for the group of interstellar pirates, Tang Tiantian and Yun Qiming, no one could tell where the group of interstellar pirates came from, and why they suddenly rushed in to join the rescue team without hesitation. What made them even more incredible was that the Star Pirate Alliance to which these interstellar pirates belonged was clearly the group that kidnapped Song Shursang before. The two of them whispered to each other, guessing and guessing, and Song Shursang on the hospital bed just smiled without saying a word, and his fingertips gently stroked the bracelet on his wrist. During the months of recuperation, a major event happened in the Federation. In the Zerd Tide War, Meyer Lammy made many stupid moves in major military commands, and also implicated him in various unconstitutional acts, such as abusing his power for personal gain, corruption, and even murder during his tenure. If Meyer Lammy had not deliberately ignored, concealed, or even lied about the war report, the military would not have noticed the Zerg actions until the end. Meyer Lammy was impeached and removed from office, and was punished for multiple crimes, deprived of his political rights for life, and would soon be exiled to the desolate planet for labor reform. Due to Lanmi involvement, the Meyer family's jurisdiction over the Valhastar cluster was also greatly weakened. The new federal election just ended not long ago, and Liu Qingyin won with a high vote and became the new federal president. The first thing the new president did after taking office was to appoint Song Shursang as the first chief weapon master of the Federation, and to allow her to freely requisition and collect any resources within the jurisdiction of the Federation for research. At the same time as the appointment letter, there was also a replanning of the development of weapon science. The new government strictly prohibits the aristocratic families from signing any form of indentures, and strictly prohibits the monopoly of elemental weapons and other professional talents by coercion. The bad forces of the aristocratic chaebol were suppressed. The behavior and theory of the Zerg competing for ecological niches were officially launched for research. After the war, The Federal Military Department sent a special team to investigate the plants and animals on the planet covered by the egg membrane. Tang Jian, who was previously infected by insect eggs in the B015 Star Cave, was also noticed and was reconfined to a special ward for treatment. Treatment is still ongoing, and the post-disaster reconstruction of the Parity Star Cluster is also progressing. During the hospitalization, Song Shursen also learned some news about Xuanye from Lu Qingyin. Xuanye's injuries were very serious, mainly concentrated in the brain. He was able to continue fighting for nearly 5 days in a state of severe mental overdraft. This is simply an unsolved mystery in medicine. But after being rescued, Xuanye has been in a coma, and it is unknown when he will wake up. People in the medical department said that his brain is undergoing self-repair, so it will take some time. Fortunately, no trace of mineralogy was found on Xuanye for the time being, which was a blessing in disguise for the military. Overdrawing mental power without contracting mineralogy can be called a legend among those gifted with mental power. I heard that rumors were quietly circulating among the people. Xuanye was not a human being, but a half-human, half-machine artificial life. It was evening when Song Shursen was discharged from the hospital. Tang Tiantian brought a flower basket to celebrate and welcome him. The two returned to the Weaponry Science Academy in the gorgeous sunset, and saw Chimodeo standing next to the statue of Monty in the small square. Monty had slightly curly hair, and still had a frown on his face, leaning over the table to draw a design. This time, the dust on the statue was wiped clean, and the paint-chipped parts were carefully repaired. The breeze blew gently, bringing up a fallen leaf, which fluttered and fell on the end of the statue's hair. A passing classmate saw it, hurriedly and carefully picked the fallen leaf off, and wiped the dust off the end of the statue's hair again. Such a respectful attitude was completely different from what Song Shursen saw on the day he entered school. Suddenly, she remembered what the senior who passed by said when she first enrolled. The dean won't allow it to be repaired. Now Chimodeo was standing next to the statue, and he had obviously changed his mind. The two of them stood in front of Chimodeo, and turned their heads to look at the sunset in the sky with him. I didn't expect that I would actually wait for this day in my lifetime. Chimodeo's eyes curved, and his always majestic old face looked particularly kind under the sunset. Song Shursen knew what he was referring to. Chimodeo once said, "It is not the master statue that is covered in dust, but the entire weapon science." Because of the decline of weapon science, he also insisted on not repairing the statue. For more than 10 years, he has been working hard for the revitalization of weapon science, and now he has finally waited for this day. Congratulations, Shursen. Chimodeo turned around and smiled kindly. Your name can finally be put on those design drafts, and the whole Federation will remember your greatness. After Song Shursen was hired as the first chief weapon master of the Federation, Chimodeo changed the design drawings and teaching materials previously published in the Academy to Song Shursen's signature. Now Song Shursen can finally pursue and have his own ideals and career with dignity and without any obstacles. Congratulations to you, Dean Chi. Song Shursen curled his lips. Congratulations to the weapon science, which has finally ushered in its great revitalization. The old and the young stood in the gorgeous sunset glow comparable to the sunset of the century, looking at each other. The clouds interweaving orange and gold are the burning sunset, and will also be the rising sun. In the oil painting-like scene, Tang Tiantian confused and surprised voice suddenly interrupted. Huh? The statue carried by the construction team behind? Song Shursen looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a construction team was carrying a delicate and huge statue, and walking towards the square in an orderly manner. A statue is not worth noting, but the appearance of the statue looks like her. In the evening breeze, Chimodeo's hearty laughter floated. Ha ha ha! That's the statue we are going to build in the square. A statue dedicated to the great weapon master of the Federation. Song Shursen. Song Shursen. Song Shursen. Surprise. Chapter 128 Postscript. The First Military Academy of the Federation, Admissions Office. On the slightly old mahogany table, there is a square application form. Application form for admission to the First Military Academy of the Federation. Name, Song Shursen. Gender, female. Age, 18. Planet, Border Star M13. Element Resonance, all-round in 5 elements. Physical Combat, excellent. Mental Strength Rating, C. Application Major, Seed Single Soldier Department. Will you accept transfer? Yes. Beside the mahogany table, Several admissions officers from the 1st Military Academy of the Federation were sitting around. "Frame it! Frame this application form, and put it on display." One person was so excited that his voice rose 8 degrees. His mustache trembled. "This is the last time I show you this close. This application form. It will be put in the school history museum in the future. Calm down." Another person put down the thermos cup in his hand, looked at the old man with a mustache in front of him. His face flushed with excitement, and couldn't help teasing. "Look at your little achievement. If the principal hadn't stopped you, you would probably have tattooed this form on your chest." "That's right." Someone chuckled. "He now passes by the Weaponry Academy every day to say hello to the statue of Song Shur-san." Amid the jokes and laughter of the crowd, the old man with a small mustache raised his hand proudly, and a semi-transparent floating screen appeared in the air. "Look! This is the enrollment situation of our school this year." He was beaming with joy. "I bet that the best talents in the entire Federation have all applied for our 1st Military Academy in the Federation." On the floating screen, the number of electronic application forms has increased several times compared to previous years. At a glance, the first dozen pages of students' assessment results are all excellent, which is enough to show that the competition for high-quality students to apply for the 1st Military Academy this year is fierce. The old man with a mustache waved his hand again, and the statistical chart of professional details was also displayed. Among the countless application forms, nearly 1/3 listed weapons science as the highest priority application major. "Weapons science. Hot," he said in a high-pitched voice, and his mouth was almost grinning. "The major Chable families have sponsored our school with more funds than the total amount of the past few decades. After the Federation banned the forced monopoly of weapons talents, the major Chable families changed from contract buyouts to investment sponsorship and competitive recruitment. Many schools received funding sponsorship from all walks of life and established weapons science majors as the place for the revival and development of weapons science. The 1st Military Academy naturally received the most investment and donations. The original remote and dilapidated Weapons Science Academy has now expanded several times and become the trump card major of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation." After showing this year's enrollment situation, the old man with a mustache stroked his short beard, with a bit of nostalgia in his eyes. In just 1 year, the 1st Military Academy of the Federation really took the first place. It all started with this registration form. The overwhelming victory in the Military Academy League, the sudden rise of elemental weapons, the turning point in the Insect Swarm War. This year, the 1st Military Academy of the Federation has created too many legends, and it all started with this registration form, and the name Song Shur-san. With such a first interstellar weapon master in charge, our school is almost becoming a pilgrimage site for weapons science. Among the admissions staff, someone took over the conversation with a smile. "It's more than just weapons science." The chief prospector of the Federation, who comes to visit his alma mater from time to time, the first war god of the Federation who stays by Song Shur-san's side. Not to mention weapons science, those students of mineralogy and combat science have to come to our Weapons Science Academy for pilgrimage. And President Lu's daughter, Lu Qianjiu of the 6th Military Academy, even directly displayed the new weapon Song Shurs and gave her on the school official website. "I heard that our school director wanted to steal the statue of the Weapons Science Academy and put it at the school gate, and had a big fight with Dean Chi for it." "Ha ha ha. Good idea. But if I were Chimodeo, I wouldn't be happy either." "Ha ha ha." After the season's change, all the major military academies have once again welcomed the busy start of the school year. After delivering the opening speech as a special guest alumnus, Song Shur-san packed his luggage and prepared to set out to collect new experimental materials. The new materials are in the Parity Star Cluster. The reconstruction of the Parity Star Cluster has been basically completed. Due to the contamination of Zerd genes, the creatures in the star cluster have shown more abundant mutation directions, many of which can be used as research materials, which makes Song Shur-san quite interested. After boarding the small aircraft, Song Shur-san greeted his old acquaintance sitting in the cockpit. Inside the combat helmet, Xiunya looked at Song Shur-san, who had already sat in the co-pilot seat next to him with ease, and his lips slightly raised. After several months of recuperation, Xiunya finally woke up from his coma. The first thing he did after waking up was to stay at the task system interface of the federal military, and almost took on all of Song Shur-san's escort missions. The bigwigs in the military were all shocked. After living for so many years, it was the first time They saw this young admiral have such a high attendance rate. This is not the end. After accidentally missing several escort missions, Xuanye simply applied directly to the headquarters, requesting to become Song Shursan escort specialist. When the news came out, the military leaders were completely dumbfounded. Even the federal president had never enjoyed such treatment. Someone could actually ask Xuanye, who was rumored to be unruly, to follow him everywhere. The application was sent to Song Shursan himself. Song Shursan had no objection to this proposal. It must be said that having a 3S plus level combat power as a partner would indeed make it more efficient in mission coordination. Besides, Xuanye has stable driving skills, silent and reliable, hit wherever he was told, and always unconditionally supports his decisions and actions, making it easier and more pleasant to get along with him than the AI assistant in his previous life. Both parties had no objection, and the pair became partners. The aircraft took off slowly. With nothing to do, Song Shursan logged into the underground black market forum for the first time in a long time, and spent his time casually. The underground forum was still lively, the last season's competition had already ended, and the new L6 honoree was announced, and the name of the scrap collector Xiao Song was written on it. The reason is simple. The winning streak of the scrap collector Xiao Song is too high, reaching a 100% winning rate that has never been seen before, and will never be seen again. Although Song Shursan never went to the ring competition again in the later period, this result is still unsurpassed. In fact, since the scrap collector Xiao Song defeated the god of war Xuanye and became famous, this name has become the first in the hearts of the players in the ring competition. The announcement of the L6 honoree is just well deserved. More elemental weapons appeared in this ring competition, and the related discussions in the forum became more lively. Song Shursan randomly clicked on a few posts, and even saw some familiar IDs among the replies. These IDs were all players he had played against before. The beatings he had received on the field had now become medals of honor for fighting with great men. Even the complaints he had posted were written into his personal column introduction, and he would show them off wherever he went. Song Shursan was a little amused, and he continued to refresh the page carelessly. Suddenly, a popular post that was tens of thousands of stories high appeared on the homepage. Discussion: Scrap Collector Xiao Song and God of War Xuanye, who is the ceiling of the Federation's combat power. The author of the post is neither exaggerating nor slandering. Doesn't anyone think that the last battle was just a draw? Now that Xiao Song's true identity has been revealed, everyone has seen the new weapons in the Military Academy League. Is there any expert who can analyze, if these two fight again, who will win? The post was published at the time of the final match of the Military Academy League, and the comments below are several pages long, all of which are verbal battles between fans of Scrap Collector Xiao Song and God of War. Song Shursan read a few posts, not interested, so she simply jumped to the last page, to see why such an old post was pushed up again. The latest reply was completely irrelevant to the topic, with only 4 simple words. Leave your name on this amazing post. Scrolling back, hundreds and thousands of pages of replies, all were. Leave your name on this amazing post. And check in on this amazing post. Song Shursan, ? What amazing post? Where is the god? She flipped back to the homepage again, and gritted her teeth, and read through the previous verbal battle. Finally, a familiar ID appeared in front of me. A netizen named Internet Expert seriously responded to dozens of previous discussions on combat power, and even analyzed the images frame by frame, introducing the power of the new weapon of the Scrap Collector Xiao Song. This behavior quickly angered the black fans of the Scrap Collector Xiao Song, making him the target of their attacks. Black fans, someone is protecting a piece of trash with AC mental power like this? New works? The God of War can crush her new works with one hand. Internet Expert, Xuanye can't beat him. Anti-fans, haha, brainless fans, do you understand now? All of them are Xiao Song battle stickers. May I ask how many matches of the God of War have you watched? Internet Expert, ? Internet Expert, real name self-identification in the background Internet Expert, I am Xuanye, how else would I know? All StarCraft people on the internet, ? Song Shursan, ? Song Shursan, shock. Song Shursan, pupil shaking. What? The strongest God of War in the StarCraft is actually my fan leader?